Chapter 732. Xiao Yi Guangping said, Li Yi sent the blueprints to the workshop. While eating prawn casserole with Bai Gu told him what Song Jing had said. Song Jing had invited everyone to a gathering to tell them not to meet privately in the future. But he didn't say it out loud until they finished eating. Song Jing realized that it was better to gather once in a while so that everyone could come up with ideas. Especially after seeing Lu Huaishan's toughness, he felt that his old self had returned. Without Yao Chong, Lu Huaishan was very powerful and had no problem taking on the role of a leader. That makes sense. Military affairs serve politics, and strategy is more important than tactics. Tubo has capable people. The more you think that he can't fight, the more he wants to fight. Li Yi believed that Song Jing's words were possible. How should we deal with it? Bai Gu was here to ask for a plan. He was very pleased to find that Li Yi was not like what Song Jing had said, who had lost his will to play. At least if the new thing was successful, the Ministry of Revenue would be able to collect more taxes. How could he not be happy? Send things. Zhuangzi has a large reserve of hot air balloons, diesel and gasoline. Send them over. What's the point of always leaving them in Zhuangzi? Li Yi didn't think it was difficult. If there was a war, they would send support weapons. Bai Gu ate the mushrooms in the prawn casserole, chewed and swallowed. Send the military coats together. How many compressed biscuits does Zhuangzi have? The Ministry of Revenue will buy them. Sky Monkey's explosive packs, and I've also developed a hand grenade. It needs to be ignited and thrown with manpower. It can be thrown about 150 feet away. Li Yi still had to send gunpowder products to the front line. Zhuangzi was still producing them, so it was time to use them. Compressed biscuits. Bai Gu mentioned again. Compressed biscuits were the soldiers' favorite food. 3 coins for 1. I can take out 200,000 yuan. Li Yi gave the price and quantity. The cost of 1 compressed biscuit in Zhuangzi was 2 yuan. In the early stages of Kaiyuan, due to political instability, the price of 1 bucket of rice rose to 300 coins, and then gradually decreased. By the autumn of this year, it would be 20 qian per dough of rice. Although it was not as much as 10 qian per dough of rice during Zhangguan's time, it was not much worse. I'll take all of it. Bai Gu understood. Li Yi didn't want to make money. It was only 600,000 renminbi, 600 renminbi. Bai Gu chose to forget that he had once suggested to stop the promotion of officials. That meant that he had to spend money to buy an official position. How much does an official cost? 30. 600 taels was enough to buy 20 officials. It was not a small amount of money. Okay, I'll get a team to transport it out tomorrow. We'll spend the new year at the border. A military coat can solve many problems. Li Yi wished he could directly send all the good things in Zhuangzi to the border. The soldiers there were fighting with their lives on the line. Dongzhu, there are 2 people outside. They are Yang Huanjin and Huang Xinrong from the Shu Di Salt Gang. Song De came over at this time. Ask them what's the matter first, so I can consider who to look for. Li Yi didn't go to see them directly. He accompanied Bai Gu to eat. I've already said that they came here when the Yellow River was still navigable. They haven't come to see us since they sold half of their salt. However, because they brought other goods, the Ministry of Revenue was easy to deal with. They only collected 1/30th tax, but in the end, Song De stopped here and glanced at Bai Gu. In the end what? Bai Gu asked. In the end, the situation is different now. The Ministry of Revenue is powerful. They want to collect 1/10th tax because they have other fur and medicinal herbs that are of high value. Song De chose the words and said it. Old Bai, you're the Prime Minister. The Ministry of Revenue is awesome. Haha. Li Yi laughed heartlessly. Invite them in. Bai Gu didn't have the slightest intention of laughing. He knew about the Shu Di Salt Gang. Li Yi wrote a letter and the exchange voucher, and the other party immediately organized people to collect goods. When the express arrived, the goods followed closely behind. It was so fast. The Shu Di Salt Gang had contributed to the fight against the Southwest barbarians. In the end, they were bullied in Chang'an. If they did this, would it be useful to write a letter and send it at the critical moment? Song De ran to invite them. The palace maids and eunuchs stopped eating and stood up to welcome them. Bai Gu and Li Yi also stood up. The 2 who came represented the Shu Di Salt Gang. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xinrong came. When they saw Li Yi, the two showed an embarrassed look. Li Dongzhu, sorry to disturb you. The tax is too heavy. Yang Huanjin didn't say a word and cupped his fist. Brother Yang, Brother Huang, don't be so polite. Let me introduce you. Old Bai, this is Yang Huanjin and this is Huang Xianrong. Li Yi returned the greeting and introduced the two of them. He said to the two of them, it's troublesome for you to find me. Go to Old Bai. Old Bai is now the Minister of Revenue, and the Assistant Minister of the Yellow Door. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong. Brother Yang, Brother Huang, greet me. Otherwise, Old Bai will be angry, shall we? Don't tease me. Bai Gu interrupted Li Yi. He looked at the two of them and said, prepare the tax receipt. Shu Di Salt Gang tax exempt. The previous tax will be refunded. Thank you, Minister. Yang Huanjin reacted and bowed to the ground. Huang Xianrong followed suit. He was very excited. The two of them knew that Li Yi was powerful, but they didn't want to trouble Li Yi. They really had no choice but to come to him. In the end, Li Yi was having a meal with the head of the Ministry of Revenue, who made things difficult for them. From the way he addressed him, it was Old Bai. The two of them found other connections. Not to mention the Minister of Revenue, they didn't even see the Assistant Minister. The other party just wanted money. When they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, they were having a meal with the Prime Minister. In a word, the previous tax will be refunded? Songda, bring 2 more big shrimp casseroles. Let Brother Yang and Huang eat together. They're not outsiders. Li Yi said to Songda and invited the two to sit down. The palace maid Tao Hong went to get wine. The two of them were very reserved. The Prime Minister. I'll deal with them later. Bai Gu was still angry. They could ask for money but they couldn't cheat people. They even cheated the Shu Di Salt Gang. It was despicable. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong looked at each other. They wanted to plead but found that they didn't have the right. Brother Yang, Brother Huang, come over now. You can't go back for the new year. You can stay in Zhuangzi. Zhuangzi is very lively. I'll arrange a courtyard. The others can go to the front building and light their own stoves. When they were waiting for the casseroles, Li Yi invited them. In fact, he was helping them make the decision. The Shu Di Salt Gang really did work. The transportation and other things were paid by them. Yes, stay in Zhuangzi. With Xiao Yi, no one will dare to bully you. Bai Gu added. The two of them found that they couldn't refuse. They really needed a safe place to rest. This was only once a year. Sometimes it was twice in 3 years. Small quantities of salt could be transported by road. If there were more, the cost would increase too much. 2 casseroles were brought up with chili oil on top. Try it. I'm sure you'll be surprised. Li Yi gestured to the two of them to take a bite. Yang Huanjin first picked up a bean and put it in his mouth. His eyes widened. He ate the bean and picked up a small spoon to scoop half of the soup. He blew it into his mouth and showed a comfortable expression. Sure enough, spicy food is innate in Shu Di. The other spicy food you've eaten before isn't as good as this, right? Li Yi was happy. Huang Xianrong did the same. He found that the spiciness of this casserole was special and satisfying. Bai Gu looked at his casserole. There was no chili oil in it. He shook his head. It's not good to eat too much spicy food. Chapter 733. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong stared at the soup and did not eat the dishes at all. Li Dongzhu, give us more soup. Yang Huanjin did not stand on ceremony. He finished the soup and asked for more soup. Okay, Huang Xianrong said as he swallowed a mouthful of soup. Can the two of you still eat anything else? Li Yi expressed his admiration. The palace maid Cui Lu had already stood up and returned with a tray. A ladle was placed on top of the tray. It was filled with chili oil. Li Dongzhu, this is better than Sichuan pepper, dogwood, ginger and mustard. Huang Xianrong, who had eaten chili for the first time, gave it a high evaluation. There are a few varieties of Sichuan pepper in it. The mustard zhuangzi that you sent was also made into pickled vegetables. Li Yi mentioned that he wanted to keep it a secret. He did not want to tell the people of Shu that he made the pickled vegetables. Now that he had decided to announce it, the people of Shu could do it if they wanted. He did not want to earn money from this secret recipe. Yang Huanjin thought of another situation. Li Dongzhu, what is it called? Is it for sale? Chili for sale. 1 tael for 1 bushel, 15 bushels for 1 caddy. I will give you 20 caddies for a discount of 1 bushel. Li Yi had already thought of the price. 1 tael for 40 grams, he would sell it for 1,000 yuan. Bai Gu frowned. Cheap. Your tea eggs were sold for 500 yuan each. Food was also expensive at that time, 300 yuan per bushel. Later on, the food prices were low, so I stopped selling. I even announced the recipe for soy sauce. Li Yi emphasized the change in prices, not because he was unscrupulous. At least 2 bushels for 1 tael. Xiaoyi, listen to me. Bai Gu raised the price. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were speechless. They looked at each other and realized that the officials of the Ministry of Revenue were all learning from the Minister of Finance. Old Bai, are you waiting to collect 80% tax from me? Li Yi turned to look at Bai Gu. Luxury goods are 80% tax. Bai Gu looked serious. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong looked at each other again. God, 80% tax? The Ministry of Revenue was charging him 1/10 of the taxes, which didn't seem like much. What was the relationship between Li Dongzhu and the Prime Minister? One of them called the other Old Bai, while the other called the other Xiaoyi. They ate together. For the sake of Li Yi, the Prime Minister was easy to talk to. Why did the old man want to collect 80% of the young man's tax in the blink of an eye? You fine 80%. I want a tax refund. I want to check the cost of the property. The money and things donated must be deducted. When Li Yi made a request, he couldn't directly say that he wanted to collect 80% tax from the chili powder. Chili noodles are one of Zhuangzi's products. My Zhuangzi's production costs are high, but other places are losing money. What cost? Bai Gu seemed a little nervous. Old Bai, look. The research and development costs of the blowtorch, the assembling costs of the hot air balloon, the research and development costs of the new smelting furnace, the manufacturing costs, the labor costs of the farmers, the cost of buying land, the cost of the free soup. Li Yi blabbered on and on about all kinds of costs. When people heard it, Zhuangzi was losing money. The profits from selling other things were not enough to cover the whole. The more things Zhuangzi sold, the more losses they suffered. They were about to collapse. How can it be calculated like this? Bai Gu asked. This was the first time he encountered the problem of cost accounting. Why not? My Zhuangzi has military research and development and production. The imperial court didn't give me a single cent. Look, I'll calculate for you. Don't calculate. This old man doesn't want to listen. If I listen, I'll lose your money. Bai Gu stopped him. Yang Huanjin and Xiaoyi didn't even bother to drink the soup. They were stunned. At the same time, they wondered if they could use the same method to avoid taxes. There was no need to this time. They had already agreed to a refund. But what about in the future? It sold for 1 liter. This year we planted a lot of chili in the greenhouse. It's difficult to expect the capital to digest it. It's a luxury accessory, but it's too expensive. Merchants in other places are worried that they can't sell it, so they don't buy it. I want to save some money. Don't 80%, 50%. If it's not enough, I won't sell it. I'll think of other ways to make money. Li Yi determined the price after analyzing the market saturation and the high-end consumption level of other places. Okay, 50% it is. Bai Gu thought about it and agreed. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were at a loss. So they could bargain when collecting taxes? Li Dongzhu, do you still have this soup? Huang Xianrong thought of something and asked while pointing at the chili oil in the casserole. Yes, but you two drink more. I'll ask someone to send some chili oil to my brothers. There's no need for soup. Li Yi was about to say that the two of them were full from the soup when he suddenly realized that there were more than 2 people on the other side. They're in an E-lane next to the East Market. If they can eat chili at night, it's probably a dream. Yang Huanjin told him the address. And E-lane was under the East Market. There was a temple inside and no other government offices. A small amount of goods would be placed in an E-lane. If there were more goods, they would rent warehouses at the docks outside the city. The Salt Gang had a lot of goods and a lot of people. Okay, send it over. Tomorrow let the brothers live in the building in front. When they reach Chong, they'll be home. There's no need to spend money on accommodation. As soon as Li Yi finished speaking, Qing Song ran out. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong found that the palace maids and eunuchs were too clever. Brother Yang, Brother Huang, make a list and advertise it in the newspaper, Li Yi said. The transportation fee in Shu County was paid by the Salt Gang. Not to mention the cost. Just by looking at the speed, one could tell how much effort the Salt Gang had put in. Thank you, Li Dongzhu. The two of them thanked him together. They knew about the advertisements, but they were too embarrassed to ask Zhuangzi to do it. It felt like asking Zhuangzi to do it for free. Are there more salt wells over there? Baigu remembered that the emperor and Li Yi had cooperated to drill wells. Replying to the prime minister, Yang Huanjin replied, yes, there are many new brine wells and gas wells. We'll also look for gas wells to help boil salt. Huang Xianrong lowered his voice. I heard that behind those good places are. As he spoke, he pointed upwards. Li Yi nodded, yes, it's the emperor's. I still have half of the shares. Have you learned how to drill wells? Ah! The two of them exclaimed in unison. The emperor's business. Li Dongzhu had half of the shares? This was not a question of how much shares he had, the question was how to get a share. After recovering from his shock, Yang Huanjin sighed, AI. Although we've drilled, it takes a lot of time and money to drill a well. I'm afraid that we won't be able to produce any more brine. Li Yi nodded. Yes, a well can make a family, but a well can also ruin a wealthy businessman. It's just that he had no choice. If you don't have enough capital, it's best not to gamble. You still have to drill. You have a lot of money. If you drill a few wells at the same time, the chances of success will be higher. Li Yi knew that the other party had money, so he persuaded them. Li Dongzhu were drilling. We've already drilled a brine well, Yang Huanjin said happily. They just had to drill 6 wells at the same time. If one well produced brine, they would earn back the money for the other 5 wells. If they continued to drill for the wells that had not produced any brine, they would not have to worry about it anymore if a gas well appeared. The emperor's wells have to be paid to the local government. You use the technology, so you have to take the money, Baigu suddenly interrupted. Chapter 734. After the meal, Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong were arranged to stay in a small courtyard. Baigu had his own courtyard, so he didn't go back today. He went home. It was farther from home to Xingqing Palace than from Zhuangzi to Xingqing Palace tomorrow morning. He lived in Huaizhen Lane, which was about 16 miles away from Xingqing Palace. It was about 8 miles from Li family Zhuangzi to Xingqing Palace, including the bridge and the oblique road. Baigu wanted to move to Li family Zhuangzi if he didn't know His Majesty didn't allow it. Besides, he didn't want to trouble his family to make breakfast for him. He needed to get up early and eat outside. Or he would eat in the car if he met someone who was carrying a load or pushing a cart. How could the food sold outside compare with the food in Li family Zhuangzi's canteen? Baigu came with the memorials and read them in the study. He sorted out what he needed to show to Li Longji and wrote down his own opinions. He didn't finish his work until it was almost midnight. He cleaned up and went to the bathroom. There was a pipe in the courtyard that connected to the bathtub on Zhuangzi. Then there was a shower. There was no bathtub. He was afraid that he couldn't save someone in the bathtub. He adjusted the hot and cold water, washed himself, wiped himself with a bath towel, went back to the bedroom, changed into pajamas and lay on the bed. What a fairy-like life. Baigu murmured and fell asleep. On October 6th it snowed lightly again, but the wind was not strong. The Salt Gang members moved their luggage out of an E-lane and into the residential building. There was a flue and a honeycomb coal stove in the residential building. There was no place to cook, toilet, or bathroom. After the stove was lit and the flue was connected, the temperature in the room could be maintained at 16 or 17 degrees Celsius. For people from Shu County, this temperature was good. It was warmer than in Izhou. Winter in Izhou was not very cold. The temperature in the room was higher than outside. It was usually 6 or 7 degrees Celsius to 10 degrees Celsius. It was relatively humid. There was no charcoal brazier. Everyone lived in this temperature all year round. Chang'an was actually the same as other places in the Tang dynasty. The common people could survive, while the rich people had copper hand stoves and charcoal braziers. When the members of the Salt clan lived in an E-lane, they had heated Kong beds and the temperature was high. But they had to spend money to buy coal. She moved to the building in front of the Li family Zhuangzi. It was free of charge, including food. Most importantly, give me a bowl, I'll have some. Don't fight with me, hiss ha. Spicy awesome. Feels good to sweat all over. After moving over, they ate in the settlement. There were many shops in the settlement, as well as a large canteen. They ate steamed buns and drank cucumber and egg soup. There was little salt in the steamed buns, so they dipped them in soy sauce, vinegar, and chili oil. Now they were fighting for the bowls of chili oil, putting it in the dishes and also in the soup. It was clearly a light cucumber and egg soup with a layer of chili oil. They had already finished their meal when the food was delivered to them last night. He only tasted it, but today he didn't hold back. As he shouted that it was spicy, he ate with all his might, sweating profusely. She poured the cucumber soup into the empty bowl and drank it clean. This was what they liked the most. In fact, they were not the only ones who liked it. The people in the north liked it and some people in the south liked it. As for the people in Dongting Lake, needless to say, they liked it. Yang Huanjin and Huang Xianrong ate with their brothers. The taxes we paid will be refunded. Brothers, don't worry. Yang Huanjin was the leader of the Salt clan. He said loudly to the other leaders of the Salt clan, "Boss Yang, what do you mean? Refund it? Did Li Dongzhu help us?" A salt merchant asked curiously. "You can't imagine who Li Dongzhu is eating with. It's Minister Bai, the minister in charge of the Ministry of Revenue." Yang Huanjin looked around and gave the answer. Oh, everyone was surprised. Huang Xianrong said, "Brothers, we helped the soldiers of the Tang dynasty deliver things. Bai Zaifu said that it was a great merit, so we can't take the taxes from the Salt clan of Shu." Oh. Everyone was excited. The imperial court was still thinking about them. It was worth it to put in so much effort. "I've already given the list of goods to Li Dongzhu. There will be an advertisement in the newspaper tomorrow. Brothers, when you live in Chang'an, you will have chili oil every day." Yang Huanjin said 2 more pieces of good news. Oh, everyone was happy. Chili oil? What a good day. After 3 OS, someone came from outside. "Is the salt merchant of Shu here?" The person who walked in front of the group asked with a smile. "Yes, you are, from the Chang'e Alliance? And the Chang'e Alliance and the Rongyi Alliance?" A salt merchant asked. Just as he was about to ask about the other party's identity, he recognized the other party from his clothes. He was from the Yi Alliance. The 3 Yi Alliances in Chang'an were all here. "Yes, I'm here to take your measurements so that we can make thin cotton-padded clothes. At the same time, I'll compare the sizes and give you military coats." The people from the Chang'e Alliance nodded with a smile and said the purpose of their visit. "We didn't order any clothes." The salt merchant was puzzled. "Our Yi Alliance only knows about your identities. You are helping to transport military supplies in Shu, so we can live a stable life in Chang'an. We will discuss with the imperial court and buy cotton cloth, and military coats. We will give you a set." The people from the Chang'e Alliance explained that it was because they had helped the army before. The people from the Salt clan were embarrassed. They had helped them once because of Li Dongzhu. Why did everyone come to give them benefits? "Don't eat first. Come and let us take your measurements. We will take this favor from the Salt clan. When the war starts again, we will send the supplies to the soldiers at the front line." Yang Huanjin yelled. "Okay." The others agreed. "Brother E, you are playing the 1,000 gold market. In the future, if the merchants from other places encounter the same situation, they will naturally help." Li Chengqi and the Yi Alliance came. He followed them. "Shouldn't we get benefits for contributing to the Tang dynasty?" Li Yi did not deny. But in this way, the people from the Salt clan might bring weapons to escort the provisions and fight with the enemy. Li Chengqi was worried about this. The Salt clan of Shu was righteous. They would fight if they got benefits. Li Yi nodded. "That's about right. If they need me to fight, I will fight too." "Will the soldiers at the front line not fight? If the Salt clan fights, they will get more benefits." "Big brother, do you think that the Salt clan only knows how to cook salt and not kill people?" Li Chengqi smiled. Yes, everyone was fighting with their lives. Moreover, the Salt clan was very good at fighting. Bai Gu did well. He took the initiative to waive the tax. Li Chengqi praised Bai Gu. Bai Gu was a money grubber. It was not easy for him to take the initiative to ask for a tax refund. How can old Bai not understand this? Shu has always been providing provisions. If the Salt clan is disappointed today, who will be willing to help tomorrow? Li Yi said with a smile. He actually knew that old Bai was trying to support him. When he sent a letter, the Salt clan tried their best to help. The Salt clan went to Chong and asked for help. How much face he had depended on the result. The result was good. He directly exempted the tax and returned the goods. Therefore he had to repay this favor. He had to repay it with old Bai. This old man, thinking of this, Li Yi laughed. Li Chengqi seemed to have thought of something and asked, "What good things do you have to pay the tax?" "There are several. I don't know which one he will be satisfied with." Li Yi shook his head. Chapter 735. Hello. 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 A pair of red-breasted parrots were moved to a separate room. The cage was moved in. It was a big cage with a nest inside. A 5-year-old girl on Zhuangzi was holding a box in one hand and mixed feed in the other. She put the mixed feed into the food trough next to the cage. She said, "Hello," every time she put a little bit of food in the trough. The 2 red-breasted parrots hid behind the pole and looked at her. But they were not hungry. The little girl put a few grains of millet in the trough and stood there and continued to say hello. The male parrot was probably too hungry, or maybe he had something to do first, so he went over and ate a grain of millet from the trough. Then he ate another one and another one, no more. The little girl put a total of 5 grains of millet in the trough. The male parrot touched its beak in the trough again, tilted its head and looked with one eye. It was sure that there were no more grains. It raised its head and turned its head slightly to look at the box in the little girl's hand. The female parrot jumped over and looked at the trough first. Then she went in and looked at the little girl and the box with the male parrot. The little girl pinched 2 grains of millet and put them in the trough. When she put the millet, the 2 big parrots moved their heads back. When she finished, the parrots were not in a hurry to eat, but continued to look at her. "Hello, hello." The little girl stood still and still repeated her words. The male parrot waited for a while and put his beak into the trough again. As soon as he ate one, the other one was snatched by the female parrot. The 2 parrots looked around and found that there were no more grains. They touched each other's heads and leaned against each other. "Hello." The little girl put something in the trough. After a quarter of an hour, the red-breasted parrots did not hide anymore. They ate whatever the little girl put in the trough. The little girl put a pine nut. The male parrot ate it and the female parrot snatched it. The male parrot moved aside and did not stop eating. The male parrot bit the shell and broke the pine nut into 2 pieces. The female parrot quickly ate the fallen one. The little girl was very patient. She fed the parrot slowly and kept saying hello. After another quarter of an hour, the little girl pinched the pine nut with her fingers and the red-breasted parrot would eat it. The other parrots enjoyed the same treatment. The 8 little girls were responsible for feeding and talking to them. Li Yi went into the rooms one by one. All the parrots would eat from the little girl's hands. Li Chengqi looked at it as well. It's much simpler than eagle training. The eagle trainers will also follow suit. Only those who don't have the means to raise an eagle. Those who do have the means to raise it slowly. After a long time, the eagle will naturally become close to you. The most difficult thing is to raise the sparrows caught in the wild. You have to raise them until they can fly in the wild and come back to you with a whistle. Li Yi didn't think that there was anything amazing about the way to cook an eagle. It was a quick method. The eagle needed to be raised slowly and needed to eat meat. It was cooked quickly, and the eagle could help catch wild animals. The rich kids only wanted to experience the thrill of the eagle's submission. Sparrows were different. They had big tempers and their wild nature was hard to change. Only when a sparrow was raised to the point where it could fly back to its nest would it show its ability. Li Yi had never raised one before, but he had fed the parrots raised by his friend. It took Li Yi 2 days to directly receive food from people like now. He fed the parrots sunflower seeds. The little girl was amazing. She fed wild parrots to this extent in half an hour. Li Yi couldn't do it. "You can raise sparrows? Didn't you say that they have big tempers and would rather starve to death than eat?" Li Chengqi felt that he had heard something amazing. Li Yi nodded. "Yes, that's why those who can fly back to their nest are all experts. It's not difficult to let sparrows fall into your hands and eat, but it's difficult to be obedient. Brother Yi, can you make the sparrows not afraid of people?" Li Chengqi suddenly thought of an idea. "Brother, if I make the sparrows not afraid of people, people will scold me." Li Yi shook his head and refused such a bad idea. "How? Tell me." Li Chengqi's foppish character was revealed. Thinking about it, he could do things that others couldn't. Wasn't he amazing? Hey, feed them with food. It's winter now, and it's not easy for the sparrows to find food. You can process a group of wooden boxes into bird nests. Put the boxes around the square and then clean the square. Sprinkle food on the square every day. Tell others not to chase and catch the sparrows. After a long time, the sparrows will not be afraid of people. Li Yi's idea was that simple. Forget it. Li Chengqi also refused. What would others think if they knew that he was sprinkling food to feed the sparrows? Then he thought of a problem. If you let them go in the future, won't you be sprinkling food? Pigeons are different. Pigeons will return to their cages. When people call them, they will return to their nests. Unless the sparrows can reach that level. Li Yi waved his hand. Pigeons and sparrows can't be compared together. What's the difference? Li Chengqi didn't understand for a moment. If the pigeons are obedient, others will know that the pigeons are yours. If you feed the pigeons, it's because you're rich. If others think that the sparrows are not yours, if you feed them food, others will say that you're a wastrel. When you can command a group of sparrows to fly around, others will think of you as an immortal. What Li Yi said was a truth. People's point of view could change when it came to the same thing. Then I won't raise sparrows. Li Chengqi thought for a moment and decided not to be an immortal. Spicy. It's too spicy. Do you have any more? In heavenly earth, some people became immortals because of the spiciness. On the second floor, there was a buffet with water and boats. Each customer was given a small plate of pepper oil and chili oil dipping sauce. The waitress told them in advance that it was spicy. The result was indeed spicy. More importantly, it was numbing. The customers who ate the mixture of pepper oil and chili oil for the first time felt that they were floating. The problem was that the more they ate, the more they wanted to eat. They couldn't stop at all. I'm sorry. Only one serving is free. The waitress looked apologetic. Yes, I'll pay for it. Those who could eat on the second floor had to pay at least 100 renminbi for membership, 100 renminbi per plate. The waitress quoted, 100 renminbi? Is it more expensive than the previous soy sauce? The customer compared and found it outrageous. Yes, the waitress admitted. In heavenly earth, they also spent money to buy chili powder and then made it into chili oil. A handful of chili powder could be made into dozens of plates of chili oil and provided to the customers. The part with chili powder could be sold again. Give me one plate. The customer smacked his lips and accepted the offer. The third floor was the same as the second floor. A small plate of chili powder was given for free. It was 200 renminbi per plate, twice as expensive. Customers were allowed to take it away. The news that there was a particularly spicy chili oil in heavenly earth spread out before the evening arrived. Other restaurants sent people to inquire about it one after another. Under the publicity of some intentional people, everyone knew that the chili powder was sold in Li family Zhuangzi. At the same time, they also knew the price. A handful of chili powder was 15 grams per kilo. In the drunken immortal house of Lantian County, Zhang Sun Exine picked up a cucumber, dipped it in chili sauce and ate it while talking to the 4 assistants about the past. Everybody, do you see it? I found it the year before last. I thought it was a little poisonous, so I put some in the free soup. While speaking, Zhang Sun Exine looked calm as if she were talking about other people's affairs. The 4 assistants showed an expression of understanding and sighed at the same time. Chapter 736. Inspector Zhang Sun. According to this, ordinary people will have diarrhea after eating chili? Luochen thought of an important thing when he was sad for Zhang Sun Exine. The people drank the chili on an empty stomach. Of course, some had diarrhea and some were fine. You ate it with me for so long, and you didn't have any problems. Zhang Sun Exine now understood. The only thing that made him feel better was that he could eat chili sauce for free. He had been eating it for more than a year. Today, the Li family Zhuangzi finally started to sell it, which made him feel emotional. Then he thought of the price. 1 picket, 1 tail. If I make a fortune? Luocheng followed. I don't know how to grow it. If it's not good, I can't make money. If it's good, I can't make money. If it's good, I can't make money. I don't have the luck to keep it a secret and make a lot of money. Zhang Sun Exine shook his head. He thought it through. He was not the Li family Zhuangzi. How could he keep the chili sauce for 1 picket? Not to mention the chili sauce. Any of the Li family Zhuangzi's profitable things would be robbed in his hands. Li was lucky. Bai Gu found that his luck was also good. He invited a group of people to eat at his house, not an earthly paradise. A few days had passed since the Li family Zhuangzi started to sell chili sauce. Today was October 10th. Bai Gu bought 2 lamb legs and tore the meat to dip in the sauce. Together with the sauce, there were cucumber strips, eggplant strips, radish, lettuce, chrysanthemum flower, cabbage, shallot, dandelion, garlic and other vegetables in the greenhouse. This was the typical northeastern pickle vegetables of Li Yi's time. Otherwise, many places didn't eat raw eggplant. The sauce was beef sauce. The Li family Zhuangzi occasionally bought beef. Yesterday he bought it and made a lot of beef chili sauce. It was fermented bean sauce. Where are the spinach and cowpeas? Lu Huaishan looked at the pickled vegetables and didn't find the 2 things he was talking about. It's going to take a lot of effort to blanch them. I've taken out a portion of my family's sauce. Bai Gu emphasized his own sauce. After the Li family Zhuangzi finished making the sauce, Li gave it to the people he was familiar with and gave it to Li Longji for Li Longji to give it to. Of course, those with lower grades could forget about it. They were not qualified. On the other hand, the vegetables in the greenhouse were given to low-grade officials, such as 4th grade and 5th grade officials. As for the 6th grade, what the hell was that? Rank SIXS and rank 7s could look for Songda. Songda would give them face and give them a basket of vegetables. The Li family Zhuangzi was the 2nd steward of the Li family, and he was responsible for finding Sun letters below the 7th rank. It was useless to look for those that had leaked out. Good wine. Yao Chong smelled the wine. It smelled familiar. It was the best-selling wine in Chang'an. This was not a wine that cost 10,000 RMB per bucket. Many poets had drunk the kind that cost 10,000 RMB per bucket. This wine was grape wine, and the bucket was not a bucket that weighed dozens of caddies. Otherwise, how could each person drink 10 caddies of grape wine in a gathering? Why does it smell wrong? Wei Zhigu took a sip. It's mixed with Li family Zhuangzi's white wine. It's all white wine. Everyone can't drink much. It's intoxicating. It's all this kind of wine. We can only drink water. Bai Gu said that it was because of the food. Everyone expressed their understanding. After drinking Li family Zhuangzi's white wine, they felt that other wines were bland. However, Li family Zhuangzi's wine was too strong. Did something good happen to Longzhe? He specifically asked us to drink. Song Jing tried to make himself less serious. It must be because Li family Zhuangzi's chili noodles are selling well. Longzhe is waiting for the tax at the end of the month. Yao Chong thought of the chili noodles. No, I didn't invite him. It was King Song who asked me to. My family has the benefit of Li family Zhuangzi selling pencils. We have money. As for the other things, Xiaoyi originally wanted to give them to the ministers of the various ministries. However, she didn't manage to do so. Huaishan has a bonus issue, so he doesn't lack anything. Others can't. Bai Gu revealed the matter behind the scenes. Li Yi selling chili noodles was nothing to be happy about. The money was there and couldn't run away. Sending weapons and supplies to the front lines to scare Tubo wasn't worth paying attention to either. Now, 3 out of the 6 ministers were still alive, and only one of them had extra income. King Song will make arrangements for the other 3. Ting Shuoyuanji Guangbing Jigu. You all should have an additional income. Bai Gu explained the situation. Ting Shuoyuanji Guangbing and Jigu were Sui Yaochong, Songjing and Wei Jigu. Why should we have an additional income? Songjing wasn't happy. He had been schemed against by Li Yi once and won a membership card for Earthly Paradise. At that time he was still excited and thought that he was lucky. Only when he arrived at the royal court did he realize that everything had been planned. There is extra money to prevent everyone or your family from taking money that you shouldn't take. Bai Gu looked at Yao Chong. Yao Chong pursed his lips and didn't say a word. He didn't accept any bribes, but his son did. How do we get an additional income? Sui wanted money. Invest. Take out your money and invest it. King Song wants to build a warehouse, a lot of warehouses. Once the warehouse is built, other people will store their goods and collect rent. We will share the profits. The idea came from Li Yi, so you all don't have to worry about not earning money. If Li Yi wants you to earn money, you have to earn it. Bai Gu explained the benefits that King Song was offering. He didn't know how to make a lot of money, and he didn't need to know either. I agree. Yao Chong was the first to express his stance. This money was relatively clean. I don't want it. Lu Huaishan waved his hand. His salary was still given to his clan members. His share of the profits was still given to his clan members. Earthly Paradise didn't give him money, only things. You should at least get some. Your clan members aren't going to Pyongkong Square with money. Wei Zhigu persuaded. Persuading Lu Huaishan meant that he agreed. I'll invest. Su Yi, who wanted to earn money, didn't want to miss this opportunity. Other than earning money, he also wanted to blend in. Everyone looked at Songjing and waited for Songjing to speak. Sigh. Songjing nodded his head. He couldn't refuse. Of the 6 ministers, the other 3 would obviously agree. Including the Prime Minister, he was the only one who was aloof. In the future, if anyone in his family took a little benefit from others, he could resign on his own. If you don't want the money, then you'll use other methods to earn money? After the matter was settled, everyone started to eat and drink. The topic couldn't be separated from the imperial court. Occasionally they would mention Li Yi. Li Yi, who was occasionally mentioned, was eating with Li Longji's family. The topic was about the officials investing. All the officials in Chang'an should have shares. Doesn't have to be in the warehouse. Can be in other aspects. When they are officials, the shares are still there. When they are no longer officials, the shares will be bought back and they will be given a sum of money. If the officials take the money and still make mistakes, they can still buy back the shares. The imperial court can punish them severely. Li Yi talked about another way to subsidize the officials. It was different from the imperial court's high salary. Li Longji listened and thought that it made sense. The officials had been given money, but they still embezzled and accepted bribes. This showed that the officials were too bad. When dealing with them, they had to be ruthless. But, Brother Yi, are there so many profitable businesses? Li Longji was worried about this. There were many officials in Chang'an. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Chapter 737. Third brother, you don't have to make money from a business. You just have to pay the officials how much you want to pay. Li Yi said as he took a sip of the wine. Li Longji didn't drink. He was thinking hard about what Yi Tianyi meant. What did he mean by not making money from a business? How much to pay the officials? He had to figure it out himself. Otherwise, he would be too stupid. Li Yi ignored him and ate slowly. There was beef, so he made marinated beef, which went well with the wine. After thinking for a while, Li Longji still couldn't figure it out. Brother Yi, tell me. Li Longji took a sip of wine. Third brother, you are an official. I want you to invest. You tell me how much you want to invest, which business you want to do, and when you want to make money. Li Yi gave a very generous choice. I can tell you how much I want to invest in the business. There is still time. Can you let me make money? Li Longji found that the situation was not right. Yes. Li Yi nodded with a smile. Okay, I will invest 100 coins. I want to raise sheep and make money in 5 days. Li Longji didn't believe it. 100 coins to raise sheep in 5 days. Come, Brother Yi, you are amazing. Help me make money. Third brother, what rank are you? Do you have any real power? How much do you want to earn? It is impossible for a 7th rank official to earn 10 coins. Li Yi asked for the conditions again. The Minister of War wants to earn 100 coins. Li Longji gave 2 conditions. Li Yi shook his head. The Minister of War can't do that. 100 coins is too much. The Minister of War can't afford to invest 100 coins in 5 days. I am the current emperor. Okay, you 3 are the current emperor. You didn't hear it. Li Yi continued. This is delicious. The mushrooms absorb the flavor of the broth. It is chewy. The broth is delicious. You don't know how to eat it. The most delicious is the chili sauce. It is made with beef. Did Dongzhu say something just now? No, you must be hallucinating. Otherwise, why didn't we hear it? Yes. The eunuchs and maids suddenly spoke loudly. Empress Wang wanted to laugh when she heard that. The little fellow said, I didn't hear it. Third brother, that's enough. The status you mentioned is good. 100 coins, raise sheep and earn 100 coins in 5 days. Li Yi was satisfied. Alright, let me see how you can earn it. Li Longji glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs. Alright, let's see how your younger brother earns it for you. Li Yi drank the wine in the cup in one gulp. The surroundings quieted down. Everyone wanted to know what methods could be used to achieve these goals. The emperor will pay 100 coins. I will pay 100 coins to raise sheep and go to the east market to buy lambs. When they arrived at the east market's side, they found a 3-month-old lamb. It was dispirited. No one else wanted to buy it. I could tell at a glance that there was a problem. I bargained and bought it for 180 yuan. Then I killed the lamb and took out the sheep's oats, which were sheep stones. Just like the bezoar, they could be used to replace the bezoar. The people around wanted to buy it, but I failed. Coincidentally, there was a big businessman whose family was sick and needed the bezoar but couldn't buy it. So he bought the sheep oats at a high price of 500 coins. I took the money and went to buy more lambs. I found 2 lambs that were dispirited. Brother E, don't say anymore. I know. Can you find another businessman and the businessman will admit it? And pay taxes when you buy and sell? Li Longji was enlightened. What kind of business was this? It was clearly using money to make a reasonable income, and then dividends would be distributed. Not to mention 100 coins, as long as one was willing, even 1,000 coins would not be a problem. Li Yi poured the wine. He was familiar with this kind of thing. Businessmen who were less capable would bribe officials by buying shares of the company. Under normal circumstances, no one would investigate. If they wanted to investigate, they could still find out. This small businessman was not really small. And the big businessmen with ability would ask officials to buy funds. Those small funds would then use other people's money to compensate the officials. This could not be found out. It was a normal investment income for the officials. Middle-class methods were to ask officials to buy antiques or even jade. Gold had a price, but jade was priceless. When the officials bought the antiques, there would be people who said that the antiques were good and wanted to buy them. Another method was to go to the casinos outside. As long as the money won from gambling was taxed legally, it would be the officials' normal income. But later, the casinos banned the officials from going there, and this method was closed. Brother E, the officials make money like this? It's better not to make money. Li Longji drank a mouthful of wine and said, just buy and sell normally. But the officials with different ranks and real power would be slightly biased in the process of buying and selling. Li Yi shook his head. He was just giving an example. He did not really follow the way he bought the sheep. Chong and in the Tang dynasty was full of opportunities. It was too easy to find a way to make money. This is also good. If the officials make enough money for their family's expenses, there would be no reason for them to interfere. Li Longji talked about the situation of the officials. Some of them did not have much money and were still working as officials in Chong, and they could only live outside the city and occasionally make some money. He really wanted to punish them, but he could not bear to. If the officials were trusted to do business normally, they would have a stable income. There was no need to consider the other party's difficulties. Chapter 738. 5 kilometers south of Chang'an. A group of people were digging the ground with tools. 5 kilometers south of the city, there were many houses on the road leading to the city gate. Just like in the early days of Li Yi's time, there were many bungalows in the capital when there were not so many roads. The people living in these places did not have fields. For them, they were not even comparable to the people in the surrounding villages. There were no buildings in Chang'an. There were no tiles on the square, and the sewage was flowing everywhere. The prosperity of Chang'an seemed to have nothing to do with the people living here. In fact, they would go to the city to work during the day. 5 kilometers was a little far. It seemed that it was not very convenient to get to Chang'an. However, a cement road was also being built, from the place 10 miles away to the roads that connected to the southern city wall. It included the location of the 5 kilometers. The people working were the captives of the southwest barbarians. The left guard of the 16 guards was in charge of guarding them today. Such a big movement soon spread all over Chang'an. The people did not know the situation, so they asked about it. Today was October 11th. Some of the officials of the imperial court asked for leave yesterday, and some of them asked for leave today. Lu Tan was a registrar of the agriculture temple. Normally, there were 2 registrars in the agriculture temple. Because a large number of people were needed to participate in the cultivation of hybrid crops, the number of registrars was increased to 4. Lu Tan's hometown was in a village in Zhengzhou. He was selected to be an official in Chang'an. He was a 7th grade official. For many people this was a good official. They envied Lu Tan's parents. Lu Tan was filial. When he came to Chang'an 2 years ago, he brought his family with him, including his wife, a son, a daughter, and his parents. When he came to Chang'an, he found that life was not easy. With his salary, he could not rent a house in the city. He had to take his family to live in a shack outside the city. Fortunately, his parents and his wife could do some work. In addition, the Li family Zhuangzi kept finding work for them. Their life gradually got better. His 8-year-old son went to school. He could get a reward during the exam every 10 days. His 5-year-old daughter was also learning pinyin. Before the winter came, she helped to gather coal. The family planned to save more money to repair their shabby house. As for living in the city, they did not dare to think about it for the time being. As the standard of living of the people improved, the housing prices also rose. Husband, there's quite a commotion over there. The Li family Zhuangzi's captives are working. I've asked around and they say that the roads here need to be repaired. Feng Shi was helping her husband wash his hair. She said that she was on break, and she really was on break. Men's hair is long, and if there are family members, they usually wash it for them. Lu Tan sat on a stool. In front of him was a small stool. There was a wooden basin on the stool, and he was making soap. Of course, he didn't buy the soap. His wife went to the Li family Zhuangzi to ask Songda for it. When she needed it, she would report her husband's official position, rank 7. Songda would be in charge. There were 6 people in the family, and they received 2 bars of soap per month. In the future, there was no need to be so detailed. She just had to say her name, take a bunch of things including the soap, and leave her fingerprint. At first, some people didn't want to go because they felt embarrassed. Later on, he found out that even the minister was there. What's more, the wing knights were there, and the families of other officials were there too. So why didn't his own family go? There were some officials who thought that they wouldn't be able to get more than a few times. The Li family Zhuangzi became an official of the imperial court? They would be punished. In the end, the entire imperial court didn't seem to know about this. Even the imperial censorate didn't say anything. It was amazing. Lu Tan lowered his head. It was inconvenient for him to speak, so he just nodded. Madame Fong said, "After you finish washing, I will apply some skincare cream on your face." When I went out to ask about the situation, I met the people from the Li family Zhuangzi. They gave you skincare cream? Lu Tan asked. His eyes were closed, and he felt very uncomfortable. How is it for me? You are an official. Of course it's for you. All the officials of the imperial court who live here have it. They happened to see me, and when they gave it to me, they thanked you for your hard work for the country and the people. Madame Fong had a proud look on her face. Although her family could only live in a shack outside the city, her husband was still an official of Chang'an. He was a rank 7 official, and he would at least be a county magistrate. There's also a basket of vegetables. After you finish washing your hair, I will fry some cucumber and eggs. You can drink a bowl of wine. Madame Fong said happily. Her husband was her sky. Many officials in the southern part of the city received things from their families. According to the rank, the amount of things given was also different. The captives from the southwest dug up the layer of soil that was not frozen solid and thick. They filled it with crushed stones and sand. In theory, after filling it with sand, they had to water it. At the same time, they used an iron drill to push and shake it back and forth to let the water wash the sand down, leaving no gaps. Because it was winter, this step was skipped. They spread soil on top and used stone to press it down. When spring came, they dug up the soil, laid a new foundation, and built a new building. Nearly 12,000 captives went to work. On the first day, they finished digging up the soil and transported the stones and sand. On the second day, the soil was filled and ready to be covered. On the third day, the main board and wooden boards were put together with asbestos to be used as a wall. Asbestos, which was also known as fire cloth, was already available. There were too many of these things in Lantian County, and it was not good for health. Li Yi did not want to use it at first, but it was required to be used in a short period of time. It had to be kept warm and fireproof, so he had to take it out. On the fourth day, they started to build the Kong bed and heat it. This kind of Kong bed was not strong enough, but it could be used for one winter. The next day they put it on top. It was also made of asbestos, but it was thinner, and the top was covered with linoleum paper. On the 16th day of the 10th month, the Kong mats were laid out, and they could move in. At this time, if the Kong mats were lifted up, they would find that the Kong mats were smeared with mud, and there were fine cracks. It needed to be burned again, and then smeared with mud again. However, there was a chimney and a flue. Under normal weather, the Kong bed would not emit smoke. When the weather was bad, the Kong bed would burn and the smoke would be poured out. They needed to go outside and light a fire under the chimney. There was a hole there and the firewood was thrown in. The smoke rose up and the air moved. The smoke from the Kong bed was drawn over. As long as it was drawn, the wind path would be opened. In the past, Li's northeast chimney was like this. There was a hole and it was usually blocked with bricks. Horse carriages and ox carts came running over. When Lu Tan reached home at night, his wife Feng Shi immediately went up to him. Looking around and seeing that there was no one, she opened her arms and hugged Lu Tan's neck. Lu Tan was shocked. What was she doing? After he pretended to be serious and asked his wife to let go, he found a situation. Where were the things at home? Where were the parents and children? At this moment the shack was empty. The honeycomb coal stove was gone. Where is everyone? Where are our belongings? Lu Tan stared at his wife with wide eyes. Husband, we moved. The house 10 li away was built for us. Our house has 3 rooms. I went to take a look at the place. Behind the main house is the kitchen, and there are side rooms on the left and right. There are 2 stoves in the kitchen, and the left and right side rooms are directly connected. The fire path in the east side room is also connected to the main house, and the fire path in the west side room is connected to the small study in front of the main house. Go underground and take a turn to get out. Feng Shi said excitedly. Lu Tan's eyes widened even more. Chapter 739. Lu Tan was holding his wife's arm as they walked on the newly paved gravel road. The sky was getting dark. There were poles on both sides of the road. The people of the 16th Guard lit up diesel lamps and hung them on the poles. There was one every 100 steps. The lamps were not bright, but when they were hung there, they gave people an inexplicable sense of security. In order to prevent them from being stolen, the people of the 16th Guard guarded them. The reason why they used diesel lamps and not kerosene lamps was because kerosene was to be sold. When petroleum was distilled, diesel was the most abundant, followed by gasoline. Gasoline could be used to make weapons, so it had to be kept. Diesel could be used not only in the south of the city, but also in the east and west of the city. This was called a lighting project. Petroleum was obtained for free, kerosene was to be sold, and diesel was to be used for lighting at night. The sky was obviously gloomy and Lu Tan could not see the stars, but he suddenly felt that his surroundings were bright and his breathing was smooth. Husband, our house is here. There is no yard or fence. All of us are officials of the imperial court. There are also foreign officials. When Feng Shi talked about foreign officials, she was proud again. Her husband was a 7th rank official. Although they lived in the same environment, he was far from being a foreign official. The toilets are further away. There are people who clean them. Men and women are separated. Feng Shi continued to explain. There was a diesel lamp every 50 steps so they could barely see the house and the road. As they spoke, the 2 of them arrived at the door. The door suddenly opened, and the 2 children stood at the door. Father is back. Mother is back. When Lu Tan saw his children, he smiled. The tiredness of the Si Nong temple disappeared instantly. Everything was worth it. When he entered, he looked around the 3 rooms and the study. The place to eat was behind the main room in the kitchen. An old man and an old woman sat at the dining table and waited. When Lu Tan entered, the old woman stood up and the old man continued to sit. Little Tan is back. Sit down. The old woman smiled. Mother, sit down. I'll wash my hands. Today smells good. Lu Tan smelled the aroma of food. Feng Shi went to get some water for him to wash his hands. The old man spoke. The palace's Huang men came to deliver food and a handful of money. They said they were here to congratulate you on your move. The old man said where the food came from. Lu Tan immediately cupped his hands in the direction of Xingqing Palace. Thank you, Your Majesty. The old man continued. The little yellow sect left behind His Majesty's verbal instructions, saying, Minister Lu, this is all I can give you right now. If you feel that it's not enough, you can tell me. This is to raise honest people with high salaries. I hope you understand. Lu Tan was stunned. Then, he cupped his hands in the direction of Xingqing Palace and said, I know. If I am dishonest, I will die without regrets. He understood that His Majesty had given him benefits first. If there were still problems, His Majesty would not be soft-hearted. He was the registrar of the Western Agricultural Temple. The Western Agricultural Temple was in charge of grain planting technology. He had also secretly brought seeds home to eat. In the future you can't take it anymore. You can't eat enough at home. I forgive you for taking the seeds. He had already given her what she wanted, and it didn't involve the issue of not having enough to eat, so why would she take it? After washing his hands, the lids on the table were lifted one by one, revealing the dishes underneath. The rice was plain rice while the dishes were braised pork, stewed tofu with oil, scrambled eggs with Chinese tune sprouts, stir-fried pork with garlic, pickled eggplant strips, and stewed chicken with mushrooms. The two children couldn't stop swallowing their saliva. There are still 6 salted goose eggs left. There are enough dishes on the table, but they weren't served. His Majesty sent these dishes from the palace. The old lady's eyes were a little red. Lu Tan looked at the dishes and said, Mother, the palace can't make these dishes. These are dishes from the Li family Zhuangzi. Don't try to fool me. They are from the palace. The old lady emphasized. Yes, Mother is right. These are dishes from the palace's imperial kitchen. Lu Tan readily agreed. He could tell that the mushrooms used in the stewed chicken with mushrooms were sticky mushrooms. How could the palace use such mushrooms? It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi loved to eat this kind of mushroom. It didn't look good, but it tasted good. It was better than hazel mushrooms, pine mushrooms, and monkey's head. I sent you a bamboo tube of wine. It's the wine from the Li family Zhuangzi. He said that it can't be kept. The bamboo tube has just been filled, and the wine will seep out. The old man took a bamboo tube from the side. There was a small hole in the bamboo tube that was blocked by a wooden plug. Lu Tan was once again sure that the dishes were from the Li family Zhuangzi. Otherwise, how could it be the wine from the Li family Zhuangzi? The bamboo tube was half a liter of wine. The father and son drank until they were dizzy. The dishes on the table were all finished. Although the two children were small, they could eat a lot. They stuffed pieces of braised pork into their mouths. After the meal, Lu Tan sat in the study room and thought about something. The old lady and Feng Shi had finished tidying up. Husband, let's rest. Feng Shi came over and said with a red face. Tonight, in a house that was 10 miles away from Chang'an City, many people were drunk. This included the 5th rank officials. The 5th rank officials received more things and money. The next day, before the sun rose, a 4-wheeled carriage arrived at the destination. The coachman shouted, Morning court is starting, get on the carriage. Lu Tan was woken up by the coachman. His head did not hurt, but his waist was sore. He turned and looked at his wife who was also sitting up. What is this? Husband, I don't know. Feng Shi had a lazy look on her face. In the past, when they lived in a shack, the whole family lived in one room. There were many things that were inconvenient. Yesterday, when they moved to a new house, the two children shared a room, and the parents shared a room. Feng Shi got up, put on her clothes and went out. After a while she came back. The imperial court has arranged a carriage for you. In the future, you will take the carriage to the imperial city and back. 15 minutes later, the carriage loaded the officials and headed towards Chang'an City. This was the first time the officials who lived here took the carriage to court. They were curious and did not cooperate well. There is a bamboo basket in the carriage. There is a small quilt covering the basket. There is a lot of salt, so there is no need to dip it in soy sauce. There is also no vinegar. The coachman of Lu Tan's carriage said loudly. There were 5 other people with Lu Tan. Everyone looked at each other and found the basket in the most conspicuous position. They first lifted the quilt and then opened the lid, revealing the buns inside. Eat. One of the officials took a bun and took a bite. The fragrance of the meat bun spread. I don't know if the emperor will pursue what happened in the past. The second official who took a bun was worried. No, from now on. The third official said no, but the worry in his eyes did not dissipate. Lu Tan took a bite of the bun and felt the same. The better the treatment given by the emperor, the more ruthless the punishment. He hoped that the emperor would not pursue what happened in the past and would not do it in the future. The carriages entered the city one after another. Some went directly to the imperial city, and some went to the offices of the square. When they arrived, there were still some people who did not finish the buns. They were too delicious to eat, so they took small bites. Li Longji finished the small super meeting in Xingqing Palace and asked the 3 prime ministers to stay. Is this method good? Li Longji asked the 3 of them about the treatment he gave the officials. Good. Bai Gu was the first to respond. It was indeed good. They did not spend the Ministry of Revenue's money. The emperor paid for the carriages and other things. I asked that the other officials in Chang, and who do not have carriages, be provided with the same carriage. Song Jing did not say anything good. He felt that the officials who lived far away had benefits. The officials who rented houses in Chang and had their own houses should not be left behind. I second that. Sui did not have any personal opinion. He agreed with Song Jing. Chapter 740. On October 20th, in the morning and evening of Chang, and many government cars began to pick up and drop off officials. Officials of the 3rd rank and above had their own cars, and some officials of the 4th rank who held important positions did not take the government cars. Officials of the Marble Chamber, the Censorate, and the Ministry of Justice did not take the same car with others. They were worried that someone would intercede or inquire about information. Their status was high. As for the people of the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty, no one knew when they came out and where they were going. Even some of the people of the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty kept their identities secret. No one knew except for themselves. These people were working for the inspection group. Their identities were kept secret, and they would investigate secretly when they caught something. Those who were reasonable, had high EQ and IQ, understood that they should not do things that should not be done. However, there were always some people who were stupid. Under the high-pressure policy, they enjoyed the benefits and still thought about how to get benefits. It was not clear whether they were really stupid, or they were just wishful thinking, or they were reluctant to give up the benefits. The government runners of Wanyan County and Chang, and also got benefits. They were officials who were not in the government. Some of them lived outside the city and now lived in new houses with heated kong beds and free coal slurry. They were more sensible and cherished the good life now. The people who lived at the bottom of the hierarchy knew the consequences of taking benefits from His Majesty but not doing anything. They took the same bus, but they consciously didn't take the same bus as the other officials and sat with their own people. Old Su, I plan to be on duty tonight. A government runner named Milan had a good night with his good wife last night. When he got on the government car today, he told his colleague Su Hongho that he wanted to work overtime, but he was afraid of patrolling alone. Su Hongho understood. I'll stay with you too? 3 chickens have been lost in the Shengdao mill in 5 days. A chicken is not a small matter for the people. Whoever loses it will feel bad. What I'm more afraid of is that if we lose the chickens now, people will die in the future. The thieves are bold and don't care so much about robberies. Chang'an has lifted the curfew and the city gate is not closed. The people are counting on us. Milan spoke slowly and in a heavy tone. We are not enough. If there is danger and we don't want to die, the main reason is that we can't run fast enough. If there is someone with nimble legs, I'll stay for the night, said a man in his 20s who was sitting next to him with a steamed bun in his hand. Old Su, you're too insidious. I'll stay too. Another young man agreed. What if he didn't agree? 2 people who were older than them took the initiative to work overtime to find the bad guys. What if he found it, got injured or died before he could defeat the other party? Of the 8 people in the carriage, the coachman and the remaining 6 all heard it. Those who could run and fight actually didn't make a sound at the critical moment. Everyone is working overtime. I hope we can catch the culprit tonight. That way we won't have to worry anymore. We probably won't be able to get the stolen chicken back. Work. Capture them and make them work. For example, work for the Li family Zhuangzi. When they earn money, compensate the families who were robbed. That's right. Li family Zhuangzi has something to do. He's taking over Li family Zhuangzi's job. Everyone decided to participate. They wanted to help the people. He could not take the benefits for free. He had to give His Majesty an explanation. At the same time, he also thought of how to compensate the people who were robbed. This was the beginning of reform through labor. After today's court session, Baigu skipped work. He ran to the Li family Zhuangzi. He was thinking about the taxes on luxury goods other than chili noodles. The chili noodles had agreed to a 50% tax. At that time, there were other people who could testify. For example, Songda. Seemed impossible. Songda promised to side with Zhuangzi. For example, the palace maids and eunuchs. Seemed impossible too. They also sided with Zhuangzi. For example, okay, the people of the Shu Salt Gang were of the same mind as Li Yi, but he couldn't go back on what he said face to face. When Baigu arrived, Li Yi was in a daze. He was staring blankly at the big cage. Xiaoyi, hello. A child's voice sounded. Hello, hello. Baigu recalled politely. Hello. Another little girl's voice sounded. Okay, go and play, Baigu replied. Hello. A third different girl's voice sounded. Hello. Ah? Baigu was about to continue to respond, but suddenly he realized something. Shall we parrots? Baigu stared at the parrots and asked Li Yi. They are big red-breasted parrots. One of the little girls on Zhuangzi's bed taught a parrot how to say hello. 2 days later, all the parrots learned how to say hello. Li Yi was surprised. How many days had it been? The big red-breasted parrots had grown up and learned how to speak. When one parrot spoke, the others followed. And what they learned was the voice of the little girl who fed them. The farmers fed the parrots with long bamboo poles. In front of the bamboo poles was a bamboo tube like a wine cup, very shallow. Every time the farmer put a pine nut in, whichever parrot called, it would be handed to that parrot. The parrot ate it and called hello while eating. Baigu listened for a while. It's so easy for a parrot to learn. Easy? Yes, how can it be so fast? Li Yi said, but in his heart he was crazy about those little girls. At that time he had many parrots. How many of them could teach them how to speak? The little girls on Zhuangzi's bed were simply unreasonable. The first girl who could make a parrot talk. With her ability, in another era, her monthly salary would be less than 100,000 yuan. A grown parrot that couldn't speak could be bought by rich people. As long as the little girl took care of it for half a month, the parrot could speak. How much value did she have? Li Yi thought of a girl who could hypnotize all kinds of small animals. She had been on a program. First, she was on a domestic program. Her hypnosis was successful, but the domestic judges didn't approve. Then she went to a foreign program. Her hypnosis was successful. The foreign judges approved and there was a lot of publicity. The domestic program group that didn't approve hurriedly invited her back. She repeated it again. She was approved. This time it exposed how weak the knees and waists of some people in the domestic entertainment circle were. It also proved how unfair and boring that program was, and how bad the level of the judges was and how thick-skinned they were. Li Yi thought that the little girl on Zhuangzi was good. He didn't need the foreign people to approve before he did. Old Bai, I'm going to find a few more kinds of parrots and let the children teach them how to speak. What do you think? Li Yi had a new idea. Yes, teach them more. Have some birds that can talk and then learn a few more words. It's better to be festive. Baigu followed. When he looked at the parrots, he had a desire to own them. If you raise a parrot or a myna that can speak 10 kinds of words, how much can you accept? Li Yi asked Baigu with a smile. Fits me. Yes, shall we raise them and then sell them? I'll help you publicize. When Baigu looked at the parrots again, his eyes were full of large exchange coupons. Chapter 741. Old Bai, are you done with the Ministry of Revenue and the Political Affairs Hall? Li Yi just realized that today was not a rest day. There was still half an hour before noon. What is Baigu doing here? Ah, Baigu also woke up. Now is not the time to raise parrots and sell them for money. There are government officials living 10 miles away in the south of the city. Xiao Yi, do you want to invest? Bai Gu even knows the vocabulary of investment. Investment? Li Yi was puzzled. You invest money and turn the shacks into buildings. The people living in the shacks will move upstairs. You can build more houses in the same place. Bai Gu told Rinpoche his idea. He thought for a long time and asked his men to help him think. Alright, this is the idea that his men thought of, and he will use it. Li Yi laughed. Old Bai, are you talking about the transformation of the shacks? Give me the land in the shacks, and I will be responsible for the transformation. Let the people in the shacks have better houses to live in? Yes, this is what I am talking about. Xiao Yi, you know me well. Bai Gu felt that the transformation of the shacks was a good idea. Then what kind of power or benefits do I have? What obligations or responsibilities do I have to fulfill? Li Yi nodded and asked the businessman about the transformation of the shacks. You build the buildings and let the people live in them. You get more land. That's it. Bai Gu did not think that it was too complicated. Li Yi took the pine nuts from the box beside him and gave some to Bai Gu. Bai Gu threw one into his mouth and ate it. Bai Gu hesitated. My teeth are not good enough. Don't worry. I can help you with the nuts. Who is going to get 2 pine nut pliers? Li Yi joked and Gu Yan ran out. Old Bai, I am telling you this. Luckily you asked me first, or else I will impeach you for selling state-owned assets at a low price. Li Yi changed the topic back to the transformation of the shacks. Why? Bai Gu was not convinced. How expensive are the houses in Chang'an? How close was Chang? And from eating 5 li south of the city. If we build a large area of slums, the usable area will increase. What do you think? Yes. Since that's the case, the merchants paid less and received higher returns. The imperial court suffered a loss. What loss? Bai Gu did a comparison and did not feel that there was anything wrong with it. In the past, the commoners lived in shacks and were given a place to live. The commoners lived in buildings. The imperial court did not have to pay anything, and the commoners benefited. Li Yi shook his head. There's no need to look back. As officials of the imperial court, we should look at the situation from the perspective of development. You don't have a real position, Xiao Yi. You're just an unofficial official. Bai Gu corrected Li Yi's mistake. Li Yi took a deep breath and said, Old Bai, I want this place. Isn't it just giving the people a better house? Not only did I give them a new house, but I also built the sewers and ditches there. While I'm at it, I'll also build a garden and rockery. There's water next to it. The road will be paved with cement. I'll raise fish in the ditches and ponds. I'll plant some apricot trees and cherry trees. I'll also guarantee that the people living in the slums will find jobs and arrange. Xiao Yi, do you think this parrot is sick? Bai Gu interrupted Li Yi's words, and pointed to a lively parrot and said, The transformation of the slums, in addition to what I just said, Xiao Yi, I don't need you to transform it. I need to go back and study it. Bai Gu interrupted Li Yi again and refused. The more Li Yi said, the more scared he was. Why? Why did he give so many benefits? Obviously, the more benefits he gave, the more benefits he would get from the transformation of the slums. What about building open ditches, underground ditches, ponds, fish farming, trees, cement roads, and arranging jobs? How much benefits would there be from the transformation of the slums? It was too scary. Although he couldn't figure it out yet, he could go back and find someone to study it. Li Yi laughed. What, Old Bai, are you scared? Li Yi deliberately made arrangements. It was like saying to someone, I'll give you 50 yuan to sell that pair of slippers you bought from a street stall. The other party would agree. If he told the other party, sell that pair of slippers to me, I'll give you 100 yuan. No, 1,000 yuan. No, a building. If that's not enough, I'll add a supercar. The person who had slippers would definitely not sell them. He would wonder if there was any secret in his slippers. The value was far beyond the price offered by the person who wanted to buy the slippers. Bai Gu was in such a situation and began to doubt. Xiao Yi, tell me. I won't go back and ask someone. Bai Gu had no choice but to ask directly. Old Bai, the real value of that place is its geographical location. Even the Li family Zhuangzi can't compare. That place is close to the city, and you can go to the east and west of the city. How far do the people from the west have to go to the Li family Zhuangzi? If I get that piece of land, I can let many officials invest in it. Li Yi began to explain to Bai Gu how he would operate. He would build a house about 5 miles away, and the people in the slums would move further away. He would build a handmade factory behind the new house. It was a labor-intensive industry. The empty space in front would be like what he said. He would build all kinds of things and the infrastructure would be built. Next, he would set up a business district similar to the east and west of the city. To be precise, it would be bigger than the two cities combined. At the same time, he would set up a fleet of cars to travel around Chang'an. He would bring people there for free shopping, entertainment, and accommodation. There were 108 lanes and he didn't need to travel that much. Cars would come one after another. Even if he didn't buy anything, he could still sit there. In Wanyan County, if he wanted to go to the east of the city, he would have to walk. He could go to the nearest city, but what about the further city? It was the same for the west of the city. If he walked to the east of the city, he would have to walk 4 miles. If he took a car, he would have to walk 14 miles outside of the city. Which one should he choose? Not to mention 4 miles, he wouldn't even have to walk 2 miles. He would have to take a car to go out of the city, and he could even take a car back. If he operated it well, the consumption of the area outside of the city could exceed the total consumption of the two cities. Old Bai, when do you think we should sign the contract? I will be in charge of renovating the slums, and the land will belong to me. After Li Yi finished speaking, he asked Bai Gu again with a smile. Crunch. Bai Gu opened another pine nut. He heard Li Yi say that he started to crack the pine nuts one after another. He didn't know if his teeth hurt, but he was numb. Old Bai, are you okay? Li Yi said as he wanted to check Bai Gu's pulse. I'm fine. Xiaoyi, fortunately I asked you to tell me. Otherwise, I would be a sinner of the Tang dynasty. I will teach them a lesson when I go back. Bai Gu woke up and there was sweat on his forehead. It was probably because of the hot weather. Teach who a lesson? Li Yi asked. Someone who said that we can't rely on no one. It's the Ministry of Revenue. Bai Gu suddenly stopped talking. Oh, Li Yi nodded. It doesn't matter if we rely on them or not. But I will impeach anyone who makes a mistake. After impeaching the officials, I promise to teach the businessmen who get benefits a lesson. The same operation method I just mentioned, if another businessman wants to do it without paying a certain price, I will make him bankrupt. Chapter 742. Xiaoyi, it's good to have you. Bai Gu suddenly said something that gave Li Yi goosebumps. He had already decided to have lunch in Zhuangzi at noon and go back to deal with people in the afternoon. Someone actually suggested bypassing the Li family Zhuangzi and not counting on the Li family Zhuangzi for everything. How could this kind of thing be bypassed? Even if the Ministry of Revenue was bypassed, Her Majesty would still ask. If he asked and got the development idea, he would have to do it himself. If he did not ask and did something wrong, how much responsibility would he have to bear when Her Majesty asked? If another businessman had the same idea, he would promise not to say it out loud. He would even show a troubled expression and reluctantly agree in the end. Xiaoyi was also good. She disdained taking advantage of others. If the Li family Zhuangzi wanted to make money, there were countless ways. She would never take advantage of anything that was not good for the imperial court or the people. Today he came here to make Xiaoyi agree. Could Xiaoyi not say so much? Xiaoyi, I gave you the place. Are you sure you want to do that? Bai Gu took a pair of pliers and clamped the pine nuts. Now he could feel it. His teeth hurt. Li Yi bit the pine nuts himself. Of course. It's a waste not to use good resources. What price are you prepared to pay? Bai Gu was embarrassed when he asked. First, money. How much money do you give to the imperial court? You don't have to give it once. You can give it slowly in the future. Second, employment. How many people's livelihood will be solved, how many jobs will be arranged, and how to set the wages. Third, security, including fire prevention, theft prevention, robbery, and so on. Fourth, investment in education and public works such as infrastructure. Fifth, how to coordinate the East and the West. We can't attack the original business places. Sixth, how to ensure the relationship between the supply and the sale of products, stabilize the market, and maintain the price system. Li Yi spoke slowly and taught Bai Gu a lesson. There was a large piece of land outside Chang'an. It was absolutely impossible to use it without paying a price. It was not a simple transformation of the shantytown. If they wanted to transform the shantytown, there were many places in other states that were waiting to be transformed. What Li Yi said was equivalent to the free use of the land within 5 miles of the south of the capital after the demolition. There was no second ring road or third ring road. It was just the beginning of the capital district. How many crimes would be involved in exchanging a building for a bungalow without any additional conditions? For example, who was the governor of the capital and had tens of billions of savings in the Japanese Empire? Later, make a copy for this old man. Baigu said to the palace maids and eunuchs who were taking turns to write one sentence after another. The palace maids and eunuchs acted as if they were compiling daily records. As soon as Li Yi started talking about business, they would take out small notebooks and lead notes. Since they didn't know how to take shorthand notes, they cooperated well. Each of them spoke one sentence at a time, and they definitely wouldn't make a mistake. When Baigu came over to talk to Li Yi, she had to remember what he said so that she could show it to Her Majesty later. Old Bai, do you understand now? If you want to get that piece of land, you need a lot of capital, as well as a lot of responsibilities and obligations. You can divide it into pieces and bid on it piece by piece. You don't have to ask my Li family Zhuangzi to do it. If there are enough merchants, ask them to participate so that they can set an example for other states in the future. Li Yi did not plan to take it all for himself. He wanted to cultivate merchants. I'll give you a piece of land first. Right now. You have to make it quickly so that others can learn. Baigu's idea was not bad. You want me to do it in the middle of winter? The price I have to pay to build a building in the winter is too high. Li Yi shook his head vigorously. So you can build it? You can. Shaoi, I have high hopes for you. Baigu insisted. Of course he knew how difficult it would be. If ordinary people built a house in the winter, they would be scolded for the rest of their lives for being stupid. Who would say that building a brick house in the winter was possible in the south, but impossible in the north? If it was the Li family Zhuangzi, it would be a different matter. Whether he wanted to or not, it would not be a problem. No, it's too expensive. It's not worth it. Old Bai, I gave you an idea, but you're cheating me. Doesn't your conscience hurt? Li Yi still refused. If you build it in the winter, it will be tax-free for a year. Baigu gritted his teeth and gave him a special offer. Thank you, Old Bai. Shouldn't it be tax-free for 3 years and half for 2 years? Where's the superiority of our Tang dynasty? Li Yi looked at Baigu with a strange expression when he heard that it was tax-free for a year. Baigu raised 2 fingers. 2 years, no more. You're so poor that you're crazy. Li Yi said and laughed. Can you give me an answer? Other people can't build a house in the winter, but you can't? Baigu insisted. Even if it was tax-free for 2 years, his heart would still ache. Li Yi nodded. Okay, I'll choose a place, 1 square to the left and 1 square to the right of the illustrious Virtue Gate, 5 miles south. Li Yi had other plans, so he agreed. In the winter they would lay the foundation, build buildings, repair roads, build canals and build markets. Okay, I'll send someone to write a contract for you. Baigu was satisfied. Let's eat. What do you want to eat? Li Yi looked at the big parrots as he spoke. The big parrots were already full, and they were probably tired of greeting him. Some went back to their wooden nests, and some went into their cages. There were also some that stayed outside on the wooden poles of the big cages and closed their eyes to sleep. Baigu smacked his lips. I've been having trouble eating recently. I want to eat something cold and salty. Li Yi looked at Baigu and pulled him back to his courtyard hospital to draw some blood. Then they had fried noodles for lunch. It was a cold dish with garlic, cucumber, eggplant and spinach. Old Bai, you can eat this. You can add more vinegar. Go back and see the imperial physician. Li Yi ate with him. He wanted to eat hot pot for lunch, but seeing Baigu's expression he cancelled it. Why do I need to see the imperial physician? You can just take a look at me. Baigu stared at him. I'm here, and you're telling me to find another doctor? You have to go back in the afternoon. If you don't go back, I'll take a look at you. Li Yi was helpless. Oh right, I have to go back and pack up. Okay, I'll find the imperial physician first. I'll eat less tonight and come back tomorrow morning without any food or water. Bai Gu was familiar with the process. Some of the examinations required him to not eat or drink. There were also various things to collect, so he had to prepare himself. He added more vinegar to the fried noodles. Bai Gu did not mention eating cold food. The side dishes were cold, but there was more garlic in them, including spinach. After finishing the last mouthful of carrot soup, Bai Gu bid farewell. Sitting in his own car, Bai Gu burped a few times and smacked his lips. I suddenly don't want to eat cold food. What's wrong with Xiaoyi? He knew that once he mentioned what he wanted to eat, Li Yi would consider the situation and specially prepare a meal for him. It was indeed magical. He had always wanted to eat cold food, but when he ate the fried noodles he felt that it was delicious. Now he did not want to eat cold food. There must be something wrong. He was sick. When he returned to his office, Bai Gu did not have time to pack up. He ordered, "Help me get the imperial physician. Tell him that I want to eat cold food. I feel hot." Not long after, the imperial physician and Li Longji arrived. Chapter 743. How is it? The three imperial physicians each took Bai Gu's pulse before they gathered together to discuss. After they were done, Li Longji asked. Bai Gu didn't care. He would look for Li Yi tomorrow morning and have a good checkup. Your Majesty, it's nothing serious. Bai Zaifu has worked hard for the country and hasn't had a good rest. As a result, his spleen and stomach are weak, so he wants to eat something cold. The answers given by the imperial physicians were the same as the three imperial physicians. What medicine should he take? Li Longji asked. Take both the spleen-returning pill and the spleen-strengthening pill. Li Yi and Li Dongzhu gave him these two medical books. Taking both pills can strengthen the spleen and stomach. It can also help Bai Zaifu fall asleep more easily. When the imperial physicians talked about Li Yi and Li Dongzhu, they showed a look of admiration. These two medicines didn't exist before. They were only recorded in the books given by Li Yi. In the past, different medicines were prescribed for the same symptoms. Xiaoyi gave me fried noodles and vinegar. There were also a few side dishes with a lot of garlic. After eating them, I don't want to eat cold food anymore. When Bai Gu heard that he wanted to take two medicines, he quickly told them about Li Yi's method. The three imperial physicians looked at each other. One of them hesitated and said, "This maybe it's the method of nourishing the body?" The other two nodded. They didn't dare to say that Li Yi was wrong. Bai Gu was in a good state now, not to mention that he was the one who wrote the medical books. Won't you be more thirsty after eating garlic and fried noodles? Li Longji was puzzled. I drank a big bowl of shredded radish soup. I don't want to eat cold food anymore. When Bai Gu mentioned the shredded radish soup, he felt a little thirsty. When he was eating, he felt that the soup was very delicious. The three imperial physicians showed a look of realization. Brilliant, really brilliant. Li Dongzhu's medical skills are amazing. I see. I admire him. Using food as medicine. Li Dongzhu is really a divine doctor. The three imperial physicians said one sentence after another and understood. In fact, Li Yi couldn't tell that Bai Gu had a deficiency of yin in his spleen and stomach. Li Yi only knew that he couldn't let Bai Gu eat cold food. Eat hot fried noodles, then use aged vinegar and garlic to stimulate the appetite. Finally, drink shredded radish soup to replenish the water. Eat radishes in winter and ginger in summer. If Li Yi did an examination, he would do a urine and feces test to see the bacterial flora, and then prescribe targeted medicine. If Bai Gu said that his stomach was uncomfortable or painful, Li Yi would probably go for a gastroscopy. If the gastroscopy didn't show anything, then the colonoscopy was used. Of course, Li Yi had also learned some pulse reading skills. I can't fall asleep at night, and I wake up easily. Can I take those two medicines? Bai Gu thought of the medicine that the imperial physician had prescribed. The three imperial physicians nodded at the same time, indicating that there was no problem. I will go to the Li family Zhuangzi again tomorrow morning and ask Xiaoyi. Bai Gu said to Li Longji. Li Longji nodded and didn't object. The minister wasn't feeling well, and he wasn't allowed to see a doctor. The imperial physicians left. There was nothing else for them to do. On the way back, they pondered over Li Yi's method of eating food. The more they thought about it, the more they felt that they had learned something. Today, I went to discuss some matters with Li Yi. Li Yi said to me. Bai Gu began to report the situation to Li Longji. He explained the problems of the shanty town and the methods behind it. As he spoke, he handed the extra transcript to Li Longji. He didn't need to look at it. He had already memorized it. The impression was too deep. It was clearly to give the people a better house, but it actually involved a large amount of money. If it was given to other merchants, the imperial court would suffer a great loss. Fortunately, I asked Li Yi. Bai Gu was still afraid. Li Longji didn't have any surprised expression. Li Yi's method was normal. If another minister came up with the same strategy, Li Longji would look at them differently. What a talent! If that's the case, why don't the imperial court follow this method? Li Longji felt that this matter didn't need Li Yi's help. No, it sounds easy, but there are too many problems. Let Li Yi do an example first, then we can learn. Bai Gu chose to be cautious. Just listening wasn't enough. If he sent someone to do it, he would get into trouble and still have to ask Li Yi. It was better to directly use Li Yi as a test subject. When Li Yi did it, he would copy it in other places. Li Longji nodded helplessly. He couldn't expect everyone to be like his brother Yi. Fine, let the Li family Zhuangzi do it. Li Longji agreed. He asked me to give him 3 years of tax exemption and 2 years of 50% tax reduction. I only gave him 2 years of tax exemption and asked him to start construction in winter. I didn't lose out this time. Bai Gu looked as if he had taken advantage of him. Li Longji. Good, as long as you think it's good. Li Longji said as he stood up. He didn't want to see Bai Gu's smug look. Otherwise, when Bai Gu realized that he had taken advantage of him, it would be awkward. Bai Gu sent Li Longji to the door. When he returned, he asked someone to write the contract between the imperial court and the Li family Zhuangzi. He sent someone to deliver it to the Li family Zhuangzi. When Li Yi received the contract, he was arranging people. The location he chose was the illustrious Virtue Gate. Zhuke Avenue was through the gate. This location was good and convenient. Zhuke Avenue was wide enough. He left a road of the same width outside to build houses on both sides. It was a high-class commercial area. He sent someone to ask about the situation, who lived there, what requirements they had, and whether it was possible to change the place temporarily. In theory, they could forcefully demolish the place. The place where the people lived didn't have a title deed. However, it was not possible in the Tang dynasty. Not to mention Li Yi, if a businessman bought the land and wanted to drive the people away, the county magistrate of Wanyan County and Chang and County would not agree. If they drove the people away in winter, what would they do? Go to Sorrowful Field Square? Let the captives go to the back to build houses. The people can live there first. Build all the houses. Build the other houses together. Li Yi thought for a while and realized that only the people in the 2 squares could live in the new houses. The people living in the shacks and other places were watching. They didn't know the situation and would think that the Li family Zhuangzi didn't care about them. Living in a shack was not as comfortable as living in a house. After a few days, the weather became colder. The shacks were heated and easy to catch fire. Some money problems couldn't be solved from afar. Those who could see in front of them could help. Zhuangzi's people went out to investigate the population, the terrain, and whether they should flatten or fill the holes. The next morning, Bai Gu didn't go to court. He went to Zhuangzi first. After going through all kinds of examinations, he told him the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician. Deficiency in the spleen and stomach? Can't sleep well at night? Old Bai, eat less for dinner and take a hot bath before going to bed. Didn't all the houses build baths? Li Yi felt that he should just take the medicine prescribed by the imperial physician. He would help Bai Gu with other aspects. You can't take a bath. It's cold on the way home. It's too tiring to boil the water in the big wooden bucket at home. Bai Gu also wanted to take a bath every day. For example, in the Li family Zhuangzi. The water in the baths has to be heated all the time. Sometimes there are too few people and it's a waste. Li Yi thought of the baths he had at that time. Many baths didn't allow people to heat their own water, except for those that used electricity. However, no one used electricity because it was expensive. Baths would buy water. The people who sold water were usually heat companies and heat power plants. Heat companies didn't burn coal in winter. The advanced heat companies used electric arcs to generate electricity. The energy conversion rate was high. Since each square had 2 to 3 baths, could they follow the rules? Chapter 744. Selling newspapers. The Bathing Pool Alliance launches a new service, delivering hot water to your home. Selling newspapers, selling hot water at a cheap price. You don't have to boil hot water at home in winter. The day after Baigu took the 2 kinds of medicine from the Li family Zhuangzi, the hot water advertisement for the bathing pool was published in the newspaper. Some of the people bought a copy to read, while others listened to others read the newspaper. Before the bathing pool came out, it was troublesome for many people to take a bath. In winter it was cold in the house. Many people didn't open the fire and only ate outside. There was no bathing service outside, except for Pyongkong Square. If you went to Pyongkong Square to find someone, you could take a bath there. Women couldn't go to Pyongkong Square, so you could only wash your hair. It was normal not to wash your body once in winter. After the bathing pool came out, the people had a place to take a bath in winter. The key was that the price of the bathing pool was affordable. People with less money could take a bath once for 2 yuan. They could soak in a big pool. People with more money could enjoy all kinds of services, such as a bath, a massage, a pedicure, a haircut, and ear cleaning. When the bathing pool first opened, the people who boiled the water were exhausted and had to change the water constantly. After some time, everyone's clothes wouldn't be so dirty anymore. Now, a new service was launched. As long as you prepared a big bucket or even an empty tub, you could find the bathing pool and ask, and the bathing pool would send hot water to your home. The capital office is really changing day by day. The base of the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty was actually in the southwest corner of the imperial city. It was a big organization. When the emperor wanted to hold a ceremony such as praying for rain, etc., it was held here. It was close to the people and the people could watch from outside the city. Now, it was given to the office of the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty. It meant that the people in the world were watching them. All of them had been prime ministers, so they knew what Li Longji meant. Li Longji learned from Li Yi, the people are easy to bully, but the heavens can't bully them. Wealth is meritorious service, and the military is the country's capital. My title will be rewarded at the right time. Your salary will be paid, and the people will be nourished. At the very least, the officials of the capital office would receive additional rewards. At the same time, those who didn't have houses to live in were also moved into new houses. At this moment, Lu Yochio stood on the city wall and watched as a wooden bucket cart carrying hot water set off from a nearby workshop and soon arrived at a house. Compared to the past, it was only then that he felt so emotional. Yao Chong, Lu Huaishan, Li Riji, and one other person. She was not the prime minister, but a former minister, Yin Xijin. He resigned when Li Longji was the emperor. After the inspection team finished dealing with the matters in Huazhou, Li Longji remembered him and rehired him into the regiment. He was 77 years old this year and should have died, but he still looked very healthy. It was probably because he had joined the group and had something to do. He felt that he could still live. Some people had lived to the age of 90. For example, Wang Yozhen, who had passed away 2 months ago at the age of 99, was not very sad at her last moments. During the funeral, everyone was chatting and laughing. It was 99, what was there to be sad about? Everyone was watching and feeling the changes in Chang, and little by little, the Li family Zhuangzi has started digging again. This time the people know what is going on. The people within 5 miles of the southern part of the city will be able to live in the new houses if they wait a little longer. Lu Huaishan explained the actions of the Li family Zhuangzi. They signed the contract, checked the situation, and started construction immediately. At this rate, all the people in the slums would be living in the slums before November. They had more people than the officials and built more houses. Naturally, it would take more time. Why don't we go take a look? Take my car. Yao Chong's car was big. He had resigned as the prime minister, but his place of residence was not taken back. The 5 of them left the imperial city, got into the car, and headed south along Vermilion Bird Avenue. I remember there were about 100 houses in the west of the city. Lu Yochio pointed to the west. There were also houses in the north of the Forbidden Garden. The winged knights needed to train, so the people moved to the south of the city. There were no houses in the east of the city. Some people went to the west of the city to build sheds for convenience during the shaking of briquettes. The rest of the people had all run to the migrant worker area of the Li family's farmstead. Li Yi built more than 100 houses and moved them to the west of the city. Yao Chong was not worried about the west of the city. There were not many people. Li Yi's Zhuangzi had to do it at least once. Li Yi would consider it even if others did not mention it. The car drove out of the illustrious Virtue Gate and continued south. They arrived at the construction site after a while. The captives worked hard at digging. There was a big pot every few meters. In the pot there were stewed vegetables, big white meat slices, pickled vegetables, blood sausage, and big bones. When the wind blew, the aroma spread. The captives worked harder when they smelled the aroma. They were treated well. There were no longer chicken racks and there were no more staple foods. The scallion pancakes were baked one by one. When one was done, it was placed in a bamboo basin, covered with a lid and covered with a quilt. Not to mention the captives, even the commoners who came to watch the show and were waiting to move were drooling. Everyone, let's help. This is a house we're building for ourselves. Some commoners were anxious. They hoped that the houses would be built quickly so that they could move in the next day. When the others heard this, they were also anxious, but they did not have the tools. Everyone, go home and do your own work. Making money is the most important thing. Don't watch. The Li family Zhuangzi's supervisor saw that the commoners wanted to help and quickly stopped them. The captives had a tacit understanding. If outsiders joined, it would delay the progress. These people lived in shacks, but they still worked for the Li family Zhuangzi. They were paid for their work, so they just watched the show for a while. Let's go, let's go. Don't make trouble. An older person shouted. The others left, looking back every 3 steps. A few days ago they saw the new houses built 10 miles behind them. Then the officials moved in. They were envious. They heard that the emperor gave the officials benefits because he wanted them to be honest. They could not be jealous. They did not expect that after a few days, it would be their turn to live in a new house. It was also said that the emperor could not bear to see the commoners living in shacks, so he asked the Li family Zhuangzi to work. The captives that Li Yi bought are really useful. He did not spend money in vain. Li Riji watched the captives work through the window. Except for his willingness to donate, he has never done a business that loses money. The captives do not have family members. They are full of strength. As long as they eat and drink, they can work quickly. Yao Chong smelled the fragrance of the stew and was a little hungry. He was also amazed by Li Yi's means. Whether it was business management or even captives, he was willing to work hard. There were nearly 30,000 surrendered households in Huazhou. Before winter, the mountains to be farmed were cleared. The trees and shrubs that were cleared were firewood for the surrendered households in winter. In addition to learning to understand and speak the Tang dynasty's language, the surrendered households also learned weaving and breeding techniques. The breeding techniques were taught in the past, but they did not really raise them. The weaving techniques were given to them and they were slowly weaving. Lu Huaishan smiled. Li Yi has done too many things for the Tang dynasty. What will happen in the future? Chapter 745. On October 25th, it began to snow heavily. The houses in the south of Chang and could be moved in today. The people living in shacks didn't care if it was snowing or not. They moved. Looking at the situation, they would die in their new houses even if they were to be stabbed. They can't even wait a day. Li Yi came to see the moving in person. Li Longji was in Li Yi's ambulance. He wanted to see the last place where the people were settled in. When the people in the south and west of the city moved into their new houses, there wouldn't be a single person in the entire capital who couldn't live in a house. The houses of the people in the 20 counties were all refurbished. The Ministry of Revenue paid for new houses in the villages with poor economic conditions. Li Longji knew that outside the capital, there were still people who didn't have a good life. But he wasn't afraid. He had been working hard. One day, he could let the people of the entire Tang dynasty live a comfortable life. With the help of the 16 guards, there won't be any delays. Li Longji had a smile on his face. He wasn't smiling because the 16 guards were helping the people, but because he had more control over the army. 2 years ago, if he wanted the 16 guards to sweep the snow, the soldiers of the 16 guards would resist, and the ministers would persuade them with all kinds of reasons. Many times, right or wrong wasn't important. What was important was the struggle and compromise. Now, he could do whatever he wanted. The 16 guards could do anything and were very active. There was no other way. There was a 30,000-strong winged knights next to him. If any guard didn't listen to him, they would probably be dismissed. Outside, each of the 16 guards sent out some people to do the work. It wasn't hard to be sent out. Everyone fought to be sent out. In the end, it had to be decided by drawing lots. The reason for this was because of Li Yi's idea. When the 16 guards worked, each of them had a file. On it was written who participated in what in a certain year, month, day, and situation. For example, right now, it was about who participated in sweeping the snow and helping the people move. This was called public welfare. In the future, when they were going to be evaluated for a title, no, they were going to be tested and prepared to be promoted, everything was the basis for consideration. Who was promoted needed to be announced and told everyone why the person was promoted. Whoever wanted to get in through the back door would be opposed when it was announced. He was not there when they were sweeping the snow. He was not there when they were moving. He was not there when they were patrolling the Li family Zhuangzi. What right did he have? The superiors also had to remember who performed well when they were working, and then everyone would look at them. There's someone slacking off beside me. I'll take note of his excellent performance. If this doesn't work, I'll report him. In order to be promoted, in order to receive more gifts from His Majesty during the New Year. Wrong again. It was for their mother's smile, for the harvest of the earth. The people of the 16 guards exploded with absolute passion. Old men and old women who had trouble walking were directly carried by the 16th guard. The furniture was in a mess, tied together, and the two of them walked quickly with poles in their hands. Put me down. You don't have to carry me, an old lady shouted. Auntie, it's okay. I have the strength. His face was full of smiles. I want to take the Li family Zhuangzi's car. Put down my bathtub and don't carry it around. What if it falls? Put it in the car. The old lady became anxious and shouted loudly. Okay, put it down. Auntie, actually it's better to carry it. The person of the right golden guard had no choice but to squat down. He wanted to show off, but how could the Li family Zhuangzi not consider the transportation problem when moving? The Li family Zhuangzi sent a large group of cars. The things were put in the cars, and those who had trouble walking also took the cars. The young man followed them for 5 miles, and they arrived at their destination. It wasn't far. Li Yi's car drove slowly. It was a long distance from the east to the west of the city. Other than Guizi, who was in charge of driving the car, there were no other guards around. We still need to find a coal mine. Now everyone likes to burn coal. Li Longji felt that there was not enough coal in mines. Since the invention of the heated Kong bed and the indigenous method of coking appeared, the people and smelting needed coal. Fortunately, the people used coal to save face. However, without water washing, the quality of the coal was a bit worse, and the coal slurry was big when it was transported. I'll give you a few more locations. Open pit mines. Sometimes they're covered with a layer of soil. They're even used for farming. Li Yi was not worried about coal. There were many open pit mines in Shaanxi, and there were even more in Shaanxi. Li Yi was not prepared to take out coal mines that were less than 500 meters deep. Coal mines that were 500 meters deep and shallower were also deep. Even coal mines that were 100 meters deep were difficult to dig, and they needed to dig a mine. Digging a mine was dangerous, so it was better to dig a little bit from the ground and spiral down irregularly. Everyone was always at the top, so there was less danger. Li Longji was still so calm. But Brother Yi, the Li family Zhuangzi can use whatever you want. Li Longji could not give Li Yi any other benefits, but Li Yi could give Li Yi priority to use the mine for free. The coal slurry in the coal mine was not valuable, so the people had to transport it themselves. The coal needed to be bought, but the Li family Zhuangzi could still use it for free. Third brother, use the firefighting vehicles and dig a well next to the coal mine. Then we can wash the coal manually. Li Yi wanted to improve the quality of the reef and use it to smelt good steel, so he could only wash the coal. Put the coal in a big pot and stir it. Then with a scoop you can distinguish the good coal, the coal slurry, and the rest of the coal slurry. The coal that the Li family Zhuangzi transported back had a lot of coal slurry, so it could not be seen if it was not washed. The Li family Zhuangzi had to wash it himself, but it was not worth it. Other people would waste time washing it, but the villagers would do it and delay things. Do you need manpower? Li Longji did not consider the difficulty of washing the coal. What kind of work would not be tiring? He was thinking about the problem of employment. Washing the coal obviously required manpower. A lot of manpower. It is hot in the summer and cold in the winter. The texture of the palms is full of coal and there are cracks. However, normal places do not need it, only Zhuangzi uses it, so the wages are higher and the benefits are better. It is too wasteful for the villagers to wash the coal. Let other people do it. Zhuangzi will pay for it. If there is a smelting place that needs good coal, I will also pay for it. Li Yi knew that for the common people, coal slurry did not matter. If it could not be burned, then it was not burned. Once it was burned, it could be taken out from the stove. Zhuangzi could not do it because Zhuangzi was smelting steel. Good, recruit people from further away. They will go to the coal mines to wash the coal. Bring their families to wash the coal and send their children to Chang and government school. Li Longji knew where to recruit people. The living standards were low, especially those who did not have land. No matter how hard it was to wash the coal, their livelihood was guaranteed and their children were taken care of. Li Yi nodded. Third brother's idea is good. The capital government can no longer find people to wash the coal. We will get them from outside. In the future, there will be fewer people shaking the coal and making the coal. Brother Yi, you always give us some work to do. Li Longji seemed to be complaining, but in reality he was happy. If there were fewer people working, it meant that there was more work to do. If there was no one in the local area, people from outside would come over. As long as there was a food supply, the number of people living a good life would increase. Brother Yi, if there is a place where everyone earns more money, will the people around it also earn more money? Li Longji began to think about economic issues. Third brother, are you talking about the relationship between economic radiation and regional influence? Li Yi gave a noun. Chapter 746. Hello, I'm Dongzhu. Time to eat. Li Longji asked someone to find someone to wash coal in the governor's office. Li Yi continued to copy medical books. He found that people in the Imperial Medical Department of the Tang Dynasty learned medical books very fast. Last time, when they diagnosed and prescribed medicine for Baigu, they used the medicine in the new medical book. One was the medicine in the Ming Dynasty, and the other was the medicine in the Qing Dynasty. Since they could learn and apply it so accurately, he continued to copy. When he was tired of copying, Li Yi came to see the big red-breasted parrots. He was shocked again. When other parrots said hello, these two parrots said 3 sentences. Okay, learn more. Li Chengqi, who came to deliver frozen seafood, stood next to Li Yi. The seafood from Dengzhou began to freeze because of the cold weather. The big ice cubes required well water. The Navy took the ice cubes to the sea to catch fish. They put them in a cold storage made of ice cubes and sprinkled crushed ice. When the seafood was brought to the shore, the people on the shore prepared a mixture of ice and water. They threw the seafood in and left it outside to freeze. Lumps of seafood were separated by straw curtains and loaded into cars to be transported to Chang'an. The first batch had just arrived. Li Chengqi was not ready to sell, so everyone could have a taste first. Brother, I heard that Wu Zetian raised a parrot that could recite scriptures? Li Yi remembered something and wanted to know the truth. How is that possible? If parrots could recite scriptures, Buddhism would treat parrots as holy objects. Li Chengqi shook his head. I have a good idea to teach parrots. Li Chengqi denied that Wu Zetian's parrots could recite scriptures. He suddenly had an idea. What is it? Li Yi wanted the parrots to say a few more words. Loudspeaker, you're recording loudspeaker. It's hard to teach them sentence by sentence. That little girl is good. Record her voice. Li Chengqi pointed at the pair of parrots that could recite 3 words. Li Yi. He didn't think about it at all. Yes, he had a loudspeaker. I know you want to sell parrots, not these. Later you can catch parrots and myna from other places. Li Chengqi guessed that the price of a talking bird would be heaven-defying. There were no birds in his mansion. In the whole city of Chang'an, there were less than 20 birds that could talk. He couldn't take it by force or trickery. She had a precious bird. Now that he had the opportunity, Brother E would raise a lot of them. The big parrots would lay eggs and hatch in the spring. I want to open a chain of stores and put a pair of parrots or myna in each store. As soon as the guests enter, they will greet them with welcome and hello. Li Yi finally revealed his plan. There were other countries that did this. Li Chengqi fell. Suck. 1. Mouth. Cold. Qi. It was cold outside and there was no heat to breathe in. That's right, that's right. If you open a restaurant and let the parrots out, people will go in and eat. If they hear that, the price of a dish will be doubled. Li Chengqi had to admit that the talking bird was very attractive. In Chang'an, there would be people who would eat in the restaurant just to listen to the parrot talk. Big brother, did you ask the people in Deng province to dig a cellar to store ice? Li Yi talked about other things. It was still early to talk about parrots. There was no hurry now. I said that I will dig a lot of ice cellars. I always want to eat sea crabs. They are big and satisfying. In winter we can catch crabs, but there is no yellow or cream. We can only eat the shells. When we are a few months old and a few years old, the swimming crabs in Bohai Sea are said to be the best. If they are sent over without ice, they will all be smelly. The dried crab meat is far worse. Li Chengqi swallowed his saliva as he spoke. He couldn't go to the seaside to eat crabs. He could only store ice. Big brother, I have thought of something. A reciprocating steam engine sealed with a copper gasket. I will only dare to touch the fuel engine after I build it. Li Yi wanted to eat seafood, the very fresh kind, not frozen to death in ice. It was sent to the place with ice, but the crab was the kind that was alive. There was only one requirement for it: speed. From Shandong to Luoyang, then from Luoyang to Chang'an, the straight line distance was more than 1,000 kilometers. The actual distance was more than 1,400 kilometers. If the steam engine could run 3 stone kilometers in 1 hour, it could definitely reach the place in 50 hours. The crab would not die in 50 hours. Why did they have to go to Shandong? Shandong was next to the sea, and the Jingheng Grand Canal passed through that line. Shandong belonged to the Hunan province of the Tang dynasty, and Hunan province had always been the most important. What is it for? Li Chengqi didn't doubt whether it could be built. He was thinking about the purpose. I will try to make a small one. The propeller boat will be launched tomorrow. Big brother, remember to come and watch. There was a problem with the weight ratio that I made before, so I made a new one. If it works, the Jing Prefecture's water network will not use ships next year. It will be faster. Li Yi frowned. He was very worried about the steam engine. Even if the steam engine was built, what about the railway? How much iron was needed to lay 1,400 kilometers of railway? How much iron was needed to make guns and cannons? There was still a shortage of kitchen knives in the homes of the commoners. Could they build a small one with a small carrying capacity? Could they use wood to cover the railway? Li Chengqi rarely saw Li Yi distressed, so he asked, Brother Yi, is there a problem? It will use too much iron. Wait a few months. I will try to build a children's train in Zhuangzi. It will be steam-powered. You will know when you see it. Li Yi thought of the small train in the park. It was actually electric, but it could be made into steam. The weight of the steam engine head and the weight of the load could be used to see if a small track could work. The next day, Li Chengqi and Li Longji's family all came. When the little guy saw Li Yi, he showed a puzzled look. Obviously, he hadn't seen him for many days and had forgotten about him. Li Yi didn't talk nonsense. He put on life jackets for everyone and went to the river. The boat had been lowered from the pier in Zhuangzi. Empress Wang held her son and the 4 of them sat on the pedals. The rudder was in the middle, controlled by Li Yi. Everyone was familiar with the pedals. Without the wheels on both sides, they were not used to it. Get ready. Start. Li Yi was in charge of temporary command. With his order, the 4 of them pedaled together. The propeller at the rear rotated and the water splashed at the stern. Its initial speed was faster than any other boat. Even a ship was far inferior to a propeller boat. Because there were wheels on the left and right sides of a ship, it had to bear the resistance of the water. The propeller of a propeller boat was underwater. The front of the boat was designed with a sharp point. The shape of the bottom of the boat was also different. There were grooves to separate the water. The 4 of them pedaled quickly. and the speed of the boat gradually increased. The center rudder controlled by Li Yi began to become unstable. It was not that the boat could immediately change direction no matter how the rudder was moved. There was a process. Dragon boat, this is the speed of a dragon boat. Empress Wang felt it. During the dragon boat race, the dragon boat moved forward quickly. The speed of the boat now was about the same as the dragon boat. The dragon boat was narrow and needed many people, and it could not maintain the speed for a long time. Pedaling the boat would obviously allow it to last longer. Good boat, good oars, Li Longji said. Chapter 747. Propeller is a propeller. Li Yi did not take any detours when designing it. He also calculated the propeller bit by bit and provided the data at the same time. When the craftsmen were making the mold, they would dig bit by bit and finally understand the mold. If there was no problem with the transmission, the propeller's rotation would produce a thrust that other propellers could not compare with. My craftsmen in Zhuangzi are the best. What 5-axis linkage? What printing? Do I need to be so precise? Li Yi was excited. This speed could scare the enemy to death in a naval battle. Li Chengqi, and a child could not understand what Li Yi was talking about. Brother, I have thought it through. Let's not build a steam engine train first. We should build a steam engine ship first. Li Yi was inspired and stopped thinking about the tracks. Transportation requires speed, and going against the current requires power. Paddle steamers can provide power and have a large surface area. The power conversion ratio is lower than that of a propeller ship. If a 1,000-ton ship is equipped with a propeller and a steam engine, the journey from the Yellow River to Huku Waterfall can be shortened by dozens of times. The Yangtze River is even better. Trackers need to change their profession. Seafood could be avoided, but when it came to water transportation, any river that could pass through steamships would become an important channel of transportation. Everyone still does not understand what a steam engine train and a steam engine ship is. The only thing they know is that Li Yi can always come up with technology that no one dares to imagine. A ship that does not care about the direction of the wind can sail against the current. Now, there is a faster ship that can go against the current. Brother Yi, build a bigger ship. The merchants will pay the taxes. Li Longji thought of a good idea. The merchants pay the taxes and use the receipt to use the ship. If they don't pay, they can pull the ship slowly. Pulling the ship is not free. They have to pay the trackers. If one ship arrives first and the other ship arrives a few days later, the difference in the price should be enough to cover the tax. Sanlang, can we eat fresh lychees from Sichuan if we use this ship to transport lychees? We can use the Han River and use horses to relay the lychees. Empress Wang has not eaten fresh lychees until now. She thought of the lychees from Sichuan. In history, Yang Guifei ate lychees from Shu, not from Lingnan. The lychees of Lingnan would not make it in time even if they sped up to 800 miles. Lychees from Shu could be delivered by winged cavalry in 2 days. Sister-in-law, eating lychees is easy. I have a way to keep them fresh for 20 to 30 days. Li Yi thought of something important. Previously they had used candles to consume oxygen, but there was carbon dioxide and ethylene. After thinking for a while, Li Yi decided to explain it in a simple way. Brother, look, when the wheel is rotating, half of it will be above the water. When it is above the water, it is like swimming. Can you paddle with your arms above the water? A person paddles under the water all the time, and a person spends half of their time above the water. The time they paddle is different. When the wheel is sinking into the water, it will stabilize the water when the wheel is rotating. As for the propeller, it will be retreating all the time. There is only a small part of the propeller that blocks the water. In other words, the same amount of strength is used to push the propeller, and half of the wheel is idling. Li Yi could only explain it this way. Otherwise, it would be too profound for others to understand. Li Chengqi listened and nodded with a smile. What he meant was, I will think about it when I go back. I really don't understand. Li Yi controlled the rudder and slowly made a big turn. The boat returned to the dock next to the Li family Zhuangzi. The thin layer of ice on the river surface was removed, and everyone got off the boat. The little guy was held by Empress Wang, and his 2 little legs imitated the way the adults kicked just now. Brother Yi, when the river above Huku Waterfall is cleared in spring, we can put such a boat on it to transport troops and baggage. It can be transported directly to Tubo. Li Longji no longer thought about the problem of transporting the fruit preservation boxes. He realized that the propeller boat was fast. Going with the current was easy, but going against the current was difficult. Originally, they were going to use a paddle wheel. Now things have changed. Brothery was bored and actually took out a new thing. The test of the boat track at Huku Waterfall was successful, and the upstream and downstream could be connected. The propeller boat below did not need to follow the track. The two sections were separated, and other boats could be used. When the time comes, they could change the equipment. Chapter 748. Dongzhu, Hu Feng and the others are back. There's a dead bear and a group of live animals. While Li Yi and Li Longji were eating, Songda stood outside the single room and shouted, The little guy who was eating with a spoon tilted his head and looked out through the frosted glass door. Big brother, three sister-in-law Shonger, you guys eat first. I'll go take a look. The big scarlet-chested parrot was caught by Hu Feng and the others. Li got up and greeted everyone. The three adults nodded, and so did the little guy. Yes, I'll go. Li Yi went out and went to the bungalow in front. There was a temporary place to receive guests. When he arrived, a group of dogs each guarded a pot filled with raw meat and bones. The dogs tore at them and ate. After eating 2 bites, they turned their heads and licked the water in the pot. When they saw Li Yi, they glanced at him and ignored him. A dead and frozen big black bear was placed on the ground outside. A group of forest musk deer were tied up and eating the alfalfa on the ground. Next to it were 2 large bamboo cages. In each cage there were 5 red pandas eating watermelon. The watermelon was small, and the red pandas had small mouths, so they ate slowly. Li Yi was stunned. He counted the forest musk deer. There were 15 of them. Alive? Red pandas? Forest musk deer? Li Yi muttered. The door was open from the inside. Hu Feng took a look and saw Li Yi. He walked out and said with a smile, Li Dongzhu, are you eating? I just ate. These are not easy to bring back. Li Yi pointed at the 2 animals. 9-joint wolves are not easy to bring back. Put them in cages and carry them. Forest musk deer are easy to bring back. Tie a rope around their necks. The hunting dogs watch from the side and they will follow you back. While Hu Feng was talking, 7 more people came out of the room. Guan Xiaotan was among them. Dongzhu, brother Hu and the others brought live animals to the drunken immortal residence. I'll arrange a car to send them back. Guan Xiaotan reported. Luckily, the Li family Zhuangzi has a place in Lantian County. Otherwise, we would have to travel for a day, Hu Feng said with a smile. Then he turned around and said, I know Li Dongzhu, you like to keep them alive. I'll give you 10 9-joint wolves. Lin musk deer, give me a price. Kill the living forest musk on the spot and take the sachet. You people who are doctors can handle it better. The meat can also be eaten. Kill him for the musk? Li Yi was still at a loss, and the words he said were also at a loss. Li Dongzhu doesn't know? I'll help you kill it. Hu Feng looked at his disciples, indicating that they could handle it. Kill? Yes, taking the musk now is killing it. I need a place to raise the forest musk deer and at the same time buy live ones. Li Yi smiled as he looked at the lin musk who was eating grass with its head lowered. If they were killed, they could only take the musk once. If they were alive, they could take it for many years. Take 1,000 kennels and give it to Master Hu. Li Yi made a decision and ordered Songda. Li Dongzhu, how could it be worth so much money? 50 kennels is enough. We also have a bear. The bear's gallbladder has been removed. The breast meat is not delicious, but the bear's skin and paws can be sold for money. Hu Feng was shocked when he heard the price. Li Dongzhu was always so generous. Last time he gave 10,000 kennels. Master Hu, I want the bear too. Count it together. 1,000 kennels. Sigh. Li Yi said and sighed. Hu Feng's disciples showed a happy expression. 1,000 kennels. After going out for more than a month, each person could get a lot. Hu Feng shook his head. Li Dongzhu, you can't give so much. 200 kennels, at most 200 kennels. Hu Feng knew that the money Li Yi gave included parrots and 9-joint wolves, but it was still a lot. Parrots could not speak, so they were not worth much. 9-joint wolves had little meat. Only their skin could be used to make things, but it was still not worth much. There were many forest musk deer. Many people directly took the sachet back from the mountain. The only thing that was not easy to hunt was the bear. The complete skin of the bear was valuable. Like this one, the crossbow arrow shot into the eye. Master Hu, in your eyes, 9-joint wolves should eat and drink for their skin and fur. In my eyes, they are more fun than pandas. They can be close to people. As for the forest musk deer, it's okay to tell you. Others kill musk deer for their fragrance, but I can let the forest musk deer live to take out the musk. Oh, I can't do it now. They are going to breed. After breeding, I will take them once. After that, I will take them once a year. Li Yi looked at the red panda eating watermelon and smiled. Pandas are cute, but they can't get close to people. Even though it was a panda that had been raised since it was young, it still didn't know how to control its strength and would hurt people. Red pandas can be raised in Zhuangzi or in the panda park. When people feed them, they will stand there and eat. They are cleaned and disinfected. The tourists also wash their hands. The two sides interact. As for the forest musk deer, they use a spoon to take out the musk. It is like picking ears and picking nose. The other way is to take out the musk. To put it bluntly, it is to have acne on the face. Then use the small tool to prick first, or not prick, directly press around the acne with the back circle. The acne that is about to mature or shallow sprays out, and the deep ones must be pricked. There is no need to prick the musk. With the pressure of the circle, the musk will come out. Equal pressure is the same pressure given by the surroundings. Because the musk is not liquid, if it is liquid, it can be extracted with negative pressure. It is like the small tube used to draw blood now. There is a vacuum inside and it will be sucked. It is absolutely impossible to say that the forest musk deer does not feel uncomfortable when taking out the musk. But it will be uncomfortable for a while and soon it will be fine. Hu Feng looked at the forest musk deer. Can it be taken out alive? Otherwise, Zhuangzi is going to buy a large number of live musk deer and live bears. If Master Hu is willing, I can give you a tranquilizer gun. Li Yi mentioned the things he used before. Hu Feng and the others knew. The Chidan people were shot and fell down in a few breaths. Hu Feng was shocked by the method of extracting the musk without killing it. When he heard about the tranquilizer gun, he guessed and asked, "Can a bear's gall be taken out alive?" Gall is not good, but bile is good. Can still grow after taking it out. It can be replenished by eating good food. Actually, the bile of the giant panda. Before he finished speaking, Li Yi shook his head. No, the giant panda is special. It cannot be taken out alive. The key is that it is expensive. If it dies, how much will the bile be worth? Li Dongzhu's medical skills are heaven-defying. His medical ethics are unparalleled. And he is benevolent and righteous. Hu Feng said solemnly. In his view, if the forest musk deer and bear can be alive, it is already good enough. It is just taking something to feel pain. After the new year, if Master Hu is willing, I can give you winged knights to go into the mountains to find hibernating bears and bring them back to raise. The bear's gall is medicine for people. Li Yi does not have the ability to make a substitute for the bear's gall. He can only use the bear's bile to make a powder and add it to other herbs. Hu Feng's eyes lit up. Good idea. It will take a long time to catch a bear like this. If the bear does not die, it will be very difficult for the hunter to kill it. He knows that killing a bear and catching a bear will not find much. Digging a trap to catch a bear or using many people to use a net, one layer of net after another. If you want to use a bow to kill a bear, your accuracy will not be good. Moreover, a bear's nose is sensitive and can smell the smell of people. If they catch all the bears and let Li Yi raise them, the people who need the bear's gall will have more medicine to treat their illness. Hunters not killing bears is considered to have done a good thing and accumulated merit. Master Hu, do you agree? Li Yi asked. He can't go out of Zhuangzi. A group of people is watching. After the new year, I will lead a team to find bears and bring them back alive. Hu Feng nodded vigorously. Chapter 749. Hu Feng and the others were arranged to take a bath. Li Yi changed his clothes, washed his hands and face, and then returned to the single room in the canteen. He was afraid that if he came into contact with animals, there would be bacteria on him and he would infect the little fellow. He had to treat it as the little fellow was still uncomfortable. As soon as he entered the single room, Li Yi found that everyone had stopped eating. Even the little fellow who was drooling was not allowed to eat. They were waiting for him. Li Yi sat down, picked up a cucumber strip, and cut it into pieces with a spoon. He pushed the chopsticks into the spoon and put it in the little fellow's bowl. The little fellow opened her eyes wide, looked at her spoon, and smacked the cucumber cubes in the bowl, giggling. Wu Feng and the others who helped catch the Khitan soldiers last time came back and killed a black bear with a crossbow arrow through its eyes. I caught 10 nine-joint wolves and 15 forest musk deer alive. I call the nine-joint wolves small pandas. They are very cute. I have a way to take the musk out of the forest musk deer alive. I take it once a year. The forest musk deer is fine. Li Yi explained the situation, mainly emphasizing on taking the musk out of the forest musk alive. The biggest consumption of musk in the Tang dynasty was not medical use, but the incense used to make incense. The poor could not afford to buy musk when they were sick, but the rich could buy it to make incense. The three of them suddenly thought of the pharmacy. Now they did not like to burn incense and preferred to spray perfume in the house. Li Chengqi took a sip of wine. Brother Yi, do you have a way to take the sachet out of the forest musk deer alive? It's not a sachet, it's a spice. When it's just taken out, it doesn't smell good. It needs to be processed later. It's like digging out earwax. Very soon, in a few breaths. In addition, I can also take the bile of the bear alive and make it into powder. I plan to buy live bears to raise. In the future, I think all the medicine related to bear gall should be provided by me. Li Yi meant to ask the imperial court to help spread the news, mainly about the purchase of bear gall medicine. Uncle, does it hurt to take bile from a live bear? Empress Wang suddenly asked. It hurts and it's easy to get infected, so I plan to use herbs instead. I'll raise dozens of bears for tourists to see. Li Yi found that his current hardware condition was not enough to put a drainage tube in the bear. The main difficulty was in preventing infection. He could use this as a gimmick. The patient asked for treatment, not to extract the gallbladder. His substitute at that time was made from the bile of other poultry and pigs, cows and sheep. If it really wasn't useful, why bother to refine it? Herbs could replace bear gall to treat some diseases. Li Yi decided that other than the bear gall, he would use other herbs. Then, every once in a while, the bile would be taken instead of the usual drainage tube. It was like burying a needle. It was very painful to accidentally touch it. Of course, if the hunters were willing to kill, Li Yi wouldn't care. There were too many bears. At that time it was a grade 2 protected animal. That was not the case in the Tang dynasty. Coercion was not allowed. Li Longji and the others understood. It was mainly the forest musk deer. As for the bear, it was for takeout. One couldn't kill a bear just for its gallbladder. If a hunter wanted the bear's skin, he wouldn't care. He would also get the bear's gallbladder. Also, you can try to catch some poisonous snakes and make them into snake venom. I need to use horses or rabbits to make it. I've already used the corresponding equipment for the smallpox vaccine, so I don't need to buy it again. Actually, it can be reduced, but since you have the equipment, why not use it? Li Yi wanted to make snake venom. Usually, he made one type of snake for each type of snake. Sometimes it was not easy to use. When he made the smallpox vaccine, he had the equipment so he could make snake venom serum. The main thing was inactivation. Inactivation was also possible. He just needed to inject a very small amount of snake venom into horses and rabbits. If the snake venom carried germs and viruses, then the horses and rabbits would be infected. After testing and finding that there were germs and viruses, there was no need to inject them. If there were no viruses and germs, then they could be used again. It saved the step of inactivation. It was like the people who had smallpox in the past. They took the powder from the smallpox site and blew it into the nose of normal people. There was no inactivation in the process. If that person had other diseases, it was likely to be contagious. Brother Yi, can you treat smallpox? Li Chengqi didn't think about the snake venom serum at all. I can't treat it. I can only support the treatment. It depends on fate, but it can be prevented. However, there has been no smallpox in the Tang dynasty in recent years. Li Yi had already asked. No one in the Tang dynasty had smallpox at the moment, so he didn't promote the vaccine. He had the virus, so he could make a lot of vaccines at any time. If no one had smallpox, he couldn't immediately release the vaccine for others to use. First, it was inconvenient for transportation. Second, why would others use it? You said that you could prevent smallpox, but there was a certain risk. No one would do it. Only when smallpox appeared in a place, the people in the surrounding places would be willing to be vaccinated. So, if you give the medicine to people in advance, they won't get smallpox? Li Longji guessed. Yes, it will leave a small scar, usually on the arm. Li Yi nodded. What about snake venom? Li Longji asked again. Not snake venom. Snake venom is given to me first. I use snake venom to make medicine. When others are bitten by the same snake, they will be injected with this medicine. Li Yi introduced. The two things were different. One was a serum and the other was a vaccine. Yes. Hearing the adults talking, the little girl interrupted. Yes. Li Yi immediately responded. The little girl showed a happy smile and continued to eat with the spoon. Li Longji and Li Qingqi were absent-minded while eating. The two of them thought of the same thing. Brother Yi could prevent smallpox. If he gave it to people in advance, it would be terrible. Then their own people would use it, and then yes, the two of them thought of the virus war. Li Yi actually also thought about it, but he rejected it. That kind of method couldn't be used outside. Otherwise, it would be one kind of virus today. If someone survived, it would be another kind of virus tomorrow. People would lose themselves. If a person was used to using despicable means to target others, this person would eventually become a devil. If a country was like this, it would be the same. After they finished eating, the little girl was sleepy and was arranged to sleep in the bedroom in the courtyard by the palace maids and eunuchs. Empress Wang didn't care about it. It was safer in Zhuangzi than in her palace. Even after moving to Xingqing Palace, Empress Wang still didn't let down her guard. Brother Yi, can you show us how to take the musk alive? Li Chengqi tried to think of specific things. No, the male forest musk deer now needs to rely on the fragrance to attract the female forest musk deer. If its musk is taken away, it will become a failure. Li Yi knew that the musk was the best at this time. It was also the time when hunters were most willing to hunt forest musk deer. In summer, hunters would only wander around in the nearby areas. They would only go to places far away in winter. With snow, there would be traces of oneself and animals. It was easy to find animals, and one wouldn't get lost. I'll take you to see the red pandas. Red pandas are interesting. They like to play all day long. They are more lively than giant pandas. At the same time, they are willing to be with many of them. Li Yi changed the topic. The red pandas should be arranged to go to places with snow. Chapter 750. The four of them arrived at the bungalow. Hu Feng and the others were not there. They were probably still taking a bath. After staying on the mountain for so long, they were physically and mentally exhausted. They took a hot bath and a steam bath to relax. The Li family Zhuangzi had a massage service, but not a scrubbing service. Scrubbing required them to rub against each other. Massaging depended on whether the nurses had time. If they had time, the women would go to the women's pool and the men would go to the men's pool. The process of massage was a process that the nurses learned. Massage was a special department that existed many years ago. Many years later, Westerners discovered that they could massage. This was invented by me. The Westerners actually admitted that they invented it. It was just that when they first pressed on muscles and joints, they finally understood that the acupuncture points in China were the correct ones. They attacked and suppressed China's medical skills while researching crazily. At first, they said that there were no acupuncture points. Later, they published a paper and found that the acupuncture points in China were the places with the lowest electrical resistance. Was it magical? Was it fun? How could it be like this? Li Yi knew these things. He was unwilling to talk about it in the past because it was meaningless. There were too many people in the country who worshipped foreign things. Now he didn't need to say anything. Where was the West? What were those people doing? He wanted to live happily just like the red pandas. The 10 red pandas were no longer in the cage. The villagers knew that Dongzhu liked to raise animals and gave them more space. Therefore, they temporarily put together a large cage in the square. It was 30 meters long and wide and 10 meters tall. They even put in a frame for the red pandas to climb. After the red pandas were full, they found a place to curl up and sleep. Their big tails covered their bodies like a blanket. They were even more interesting than squirrels. They're sleeping? They're really 9-joint wolves. The color of their tails is circled. Empress Wang looked at the sleeping red pandas and felt regretful. Let's go see the pandas. Li Longji also felt that the sleeping red pandas were boring. Build a large cage next to the panda garden. Arrange the slide and other things according to the panda garden. It will be fine when it snows. Li Yi told the palace maids and eunuchs that they would note it down and find Songda to make arrangements. On the 1st of November, the panda park was completed. After the 10 red pandas moved in, the news that the Li family Zhuangzi was purchasing forest musk deer and bears at a high price also spread throughout the capital government. The price of a live forest musk deer was the same as that of a sheep. The hunters looked at the time and realized that there was still a month before the new year. Of course, the news of the live bear had also spread. But for the time being, no hunter wanted to catch it. It was a bear. On the evening of November 2nd, it began to snow. Li Yi found the printing workshop and made some arrangements. Early the next morning, the newly printed newspaper introduced the red panda. It was also a free tour and free food for the red panda. As soon as the advertisement was released, rich people in Chang and came over with their children. Li Yi was also there. He came over early in the morning to see the little pandas. Red pandas were the most interesting when it was snowing. They also knew that it was not easy to get injured in the snow. When they wake up in the morning, they eat bamboo just like pandas. Biscuits were prepared for the tourists. The red pandas also ate biscuits, and so did the giant pandas. The 10 little pandas finished their meal and couldn't stay idle anymore. Some of the red pandas were rolling in the snow by themselves. Just as they were rolling happily, another one came over. The other one came up and pounced on the one rolling in the snow. The one rolling stopped and stood up with its 2 hind legs. It raised its 2 front paws high and slapped down at the one behind it. The one behind it was playing around. Its foot slipped and it fell down. The red panda that had raised its front paws missed and rolled out by itself. The one that was lucky enough to avoid it before found an opportunity. It quickly stood up, raised its front paws high, and smashed down at the one that missed it. Then it slipped and slapped itself on the snow. The other one didn't seem to want to play anymore. It turned around and ran. This one chased after it. Just as it turned a corner, it was knocked down by a red panda that jumped out from the side. Ha ha ha. The tourists laughed after seeing it. It was too stupid. The most interesting thing was that when the red pandas wanted to fight, they would stand up and slap it. Then they would hug each other and wrestle. The fur of the red pandas was clean. No one washed it for them, so they licked it themselves. When it snowed, they rolled in the snow and the dirt on their fur was cleaned up by the snow. The door of the cage opened and the 10 people who received the free biscuits were put in. They ran to find the red pandas they liked and reached out to hand them the biscuits. The red panda just started to run. As it ran, it seemed that it couldn't outrun them. It stood up and raised its front paws high. When the people handed it the biscuits, the red panda raised its paws to look and smell it. It reached out a hand to take it and stood there to eat. It was a wild one. It had only been here for a few days, but it wasn't afraid of people at all. It's so familiar, just like a koala. Li didn't feed it. He ate the Chinese crepe. Dongzhu, actually it's okay to sell food. The tourists are willing to buy it. Songda smiled and looked at the red panda's happy face. He gave an idea. There are only 10 in total. They will be full after eating for a while. The tourists take so many biscuits. If each of them buys a biscuit, the tourists will feel that it's not fun if the red panda doesn't eat it. Li Yi refused. Feeding animals was the zoo's business. They could collect tickets, but they couldn't let the tourists buy things to feed them. If the tourists found out that the animals didn't eat, they would be unhappy and think that they were cheated. At that time, the zoo would reduce the animals' food. When it was time to eat, they wouldn't give them food. They would wait for the tourists to come and feed them. The animals were malnourished and easy to get sick. If the tourists didn't feed them enough, they would become thin and weak. Many zoos at that time had done such things. When the tourists announced it, they found all kinds of reasons to deny it. The one that did well was the one that raised the Amur tigers in the northeast. One by one, the Amur tigers were eaten into balls just like Garfield. When the tourists announced it, everyone just laughed. Not many scolded the zoo. The zoo also explained that it was winter. and they had to store some fat for the winter. Moreover, their fur was long and looked like balls. After a while they would be fine. Some zoos explained that they didn't abuse them. They gave them food and they would get fat. Some zoos explained that they didn't give much. It was the animals' own business and they would lose weight. Li didn't want to expect the tourists to spend money. He raised the 10 red pandas himself. That way their fur would look smoother. The red pandas didn't know that others were worried about them. They took the biscuits and took small bites with a smile. They were more dexterous than the giant panda. The giant panda gave a biscuit and guaranteed that a lot of crumbs would drop. Then it would slowly search for the biscuit and lick it into its mouth. The red pandas ate the biscuits without dropping any crumbs. They still held the biscuits with one paw. Dongzhu, you should raise more red pandas. Red pandas eat less and are not picky about food. They are easier to raise than giant pandas. Songda also found the advantages of red pandas. They saved money and were willing to eat grass. In addition, red pandas were clean and chose a fixed place to go to the toilet. Giant pandas were more casual. Look at the harvest of the hunters who went up the mountain before the new year. There are fewer red pandas in places where there is not enough food. I found that Hu Feng and the others are always lucky. They can always meet the animals I want. Li Yi said as he got up. He wanted to take a closer look at the red pandas and see if they ate the pancakes. Chapter 751. Li Yi came in front of a red panda. It had just finished a biscuit and wasn't full. It looked around, hoping that someone would come and feed it. When it saw Li Yi, it stared at Li Yi's hand. Li Yi was holding a crepe in his hand. Li Yi took a bite. The red panda tried its best to stand taller and raise its head. Li Yi pinched a bit of the fruit inside and placed it in his palm. He bent down and handed it over. The red panda reached out its claws and picked up a small piece of fried dough stick from Li Yi's palm. It couldn't wait to stuff it into its mouth. In an instant the red panda paused. Its mouth moved again. It opened its mouth, closed its eyes and slowly sat down. Its body swayed slightly. After a while, it took another bite of the fried dough stick in its hand and continued to repeat its previous expression and actions. There was a lot of chili sauce on the fried dough stick. It was beef chili sauce. The red panda was obviously spicy, but it wasn't afraid. Instead, it enjoyed it. Have you eaten spicy food before? Li Yi said to the red panda, who was addicted to eating chili. The red panda ignored him and continued to eat. Looking at its expression, it was hard to tell if it was uncomfortable or enjoying it. A red panda came over from the side. It looked at its companion, sniffed with its nose and reached out to share. This one turned to the side, obviously unwilling to share such a small piece of fried dough stick. Come, you have some too. Do you think pandas eat chili? Li Yi bit off a piece of fried dough stick, spat it out and handed it over. He couldn't use that hand to pinch the fried dough stick again. It touched the red panda's hand just now. The second red panda that came over didn't mind. It grabbed it and ate it. In an instant its eyes widened. Soon its expression became the same as its companion's. Its expression was so complicated. Li Yi took a bite of the crepe and said in a muffled voice, "Does it feel good? Haven't you eaten garlic in the wild? That thing is also quite spicy." As he spoke, he turned to leave. The first one had just finished eating and caught up. It stood up and grabbed Li Yi's pants, looking up. "Are you addicted to eating it? Be careful not to get heaty." This time, Li Yi bit off the remaining part of the youtiao and put it in his hand. The red panda grabbed onto it and staggered with its two hind legs to find a spot. It lay down on a stick and went to the platform above. It leaned its body against the stick and started eating. The tourists' eyes lit up as they watched. They were mesmerized by the red panda's cuteness. Red pandas are better than giant pandas. Who said so? Pandas can do somersaults in their sleep. They're so cute. Red pandas also have colors around their eyes and furry tails. Red pandas are not round enough. Giant pandas are round enough. Little panda, eat more. If you get fat, you'll become round. Stop arguing. I like red pandas. Pandas can't be touched. They're bears and will hurt people. Red pandas can be touched. They even know how to stand up when they're given something. The tourists discussed among themselves, each with their own opinions. Pandas are interesting, but you can't get close to them. Red pandas don't hurt people, they just need to be fed. Dongzhu, red pandas don't bite people? Songda looked envious. He also wanted to get close to them. Whether it bites or not depends on whether it feels threatened or not. After eating and drinking, you can touch it. It's more docile than giant pandas. Li Yi wasn't worried about the red panda biting people. If a tourist was really bitten, it could only mean that the tourist had done something extreme. It was a matter of the environment. In Zhuangzi, no one would take the initiative to hurt these animals. Li Yi believed that he could release the red pandas in a few days. If he put them outside, they wouldn't leave if they were given food. It was difficult to find food in winter now, so the red pandas didn't run very fast. Dongzhu, you're still the kind-hearted one, Songda praised. Then I'll eat meat too. Give me a sheep, I can eat it with a knife. The same goes for cows and horses. Li Yi didn't feel that he was so kind that he didn't eat meat or kill animals. He didn't eat Sanjing meat. If he wanted to eat it, he would do it himself. He used to have a friend who was licensed and had a doctorate. With a license, he could go to some Buddhist places for free, including free vegetarian meals. His friends never bought meat or seafood for him. When they ate together, it was always someone else who bought it. When he bought it and cooked it, his friend would eat it. If he couldn't buy it himself, wouldn't he be promoting killing if he bought it himself? If this friend hadn't taken the initiative to buy fruit at the party, everyone wouldn't have wanted this friend. The most interesting thing was that this licensed friend liked to tell fortunes and was told by others. Dongzhu, 9-knot wolves are so fun. Why don't others keep them? Songda thought of a question. One can't be kept. Needs a partner. When it's in heat, it will become irritable without a partner. And hunters just like their fur. Just like foxes and weasels. When you see red pandas in the wild, you won't find them so interesting. It's like seeing a giant panda. Who can think that a giant panda is charmingly naive? Li Yi said as he walked back. He wanted to wash his hands. The hand that he used to feed the red panda was still hanging by his side. In the past, when he came across money, he would find a place to wash his hands. He couldn't wipe it clean with a wet towel unless he used alcohol-based hand sanitizer. There's a basin of warm water next to you. Wash your hands before touching the red panda. Wash your hands after touching it, Li Yi reminded. Not long after Li Yi left, Yao Chong and the other 4 arrived in a group. Li Yi even knows how to raise 9-knot wolves. Let's see what's so good about them. Yao Chong walked in front. He was used to being domineering. Well, at least he's free now. I hope he can do it again after the new year. Lu Huaishan, who was familiar with Li Yi, was worried about the current prime ministers. Li Riji said, I heard that His Majesty has been very happy since he came 2 days ago. I don't know what Li Yi did this time. The most uncomfortable one is Song Jing. We don't have to worry about him. Lu Youqiu looked like he was gloating. Yin Xijin was the youngest official. The 4 of them had all been prime ministers. He had never been one, only 2 ministers. After he was rehired, he was very serious about his work. He was supposed to die this year at 77 years old. But now his face was glowing, and he was full of energy when he spoke. He saw a group of red pandas. After eating, the red pandas were lazy and looking for a place to sleep. Some saw that their companions had chosen a good spot and ran over to sleep with them. Its large tail swayed back and forth and soon it covered itself and its companions. Are they wolves? Yin Xijin looked carefully and couldn't see any wolves at all. Pandas used to be called iron-eating beasts. Li Yi gave them new names, giant panda and red panda. No wonder he always calls the small pandas little panda. It turns out that the name he prepared for the 9-knot wolves is red panda. Lu Huaishan smiled. It was really fun. Red pandas were not worse than giant pandas. They were just as cute. Yao Chong's face was no longer so serious. Looking at the sleeping red pandas, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. This old man guesses that Li Yi is waiting for something. If he doesn't say, no one can ask. His Majesty probably knows the situation. Song Jing is in trouble. Yao Chong didn't believe that Li Yi would put his thoughts on animals. If so, it meant that his plans were related to animals. Chapter 752. As Yao Chong spoke, he looked away from the red panda and sized up Zhuangzi. Tourists and ordinary people saw Li family Zhuangzi as prosperous, relaxed, and interesting. In Yao Chong's eyes, that was not the case. What he saw was fog and darkness. He once dreamed of Li family Zhuangzi at night. When he woke up in fright, Zhuangzi seemed to be a big mouth that wanted to swallow people. There were too many secrets in Zhuangzi. It felt unreal and like a dream. Yao Chong admitted that he could not reach the realm of Rushi view. Everyone, do you think Li family Zhuangzi is floating? Is the capital office like a bubble in the past 2 years? Yao Chong suddenly asked. Lu Huaishan shook his head. Yunji, the people think simply. They will believe whoever gives them a good life. The temples, monasteries, and temples in Chang, and have less offerings. Ordinary people will take incense and go home to give it to Her Majesty and Li Yi. Instead of believing in Buddhism, immortals, and ghosts, it is better to believe in Li Yi. If Li Yi had not pushed Her Majesty to the front, the consequences would have been. The others listened and did not continue. The matter involved was too big. They had already discovered that the people were no longer willing to pray to Buddhism, immortals, and ghosts. The people of the capital office were more willing to read newspapers. There were stories, general knowledge, and advertisements in them. Now, the capital office issued more than 100,000 copies of newspapers every day. Li family Zhuangzi had to print 400,000 copies and give away 300,000 copies. Even so, there were still people who could not buy newspapers and ran to read them with others. There were many neighbors who visited each other. There was a calendar in the newspaper, and it also talked about the solar terms and what kind of land was suitable for planting. 3 coins could buy a few newspapers and write on the back. Otherwise, why would Yao Chong think Li family Zhuangzi was floating? It was unreal. Of course, they didn't know that Li Yi was using this to increase his lifespan, otherwise, they would feel that it was too realistic. It turns out that it's so interesting to catch a few more red pandas and raise them together. Lu Youqiu changed the topic. He didn't want to study the Li family Zhuangzi. His Majesty and the Empress would always come over. They had been in contact with Li Yi for a long time, so they definitely knew more than they did. Even His Majesty didn't care, so why should he bother? Let's go and take a look at the parrots. Li Yi calls the 16 parrots big red-breasted parrots. I heard that they can imitate words. Li Riji saw that the little pandas were resting and not active, so he went to see the parrots. The parrot is in Zhuangzi. We can't go in. Oh, it's this old man who can't go in with you. Yao Chong was depressed. When he first came to the Li family Zhuangzi, he used a fake name and identity. There was also another person who said that he had a fake name. Now he was in trouble. Of course, His Majesty, the Empress, King Song, the retired emperor, and noble consort Lu were all fake. However, fake people were different from fake people. Yuanji, let's go in. Trust me. If there's a problem, this old man will pay with his life. Lu Huaishan had a different idea. Yao Chong hesitated for a moment and nodded. I'll walk behind with my head down. The 5 of them were about to enter the Li family Zhuangzi. Then, when Lu Huaishan said that they were the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty, they went in. No one questioned them, and no one came up to greet them warmly. The villagers were still doing what they were supposed to do. The winged knights came over to take a look, smiled, and turned away. They went in unimpeded and soon saw the 16 big red-breasted parrots. Hello. I'm Dongzhu. Welcome. The group of big parrots was not orderly at all. Judging from their voices, they all sounded like little girls. The parrots imitated the voice of whoever they learned. If the range was too wide and there were too many low notes, the parrots would not be able to speak. The range and timbre of little girls were the most suitable for parrots to imitate, so it was easy for them to teach the parrots. The 16 parrots can all imitate, but Li Yi doesn't need to show off. Song Jing thought that he would lose his mind because of the parrots. Yao Chong listened to the parrot and repeated the 3 phrases. He shook his head. Lu Huaishan said with a smile, if these parrots can say longer sentences, they won't be wrong, and they can fly far away and come back, then Li Yi will be tempted. He was talking about carrier pigeons. Unfortunately, carrier pigeons could not speak. The parrots could speak, but they could only imitate the sound. If they did not understand the meaning, they would not be able to say a long sentence. Come on everyone. The big red-breasted parrots are in front. Li Lang hasn't come to us for a long time. The 5 of them looked at the parrots, And a woman's voice came from behind. Li Lang is a heartless person. We don't have any new songs, but he didn't give us any. We have to come here ourselves. Li Lang is busy. Everyone in the government can live in a house. You're praising Li Lang like this. Could it be that you want to get on his bed? No, I want him to sleep with me. You are too shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Hey, who are those people in front of us? Don't joke. They offended Li Lang's distinguished guests. How can he write songs for us? Along with the voices, a group of women came over. The 5 people in the group knew the identity of the other party at a glance. They were the masters of Nangku in Pyongkong Square. They knew many of the people in the group, so Yao Chong was nervous. The group of women walked over and looked at the 5 of them. Chapter 753. How would I know that the floating grass, the passing of time makes me grow old, the wind, the moon, flowers and birds, a smile of mortal fate. AI. Xian Yin sang the lyrics and finished the song. In the end she sighed. It's so nice. Go and ask the scholars outside, who composed this song. A girl next to her said with a smile as she prepared to sing again. I'm afraid no one would dare. They would be killed and buried. What if Li Lang really copies someone else's poem? Don't worry, the person who is copied will not make a sound. The instruments are ready. Let's sing again. The people of Nanchu talked and laughed as they repeated the song. Those without instruments began to dance at the side. Although they danced differently, the style they displayed was the same. After half an hour, Li Yi finally finished copying the medical book and asked someone to send it to the palace. He then went to the music hall. Seeing everyone singing and dancing, he waited for a while before the song ended. Li Lang is here. Li Lang, how can you be so cruel? You only cared about other people and forgot about us sisters. A girl walked over and looked at Li Yi with a sad expression. Li Yi revealed a distressed expression. I also miss you. But there are too many things in the mortal world and it is hard to find the time. Why don't you enter the Buddhist gate with us, Mr. Li? Another woman stepped forward, looking very serious. The Buddhism has not been empty since ancient times. It is in the mortal world. Li Yi shook his head. Who cares about the Buddhism? Li Lang promised us that he would find a way to help us find something to do. Right now many people have come out to perform. If we go out, our status will be low. If we don't go out, we won't be able to eat. The girls began to talk again. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He felt that the current situation was not bad. According to his previous plan, each performance team would accept a job. Those who were originally difficult to invite could now be invited. However, there would be people in the middle to help pull strings. Otherwise, the teams would have to find their own jobs. Which team would get more jobs would depend on how clean their organization was. Anyone who did not cooperate with the imperial court would be banned. As a result, the underground industry of Chong and became peaceful and less dirty. People who abducted and sold children and forced women into prostitution could no longer be seen in Chong. If someone dared to do such a thing, someone would report it. No matter how powerful the people in the underground industry were, could they be more powerful than the Winged Knights? If he wanted to wipe them out, he could do it all at once. The 16th Guard had also been involved in some shady things in the underground, including being a yamen runner. Now, they were also participating, but they were not helping to cause trouble. Instead, they were helping to find jobs. For example, if someone committed a crime and the government wanted to arrest them, they would contact the people who walked in the dark and ask them to come forward. There was also the matter of keeping an eye on the foreign countries, so they were perfect for it. With a large number of performances, the people's entertainment life was enriched, and the income of those involved in the arts increased. This included the other scholars. They wrote poems for him, and some of them could even compose good tunes. However, most of them were works about love, just like Li Yi's work. The people of Nangku were usually unable to invite them. They still needed to bathe first before entering. After a long time, Xian Yen and the rest felt bored. They were used to it in the past, but ever since they met Li Yi, they would be annoyed if there was nothing new to do. They wrote a letter to Li Yi and told him that he would come over today to help them think of a solution. Look, the people you are in contact with now have 2 characteristics or 1 characteristic. They are rich. Li Yi smiled and said, if they wanted to go to Nangkou, they had to be rich and talented. The girls smiled. There was no choice, their status was there. And if they let others take advantage of them, they would not go. We need to be like the commoners and interact with more commoners. We need to compose some patriotic and loyal songs. The commoners do not need to know how to play. They just need to sing. Hence, the difficulty of singing must be low. The main thing is to promote positive energy. Positive energy is righteousness, righteousness. Xian Yin interrupted. Something like that. Li Yi nodded. For example? Xian Yin asked. The others laughed. Seeing that Xian Yin was making things difficult for Li Yi, he immediately asked, come on, let's improvise. For example, those who have lost their loved ones, or those who are suffering, we can sing for them. Gently holding your face, wiping away your tears. My heart will always belong to you. Telling me that I am no longer lonely. Li Yi directly copied it. There was no difficulty. Let the world be filled with love, positive energy. Everyone's mouths were slightly open as they watched Li Yi sing. Li Yi sang as he walked to the piano and sat down. The accompaniment started playing. After singing 2 times, Li Yi asked, can I? We don't have to be in love all day long. There are fewer frontier songs now, and we need more people to write frontier poems. For example, Wang Han's Wine, what is he doing now? He is in Chang'an. I saw him a few days ago. He is a pervert, but he has some talent and money. A girl laughed. That's right. Li Lang, you should learn from Wang Ziyu and visit us often. There is no need for you to bathe first. You can go after bathing at home. Do you think that if Li Lang knew Wang Ziyu, he wouldn't have to stay in Zhuangzi all day long? No, why should Wang Ziyu date Li Lang? Does he have the ability to govern the world? Can he create something that benefits the people? Can he compose a song any time? That's right. No, Li Lang, sing another song. The girls chattered. Their final goal was to make things difficult for Li Yi. Li Yi sat in front of the piano and didn't get up. He continued to play and sing. Gently awaken your sleeping soul. Slowly open your eyes. Li Yi copied another song with positive energy. Tomorrow will be better. Everyone. I can't make things difficult for Li Lang. If it was someone else of his age, they would be running to Pyongkong Square all day long. Li Lang, you haven't been to Pyongkong Square, right? Do you know how to design a house? Come to our place and design something for us. Li Lang, the clothes that you design don't fit me very well. Come to my place and I will wear them for you to see where the problem lies. Don't always make things difficult for Li Lang. Li Lang and the others are not good. Look at me, I am willing to chat with you. Just now you said it was positive and then you said it was simple and easy to sing. Don't be bound by the rules of the songs now. Li Yi quickly changed the topic. He definitely wouldn't go to Nangkou. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come back. I know. Just like the song that you wrote, oh, copied, it sounds very good. The people are willing to sing it. Even now, I can still hear Songhai's laughter. Xin Yan also knew that it was enough to make a joke. Li Yi helped to come up with ideas. Let's talk about serious matters first. Right? Add the poems from the frontier. Write some songs that praise Her Majesty. You all are actually representing the government. Li Yi wanted to create an official song and dance troupe from the Pear Garden. When needed, they could serve the government. How they wanted to play during normal times was their own business. What happens after the people know how to sing? Xin Yan nodded. Chapter 754. The others quietened down and waited for Li Yi to talk about their new development plan. They wanted to participate in more activities, but they also needed to ensure that their status did not change. If they were to perform for ordinary people, how much money would they need? Other people with lower status would go out to do work, and the commoners would start to accept them. This involved the problem of reputation. If other people's reputation grew, what would they do? Next, we will hold a singing competition. You all will be the judges and let the commoners sing. Li said. He knew that Xin Yan and the rest were making things difficult for them. Other people had low status and low status. As long as there was work, they would accept it. If there were more performances, people would only know those people and not the big shots of Nangkou. This would make them depressed. If the grassroots came up, what would they do with the orthodox ones? Judge? Others will sing? Xinyan rolled her eyes. Of course. Let your mates be the judges first. Zhuangzi will advertise in the newspapers. If the commoners are willing to show off their singing voice, they can sign up for free. After that, there will be a preliminary selection to choose those who are good at singing. After that, let these people be divided into groups to compete. The better ones will be chosen. Continue the selection until the end. The best few people will be chosen. In order to let the commoners participate actively, as long as they pass the preliminary selection, they will be given money as a reward. Li Yi brought out a set of methods from his past. It was the entertainment method of the Western countries. There was no innovation in the entertainment circle in his past. They were all copying other people. When they saw a foreign program that was popular, they would copy it. Be it the Western countries, the Koreans, or the Japanese. Whatever they could copy, they would copy. Some even had to buy the copyrights of others. Otherwise, they would sue them. The key was that copying was very useful. For example, now it was much simpler. They did not need to lower their status to perform. They could still show their faces and interact with the commoners. Xinyan and the rest did not know about the matters in the other space-time. When they heard Li Yi's method, their eyes lit up. It is equivalent to choosing a courtesan. Choosing a courtesan is interesting. The courtesan selection is held in Pyongkong Square. Commoners cannot participate. Now the commoners can participate. It is good, but who will pay for the rewards? Of course it will be us. Now our reputation will be even greater. Only then will people be willing to go to our place. What will happen to the chosen people in the end? If you want to join us, then join us. If you don't, then go home. According to Li Yi's words, the women began to think about what to do next. Xi and Yen looked at Li Yi. Li Lang, is this how you operate it? How much is it? Li Yi shook his head slowly. How can you spend your own money? We're doing this to earn money. How do we earn it? Many people asked. Advertise and get sponsors for you. Ask the businessmen who sell things, especially those who have big shops in Chong, and to pay for it. Let them pay for everything, including the decorations, meals, rewards, salaries, and our profits. Let them pay for everything. It's like this. Li Yi began to explain to everyone how to do it in detail. This was the first time that everyone had heard of such a method of operation. Oh my God, it was indeed Li Lang who could make money anytime, anywhere. They don't know the situation. Why don't Li Lang introduce us to them when you advertise in the newspapers? A woman was worried that others would not pay for it. I will pay for the first batch of advertisements. Let others see the effects of this type of program. I want to see it too. Li Yi refused to ask others to pay for it for the first time. What if it doesn't work? If he doesn't make money, he will be ruining his reputation. Li family Zhuangzi still needs to advertise. If Li Lang is willing to pay for it, I guarantee many people will join us. Everyone laughed. Li Yi waved his hand. No, we don't need to use the name of Li family Zhuangzi. We don't need to let others know about Li family Zhuangzi. I will build a few rooms outside Mingdamen. We will produce and sell things there. We will use the name of that shop to advertise. If the effect of the advertisement is good, the sales of the products there will be reflected. If the effect is not good, we will think of other ways. Li Yi had his own plans. He doesn't need to use the name of Li family Zhuangzi. Okay, Li Lang. Let's sing and dance. Two women came over from the side, one on the left and one on the right, not letting Li Yi leave. According to Li Yi's usual style, he will leave after the discussion. It was rare to see him, so he must sing and dance for him. Don't dance the decadent music, Li Yi said since he couldn't leave. Something is going to happen again. Yao Chong, who was watching the parrot outside, thought that there must be something wrong with the group of people from Nanchu. They haven't come out yet. Nanchu's everyone going out was a big event. So many people were watching. If everyone went to Li family Zhuangzi, the whole city of Chong, and would be concerned. What were they going to do? What big event was going to happen? It is probably a performance. The real big event is not something Nanchu can participate in. Oh, the performance outside the imperial city is not counted. Lu Huaishan was not very worried. It was impossible for them to go to the imperial city to perform for the people in the palace. They are probably going to take out a new song or something and spread it outside from Nanchu. Li Riji thought for a while. Maybe they are preparing for the new year. There will be a program for the new year. No, definitely not. Yao Chong said firmly. The new year is simple. Xinyan and the others will go to Li family Zhuangzi for the new year. A few days in advance is enough. It should not involve the imperial court. Lu Youqiu thought that the imperial court was far away from Nanchu. They watched for a while and felt better. They went home and didn't go back to the office. When it was almost dark, the people from Nanchu left. They didn't have dinner, but they took a lot of things with them. They had to go back and think about some details. As soon as they returned home, many sisters from Nanchu came to find them. They took out half-veil songs and at the same time they took out 2 positive songs sung by Li Yi. The people from Nanchu admitted that half-kettle muslin was good, but that's it? Nothing else? Are 3 songs worth your trip there? Can't you let Li Yi write it down and send someone to deliver it? Song Jing and the others who were working in the political affairs hall soon got the news. Xinyan and the others went to Li family Zhuangzi to get the 3 songs. Nothing else happened. Everything was stable. It's good that nothing happened. I thought there was going to be a big battle. AI. Song Jing was relieved. When he knew that the people from Nanchu went to Li family Zhuangzi, his heart was in his mouth. He felt that something was wrong. In the end they wrote songs. Very good. Sui lowered his voice. Is it Li Yi looking for them to relieve his loneliness? Impossible. Shaoyi has beautiful women in Zhuangzi. Even if he is looking for someone, he can't find so many people. Baigu didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Li Yi was looking for women. He also didn't believe that the people from Nanchu went there just for 3 songs. But he couldn't guess the details. He could only wait and hope to have a peaceful new year. There was still more than a month. Chapter 755. The people who moved into their new homes were familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, including their neighbors and the location of their homes. Some people even wondered if they could raise chickens. After all, it was cheaper to lay eggs than to buy them. Since the price of grain was low, they could also feed the chickens with bran. Today, they saw a lot of people coming out of nowhere and building a shed in the area next to them. After asking around, they found out that they came from Huazhou and were hired by a company called Chongquai Vermicelli. As for who opened Chongquai Vermicelli, they didn't know. They temporarily rented a place away from Zhuangzi and were buying bamboo in large quantities. The people looked around and found nothing interesting, so they continued to care about their own lives. The people who were hired from Huazhou didn't know who was behind them. Anyway, they were paid well and went home before the new year. Everyone knew about Chongquai Vermicelli, but few people ate it in Chang'an. The people didn't have the time to know about Chongquai Vermicelli, but it was impossible for Li Chengqi to not know. Li Chengqi asked but didn't get an answer. He couldn't find the boss either. He went to Li family Zhuangzi and found Li Yi brothery Chongquai Vermicelli. It's mine. I want to try if I can do something without the name of Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi directly admitted that it was his. He wanted to sell Chongquai Vermicelli. Why do you want to do this? Li Chengqi was puzzled. Why did he have to make Chongquai Vermicelli? The yield of new rice will increase. Now there is old rice in Chang'an. Old rice doesn't taste good. But to make Chongquai Vermicelli, old rice is the best. I can turn it into something delicious without wasting food. When the quantity of indica rice increases and the warehouse can't hold it anymore, I can make it into Chongquai Vermicelli and send it to the soldiers at the border. It's more convenient to eat. Of course, I also need to send jerky and meat floss. Otherwise, Chongquai Vermicelli won't have enough nutrition. Li Yi talked about the situation of dealing with old rice. Old rice wasn't delicious and new rice was more fragrant. Now that the standard of living of the people in the capital office had improved, they all wanted to eat new rice and grind wheat into Chongquai Vermicelli. The land road from Luoyang to Chang and had been repaired, and there were always cars going back and forth. Even the snow couldn't stop them. They just had to pull snow removal tools and clean the roads. Are you selling rice noodles wholesale? Li Chengqi nodded. Yes, he didn't eat rice noodles. We don't sell individual rice vermicelli in bulk. You can buy them in bamboo tubes. If the price is high, you can also buy them in bulk. Or, after buying a bamboo tube, he would buy some in bulk and put them in the bamboo tube when he was eating. There were small beans soaked in vinegar, dried and fried. At the same time, there were also salt and pepper noodles, as well as dried green onions. When he ate, he poured hot water on it just like instant noodles. If you don't use the bamboo tube, wrap it in straw paper, Li Yi said as he gestured. He didn't have a plastic bag, so the vinegar couldn't be stored properly. It was just like making vinegar cloth. Tofu was fried into bean bubbles and soaked in vinegar. When it dried, there would be a vinegar smell. The rest of the food was wrapped in a small paper bag and poured into it when eating. Li Chengqi swallowed his saliva. You can put a salted egg or dried meat in a bamboo tube. The price will be higher. Good idea. Li Yi gave him a thumbs up. He wanted to use this thing to advertise during the selection of singers in Nankou. He wanted to see the effect of the advertisement. Of course, the venue would provide rice noodles for the participants, judges, and staff to eat for free. The audience would enjoy the discounted price and help with the promotion after eating. Unfortunately, there was no television or internet. The singer's voice wouldn't spread far. He couldn't use the equipment in Zhuangzi. It wouldn't be popularized and popular. Shouting with his voice to let more people hear him was like singing in a local opera. Li Chengqi was thinking about eating rice noodles when he suddenly had an idea. Brother Yi, I know how to pretend to be jealous. How? Li Yi was curious. Wax paper. Put a layer of wax on the paper. If it's poisonous, you can use beeswax. Li Chengqi had an I'm very capable look on his face. Li Yi. Brother, it's already very expensive to package it with raw paper. If you replace it with beeswax, the cost of a packet of rice noodles will be too high. Ordinary people can't afford it. Li Yi didn't want to sell rice noodles as a luxury item. He wanted rice noodles to be the same as instant noodles. If people wanted to eat it, they just had to spend a little more money than making noodles themselves. You can make two types, one for ordinary people and the other for rich people. Li Chengqi suggested. He actually wanted to eat the type of rice noodles for rich people. Li Yi was in a daze for a while. If you say so, I can make it even better. Li Yi remembered the instant noodles and rice noodles in the past. There were oil packets, seasoning packets, and vegetable packets inside. A packet of rice noodles was wrapped in wax paper. A packet of rice noodles cost 2 renminbi. A set of seasoning cost 3 renminbi, and a bamboo container cost 1 renminbi. A packet of rice noodles cost 6 renminbi, no 10 renminbi. Rich people wouldn't like it if it was too cheap. Brother, I think. Li Yi said his idea. Li Chengqi continued to swallow. Okay, 10 renminbi is not expensive. A bucket of rice now costs 20 to 30 renminbi. Li Yi. A bucket of rice was cheaper. It was no longer a few hundred RMB. The problem was that a bucket of rice weighed more than 10 caddies. Old rice was even cheaper. Dongzhu, there's someone outside. He said his name is Hao Lingquan and he wants to see you. Songda ran over like a ghost. What is he doing here? Li Chengqi was puzzled. He had seen Hao Lingquan before. Hao Lingquan was the envoy of the Bagu tribe. He was a small official and a general in the Dao army. The Dao army was in the Shuo province. He was sent to a small tribe in Tubo. When Mazip's head was chopped off, Hao Lingquan came back with the people of the Bagu tribe. Mazip's head was hung on the Vermilion Bird Avenue for people to see, mainly for the foreigners of the Honglu Temple. Why did this person want to see Li Yi? Did he know Li Yi? Brother, I'll go and see him. Li Yi heard the name and got up. He had to see this person and guess why he came. Brother Yi, be careful. Li Chengqi nodded. Li Yi crossed the bridge under the protection of the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards. He saw a person. The person was walking in circles at the place where free soup was served. He looked very anxious. As soon as Li Yi's team appeared, the person walked quickly towards Li Yi. When he was more than 10 steps away, he was stopped by the guards. The guards wanted to search him. Hao Lingquan opened his arms and waited. No need. Let's find a place to sit down. Li Yi shook his head and went to the noodle stall. He sat down and glanced at the side. Everyone. I have something important to do. Thank you. The people eating noodles immediately took their bowls and went to other places to make things convenient for Li Yi. General Hao, please take a seat. Li Yi stood up and invited again. I'm just a general. Hao Lingquan rubbed his hands and looked very uneasy. The one who took the initiative to contact the later Turkic Baku tribe to instigate a rebellion and even helped to kill Mazip is the general. Li Yi invited again. Dr. Li, Hao Lingquan heard Li Yi's words and his eyes suddenly turned red. He stood there speechless. Please. Li Yi invited for the third time. Chapter 756. Hao Lingquan sat down. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Li Yi smiled. General Hao, did you hear that I impeached the Hua provincial governor and others? Did you come because you felt that I could speak up for you? Hao Lingquan nodded vigorously. Yes, Dr. Li, you've done a great service. You risked your life to send an envoy to Ba Yegu, which caused Ba Yegu to rebel against Mazip. When Mazip went to fight Ba Yegu, it was already a great victory. In the end, you organized the scattered soldiers to attack Mazip. His Majesty said that anyone who kills Mazip can be made a great general, but you haven't been made a great general yet. Li Yi explained the situation. Hao Lingquan had risked his life to go to the enemy's subsidiary tribe to cause trouble. What was more amazing was that he succeeded and ran back with Mazip's head. He was happy that he was going to be a high official. According to the records, Hao Lingquan didn't become a great general, and he wasn't made a great general this year. Next year, he would be made a 5th-rank general. A great general was a 3rd-rank standard. The difference was too big. Then Hao Lingquan cried to death. He felt wronged. Why should he be a great general? The merit wasn't fake. This matter was done by Song Jing. Song Jing said that if Hao Lingquan was made a great general, he would tell the generals at the border to take the initiative to attack. Then this year, he ignored Hao Lingquan and treated him coldly. After the new year, he would be casually given a small official. Dr. Li. Hao Lingquan's tears fell. He wiped them with his sleeve, but he still couldn't speak. Indeed, as Li Yi said, he was anxious. Why didn't he give him an official position? He knew that the current Prime Minister Song Jing didn't give it. What could he do? It seemed that it was useless to find anyone. He thought of Li Yi. Li Yi was righteous and might be able to help. When he came over, he was nervous. Li Yi was just a civil official. Did he dare to offend Song Jing? Was he important enough? In the end, he cried when he heard Li Yi's words. Li Yi actually understood the situation. General Hao, to be honest, since you didn't kill him with your own hands and you directly became a general, it's very likely that you're not familiar with the situation. A general is a primary 3rd-rank official. Do you think a secondary 3rd-rank general will do? After all, we're targeting Song Jing. If we directly help you get the great general, it'll be embarrassing for Song Jing. Li Yi didn't need Hao Lingquan to say it. He said it himself, Song Jing. Hao Lingquan was dumbfounded. She felt that something was amiss. From Li Yi's words, it seemed that he could get himself a great general, but he would have to be demoted to a general. What did he come here for? That's right. Let Li Yi speak on his behalf. How could it be decided so quickly? How could a secondary class rank 2 official be so powerful? General Hao, is a general of secondary class 3 acceptable? Li Yi asked. Hao Lingquan was in a daze. Dongzhu is asking you a question, Tao Hong said from the side. Okay, a general is fine. Hao Lingquan reacted and figured it out at the same time. The palace maids and eunuchs were with the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi's official was different from other officials. Which official had palace maids and eunuchs with them? Congratulations, General Hao. Pen and paper. Li Yi congratulated Hao Lingquan first. Qing Song opened the box and took out the paper and pencil. Li Yi put them on the table and wrote, Your Majesty, if you don't reward Hao Lingquan today, who will risk their lives tomorrow? I think it's good to give him a general instead of a great general. After he finished writing, he folded the paper and handed it to the winged knights next to him. The winged knights didn't say a word. They took the paper and ran to Chong, and with a few brothers and thousands of ox guards. Hao Lingquan. He looked at what Li Yi wrote. What kind of paper was that? A pencil? What was written? Was this what the officials in the imperial court wrote? He was a lowly official and didn't know much. General Hao, eat a bowl of noodles here. Uncle Tong, according to the number of people, 1 bowl of noodles per person. Li Yi invited Hao Lingquan to eat noodles. Everyone had one. Eating next to the Li family Zhuangzi was safe and clean. Guyan ran back to Zhuangzi. When he came back later, he carried 4 bundles of garlic. Li Yi picked a few heads of garlic and gave the rest to the stall owner. He knew that the stall owner wouldn't ask for money, so he used the garlic. The stall owner took the garlic embarrassedly. He made a profit. Hao Lingquan kept looking at Li Yi, the guards, and the palace maids and eunuchs. He felt a sense of security. The normal noodles were clear broth noodle soup. The noodles were black and couldn't even be counted as 90% powder. No soup. A customer waiting next to the stall owner said to him. He couldn't cook the noodles for Li Yi and the others until he finished cooking the noodles for them. Okay. The stall owner answered. The noodles were cooked and put in the bowl. The customer took the bowl to the place where the soup was free. He scooped the soup into the bowl with a spoon. The clear broth noodle soup became noodles with bone and vegetable soup. Hao Lingquan looked at him. Dr. Li, free soup tastes better than clear broth. Today's soup is pork bone soup. Sometimes it's chicken soup. Some of the vegetables in the greenhouse have bad leaves, so they are put in the soup. Add some salt. Drink a bowl in winter and you will feel comfortable. Li Yi was talking about the preparation of the soup. The vegetables grown in the greenhouse, such as spinach and rape, were thrown into the free soup. Dr. Li, when they eat here they get free soup? This was what Hao Lingquan meant. They didn't let the stall owner put in the free soup. There were so many people eating here. How much coal did they use every day? Li Yi nodded. Now, the rich people in the village will put rice soup and pickled vegetables at the entrance of the village. Otherwise, they will be cursed for being heartless. Li Yi was telling the truth. Rice soup was thin porridge and most of it was water. People wouldn't starve to death if they drank it. It was especially for people who came to the village. People in the village didn't drink it. Who would drink rice soup when they had a good life? Generally, it was a 2-foot pottery pot. When it was cooked, it was covered. When it was cold, it was heated again. The rich people in the village did it for a good reputation. The Li family Zhuangzi was even more so. A bowl of noodles was brought over. Li Yi pushed it to Hao Lingquan. There was no soup in the noodles. Hao Lingquan understood and scooped it himself. He was indeed hungry. He was a general. When the general commanded the battle, the general listened to the drums, looked at the flags, and commanded the team he was in charge of. The general was literate, knew tactics, and knew how to command. That was why he was sent out to perform a task. If he was unlucky, he would be caught by Bagu's people and sent to Mazip. He would lose his life. He risked his life to instigate the rebellion of others. He even killed Mazip and brought his head back. If he didn't give it to a high-ranking official, he would feel wronged. Hao Lingquan ate. Li Yi peeled garlic for him. He peeled a piece and handed it to Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan didn't refuse. If he could become a general of the 3rd rank, Li Yi's kindness would be great. A few pieces of garlic wouldn't make much difference. Soon the bowl of noodles was finished. He wasn't full. It was far from being full. He blushed slightly and looked up at others. They looked at him with normal eyes. There was no disdain or contempt. Wasn't it good to be able to eat? On the other side of Xingqing Palace, Li Longji left 3 prime ministers to ask about politics. He asked about the arrangements for the tribes that would come to surrender. Should they be sent to plant terrace fields like the Li family Zhuangzi? Li Yi's memorial arrived. Li Longji opened it and looked at it. His eyes fell on Song Jing. Chapter 757. In the past, when tribes came to surrender to the Tang dynasty would not allow them to move in. Similarly, they did not expect them to help defend the border. They were all appointed officials and sent back. One reason was because the Tang dynasty was arrogant and did not need their help to fight. The other reason was that they could not settle in the mainland. How could a large group of people live in the mainland? Language barrier. Now there was a way. The Li family Zhuangzi made an example. He asked people to plant terrace fields, rent things but did not give weapons. He also sent people to teach the Tang dynasty language. Should they learn it? The imperial court would operate in the same way. Song Jing and the others were thinking about this kind of thing and analyzing the pros and cons. Before Song Jing could say much, the winged knight sent a letter. Then why was the emperor staring at him? Minister Song Jing Hao Lingquan, the general of the Dao army, returned silently. You should be rewarded with the position of general, Li Longji said to Song Jing. Your Majesty, I have said that if Hao Lingquan is rewarded with the position of general, the soldiers at the border will send troops without permission. Song Jing still insisted on his idea. He wanted peace and did not take the initiative to attack. Li Yi said that if you don't reward him today, no one will risk their lives to kill the enemy. If you don't want to give him the position of general, he will give him the position of general. What do you think? Li Longji said to Li Yi and gave Song Jing a way out. He listened to him and did not give him the position of general. Song Jing. The difference between general and general was just a little bit. Wouldn't it still give him a high reward if he was at grade 3 or grade 3? No, he had to stop it. Your Majesty, you can't give him the position of general. Why don't you give him the position of general? Song Jing objected. He paused and said, Your Majesty, Li Yi is too young and not familiar with the matters at the border. The Tang dynasty frequently sends troops. Other tribes will see the Tang dynasty as an enemy. Li Yi is familiar with military affairs and knows what the soldiers need, Bai Gu said. He supported Li Yi. Since Li Yi had specially written a note and sent it over, it meant that this matter was of great importance. Ever since she knew about Li Yi had never made a mistake. If she didn't listen to him, he would do bad things. In the end, she still had to follow his decision. Su Yi, who was also a prime minister, looked left and right, momentarily unable to decide who to help. Everyone became prime ministers together, and the first struggle had come. Minister Bai's words are reasonable. In that case, let's make Hao Lingquan a general. Li Longji was unwilling to waste any more time on this matter. It's not wrong to listen to Brother Yi. Brother Yi is wholeheartedly serving the Tang dynasty. As for the soldiers at the border who are willing to fight other countries, let them fight. How could he make himself poor? If he didn't have money, he could ask Brother Yi to come up with a way to make a lot of money. Soon he would have money. Yes, Your Majesty, Bai Gu answered. Next it was time for Ziwei to issue orders and produce books. Go now. A foreign country has come to join us. We should act according to the Li family Zhuangzi's wishes. Li Longji didn't even discuss the tribal matters. He followed Li Yi's instructions. The three of them returned to the office of Xingqing Palace. Song Jing's face was gloomy. He finally felt Yao Chong's previous distress. The first prime minister of the Tang dynasty. His analysis was not as effective as Li Yi's passing of a note. How could it be like this? He had already said that Hao Lingquan would not be promoted to a high official, and would be treated coldly for a period of time. In the blink of an eye, the imperial court gave Hao Lingquan a general of secondary class 3. Would he still have dignity as the prime minister? Can we use the excuse of investigating Hao Lingquan's false claims to merit to delay some time? Su Yi had the same idea as Song Jing. The prime minister's words had to be effective. No. Bai Gu objected. Li Yi will be very angry when he knows. What else can he do to me? Su Yi was not convinced. He can cancel your membership card. Bai Gu pointed in the direction of Heavenly World. Membership card. Su Yi was just about to say that it was okay to not go to Heavenly World, but he suddenly stopped. He thought of something. The 6 ministers or the prime minister all had membership cards of Heavenly World. The people all knew that giving benefits to the officials was to prevent them from interfering. If a prime minister's membership card was cancelled, what would the people think? Damn, that prime minister must have done something he shouldn't have. There was something wrong with him. Su Yi thought of this and was shocked. For the first time, he found that the membership card of Heavenly World had an additional function. The prime minister was high and mighty. The people were not familiar with him. The Li family Zhuangzi was close to the people. The people understood. Didn't that mean that the people would think that whoever Li Yi said was a bad official was not good? Song Jing obviously understood the problem like Su Yi. He sped up, went back to the office, wrote a note, and sent it to the Ministry of Family Affairs. The Ministry of Family Affairs used the fastest speed to decide on Hao Lingquan's promotion. After writing it, they immediately sent someone to send it. Hao Lingquan did not have a house in Chang'an. He lived in an inn in Daozhong Square. Daozhong Square and Xingqing Palace were separated by a road. Hao Lingquan lived here and waited for his promotion. He looked forward to it every day, but it never came. In history, he endured with such emotions until the next year. When he got the position of Langjiang, he collapsed. When he was sent to the Turks, it was so dangerous. He carried out the mission well. In the end, he died of grief and indignation in Chang, and of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing's way of handling this matter was disgusting. He insisted on waiting for Hao Lingquan to be promoted. He also waited for things to calm down and people no longer paid attention to it. Then he casually gave him a small position. Otherwise, if he directly gave it to Langjiang, what would people think when Mozi's head was still hanging? In history, there were people who praised Song Jing as having legs. It meant that wherever he went, people there would feel the warmth of the spring breeze. Hao Lingquan didn't feel it. Perhaps the spring breeze that Song Jing placed on him was the spring breeze written by Su Shi, the chilly spring breeze that blew the drunkenness away. A group of officials from the Ministry of Family Affairs entered Daozhong Square Inn. They did not find him. After asking around, they said that he went to the Li family Zhuangzi. The officials then went out of Chunming Gate to the Li family Zhuangzi. They finished the matter today. Hao Lingquan was drinking. He ate 2 bowls of noodles. Li Yi did not eat. He gave his bowl to Hao Lingquan. 2 bowls of noodles were enough to fill the stomach. Li Yi drank with him. The wine was inferior, and the dishes were from the messy Bridgehead market. Everything was given by the people. Each person was given a little. Hao Lingquan's eyes were still red. There were people squatting and standing next to him, listening to him talk about the Dao army. Li Yi helped to spread the news, saying that Hao Lingquan had made great contributions. When the people heard about it, they gave him gifts. Hao Lingquan looked at the various kinds of food sent by the stalls and was very moved. When Mozi was still alive, we had to be on guard against the Tujue. We did not fight with the Tujue tribes. Sometimes their people would exchange things with us. They did not have copper coins. When we exchanged things, we could not get a bargain. Everyone knew the price. However, the price of sheep was low. 2 tea cakes could be exchanged for 1 sheep. Everyone liked to listen, so Hao Lingquan told them. He suddenly realized that it was fine even if he did not get promoted. At least the people knew about him and were willing to give him things. It was worth it. The people each had a bowl of free hot soup. They drank as they listened. As they were talking and listening, a group of officials from the Ministry of Family Affairs arrived. "Greetings, Dr. Li," the officials greeted Li Yi. Li Yi returned the greeting with cupped fists. He looked at Hao Lingquan. "General Hao, congratulations. You can receive your appointment." The officials from the Ministry of Family Affairs turned to Hao Lingquan. Chapter 758. Hao Lingquan listened to the people from Menxia province in a daze. He was still in a daze when the book was finally produced. The people from Menxia province left with a basket each containing soap, glycerin, chili powder, and vegetables. "General Hao, come on, let's drink and celebrate." "Congratulations on becoming a general," Li Yi said with a smile. He changed another person's fate. Hao Lingquan wouldn't cry to death. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were more willing to risk their lives to kill the enemy. The imperial court kept its word and brought the head back to the general. It was a little worse than a general. It could be said that Hao Lingquan didn't kill it himself. Hao Lingquan sat down in a daze and stared at the book in a daze. He got it. General Secondary Class, Grade 3. "General Hao, I'd like to propose a toast to you for risking your life for the Tang dynasty. I hope you can continue to protect the peace of the people of the Tang dynasty in the future." Li Yi stood up, holding the bowl with both hands, and said solemnly, Thank you, Dr. Li. I'll drink. I can still kill the enemy. I'm not afraid of death." Hao Lingquan shivered and also stood up, holding the bowl with both hands, and promised. The 2 of them raised their heads and drank the wine together. Good job, General Hao. Congratulations! The people around cheered. After listening to Li Yi's introduction, they admired Hao Lingquan. Only such a person could win the battle for the Tang dynasty when he became a general. After drinking a bowl of inferior wine, Hao Lingquan let out a long breath and looked at the book again. He wanted to laugh and cry. Then he suddenly raised his head and stared at Li Yi. Only then did he remember that it was Li Yi who had arranged for him to become a general. Song Jing had not been able to stop him. Oh my God, how could it be like this? How could a secondary class, grade 2 official decide the position of a general, grade 3? The Prime Minister said no, and Li Yi said yes, so it was okay. Who can tell me what's the secret behind all of this? General Hao, sit down and eat. The food is the goodwill of the people. The taste may not be very good, it's good. I've never eaten such delicious food or drunk such good wine in my life. Hao Lingquan sat down and ate 2 big mouthfuls of food, chewing vigorously. Dr. Li, if it wasn't for your help, it's His Majesty. After His Majesty found out about what happened to you, he felt that he couldn't disappoint the soldiers. He had to fulfill his promise. Li Yi interrupted Hao Lingquan. The credit belonged to Her Majesty, and no one should snatch it from her. Hao Lingquan nodded, indicating that she understood. For him to be able to go on a diplomatic mission, his IQ and EQ were both high enough. However, he showed a worried look. Dr. Li, did you offend Prime Minister Song? No, I win people over with my virtue and magnanimity. I treat people gently, I have a mellow nature. I'm handsome, I'm unrestrained, I'm cultured and refined. Li Yi praised himself, and the people around him nodded. Yes, Li Dongzhu was such a person. Ha ha ha, Hao Lingquan stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. Dr. Li is indeed humorous. As for Prime Minister Song, Hao Lingquan was still worried and wanted to personally explain to Song Jing. Don't worry about him. I'll send him a small jar of beef chili sauce later. There's nothing a jar of beef chili sauce can't solve. If there is, I'll give him 2 jars. Li Yi waved his hand, not allowing Hao Lingquan to go to Song Jing to persuade him. Why should the soldiers who were fighting outside bow down to the Prime Minister because he was unjust? Not to mention Song Jing, all the Prime Ministers, including the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty, wouldn't be easy to deal with. Hao Lingquan was stunned again. Could it be like this? Just give him chili sauce? Yes, General Hao, don't worry about Song Jing. Tao Hong added. She and the other palace maids and eunuchs in the Li family Zhuangzi didn't care about the Prime Minister at all. The Prime Minister couldn't control them. Their families were arranged to form a small village, and there were people assigned to guard them. When they returned to the palace in shifts, they were only responsible for the Empress's palace. They could speak ill of the officials. Hao Lingquan looked at the palace maids and eunuchs. The 8 of them nodded to him, meaning that Song Jing couldn't do anything to Dongzhu. Hao Lingquan smiled and was completely relieved. Yes, Li Yi had palace maids and eunuchs to serve him, and he was also protected by the winged knights. General Hao, are you staying at an inn? Li Yi refilled their cups and asked casually. In Daozhong Square, the cheapest house. Hao Lingquan nodded. He didn't have much money. When he came over, it was the Dao army who gave him the money and asked him to go to Chang, and his brothers were waiting for him to become a high-ranking official, and then they would look after each other. If he didn't become a high-ranking official, General Hao, if you don't mind, there's a small courtyard in Zhuangzi. You can stay there temporarily. You're a general now, but there's no place for you to stay. You have to wait. The chief of the winged knights, Guozi, has been studying the art of war and other knowledge used in marching and fighting. You two can discuss and learn from each other. As for me, if I have any ideas, I can also ask for advice. Li Yi invited Hao Lingquan to stay in Zhuangzi mainly to learn. Being a general was different from being a general in the past. In addition, it was to tell others that Hao Lingquan was under Li Yi's protection. If you think that Song Jing didn't want to promote Hao Lingquan, then you're offending me. Think carefully, don't wait until I make a move on you and think you're innocent. You may curry favor with Song Jing, but you may not be able to get Song Jing's favor. If you provoke me, I will never let you have a good time. Hao Lingquan didn't say anything and drank the wine. Okay, I'll stay in Zhuangzi and disturb Li Dongzhu. He changed the way he addressed Li Dongzhu. If he stayed in Zhuangzi, He had to call him Dongzhu. In fact, it was another kind of surrender. For example, if Li Yi wanted to catch an animal in the future, the army he was in could use the excuse of training to catch it. Does the inn have anything to bring over? Zhuangzi will send someone to get it. General Hao, you don't have to tire yourself. Li Yi decided to keep Hao Lingquan here. Otherwise, Hao Lingquan would have to deal with the people in the inn. Hao Lingquan also considered this problem. He took out the key. I'll write a letter to the inn's manager. No need. As long as the Li family Zhuangzi has the key to open the door, no one will think that it's stealing. Li Yi waved his hand. Hao Lingquan was speechless. Yes, the Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't steal other people's things. The person in Zhuangzi took the key and left. The two of them continued to drink outside. Hao Lingquan could eat and drink. He didn't look full. Xiaoyi, I'm here. Baigu appeared with a voice. He sat directly next to the table and reached out to pick up a skewer. The army is here. They're going to Mount Taibai for training. As he spoke, he nodded to Hao Lingquan. They had met before. Hao Lingquan stood up. Bai Zaifu. Sit down. It's tiring to stand and talk. Xiaoyi, what's the arrangement for the first batch of 5,000 people? Baigu raised his hand and gestured for Hao Lingquan to sit down. He then told Li Yi about the number of people. Send them directly to the foot of Mount Taibai. I'll provide canvas tents. The Ministry of Revenue will pay for them. Li Yi took a bowl and poured wine for Baigu. You make so much money selling chili noodles. Donate it. Baigu didn't want to go through the Ministry of Revenue's account. The Ministry of Revenue takes 50% of the tax. The Ministry of Revenue will pay for it. Li Yi shook his head. Hao Lingquan was speechless. Chapter 759. As a general, Hao Lingquan naturally knew what was going on in the army. He didn't care about the mobilization of the army. There were some who said that Prime Minister Bai wanted Li Yi to fork out money to support the merger. Li Yi refused, saying that the Ministry of Revenue collected too much tax. Are you too sure you are talking about the army of the Tang dynasty? Can military matters be handled like this? You pay for their meals, and the Ministry of Revenue will buy Zhuangzi's tent. Baigu changed his condition. What meals? Do I have to send someone to cook for them when they go to Tubo in the future? Let them cook for themselves. Li Yi's attitude was firm. Soldiers must learn how to survive. You prepare some medicinal herbs for Zhuangzi when they are injured during training. Anyway, your medicinal herbs are free. Baigu changed his condition again. Old Bai, why do you keep staring at me? I'm just a civil official. It's not easy to survive in front of Zhuangzi. Li Yi didn't say whether he agreed or not, which meant that he agreed. Zhuangzi's medicinal herbs were indeed free. They were exchanged with medical books. I spoke up for you today. I didn't hesitate to offend Guangbing. Baigu mentioned his contribution. So, Old Song still opposes? Li Yi caught the hint in Baigu's words. Guangbing can't take care of military matters. Baigu provided another piece of information. He wants to be the Minister of War? He's still the Minister of Justice now. Li Yi was a little confused. According to history, Song Jing should be the Minister of Appointments. However, Cui Riyong wasn't punished and was still doing well. Song Jing's power was still small. The Ministry of Justice was only a ministry. It didn't care about many things. Senior officials couldn't do anything. Hao Lingquan lowered his head and ate obediently, pretending that he didn't hear anything. He was scared. God, a prime minister and a civil official were talking about another prime minister. I think he wants you to be an official. Baigu took a sip of the wine and frowned. It's not up to him to decide whether I'm an official or not. Does that mean that I've seized his power? I'll give him a set of wine cups worth 1 coin when I get back. Li Yi didn't care at all and still wanted to give him something. He will run to Zhuangzi and fight you to the death. Baigu laughed. Li Yi meant to say that Song Jing was a petty person. The people who came to Mount Taibai were recruited soldiers. His Majesty recruited 30,000 people. Hurry them up and don't wait until the weather warms up. Zhuangzi has already prepared the tents and other things. I'll give you the capital and give you 10 extra hot air balloons. Li Yi was anxious. It was the best time to climb a mountain when the weather was cold. Tubo was cold and windy. Which cost? The labor cost of your village? Baigu now had some understanding of the cost. The labor cost of the Li family Zhuangzi was higher than other places, so he had to ask clearly. Otherwise, the labor cost was actually profit. Li Yi couldn't give the village a piece-by-piece fee. Li Yi picked up a green onion and soaked it in soy sauce. Zhuangzi doesn't have time to make tints. The Workers' Alliance and the E Alliance are working together. The E Alliance is in charge of the canvas and the Workers' Alliance is in charge of the frames. I'll give you the hot air balloons. I'm not the Minister of War. Don't talk about giving me a gift. Besides, are you going to sell the hot air balloons? I remember now. The hot air balloons balls and baskets are made by the Ministry of Works. You just have to provide one thing. Baigu didn't admit that the hot air balloons were given by Li Yi. Can you blow the hot air balloons into the sky? I also provide gasoline. Giving a balloon is giving gasoline. Li Yi emphasized the fuel. Baigu also picked up a green onion and threw it into his mouth. You use oil to make gasoline. Did you spend money on oil? I give you oil and you make gasoline. Isn't the cost of the technology a part of the cost? Li Yi retorted. I've learned another thing. Not bad. Baigu noted down the cost of technology. The road from Chang'an to Shudi needs to be repaired. The money I gave you is gone. The Ministry of Revenue can find the cement factory in Lantian County and transport the cement to a warm place. Hurry up. Li Yi changed the topic to the road repair. With the money he gave, the road was repaired well. Because it was far away and the roads were narrow, they could be widened with cement. Baigu ate another green onion. Fine Jigu. He's the Minister of Works. I only care about money. You're the Prime Minister. Li Yi mentioned Baigu's other identity. Find Guangbing. His words are more effective. Baigu pushed again. You don't want to be the Prime Minister anymore? Li Yi asked softly. Who said so? Shaoyi, you can't play any tricks. I don't want to join the League of Ministers for the time being. Baigu was shocked. There's a lot of vegetables in the greenhouses this year. Apart from the capital, the surrounding prefectures and even Luoyang can be sent. The cucumbers can be kept for several days. Li Yi changed the topic and talked about the greenhouses. The capital government had made money from the greenhouses last year. This year there were more people planting the vegetables. Those who had less money would find people to work with to raise the money to build the greenhouses. In one winter they would earn back their capital. The price of the greenhouses in the capital government's greenhouses was 5 times that of the summer and autumn season. It was cheaper than last year. There were merchants who collected the vegetables and transported them to other places. They could sell the vegetables for 10 times the price and profit from it. The Ministry of Revenue kept a close watch. When merchants collected vegetables, they would first collect taxes from the people who planted the greenhouses before collecting taxes from the merchants. As long as they bought a large amount, they would collect taxes. The merchants would say that they couldn't eat the vegetables themselves. Unless they were running a hotel, they would collect taxes from the hotel. When Li Yi mentioned the greenhouses, the smile on Baigu's face increased. Yes, repair the road. Good roads can transport goods faster and have a lot of taxes. Old Bai, I heard that you ate a lot of meat sauce when you treated people to a meal. I'll bring you a jar. Li Yi glanced at the eunuchs. Ziyu ran away and shouted, let's prepare something else for Bai Zaifu. You want to drive me away? Lingquan, don't live in the Daozhong Square anymore. Find another place. Baigu muttered and said to Hao Lingquan, Li Dongzhu, send someone to help me move things. I'm living in the Li family Zhuangzi. Hao Lingquan, who had heard a lot of things that she shouldn't have heard today, respectfully responded to Baigu. Baigu glanced at Li Yi. It's good to live in Zhuangzi. After I arrange a place for you, you'll probably take office after the new year. This year, we need to see the situation of the new leader of the Turks and the news of Tubo and adjust according to their changes. Yes. Hao Lingquan sat upright. She didn't have to worry about the arrangement of seats now. She had discovered that Li Yi had a great influence on the court. There was an uncertain feeling that she didn't dare to say, and that was that Li Yi could decide the candidate for the prime minister. What was going on? Was she too surprised today and began to let her imagination run wild? It didn't take long for Ziyu to return with a big basket on the cart. Baigu's followers cooperated to carry the basket on the cart, and Ziyu reported. There's chili sauce, fermented bean curd, shrimp oil side dishes, soy sauce, sweet garlic, salted garlic, pepper, leek sauce, braised shrimp sauce, soap, skincare cream, and the rest are vegetables from the greenhouse. Okay, old Bai, I won't see you off. Goodbye. Li Yi turned his head and waved at Baigu. Remember to send the gasoline over. When the hot air balloon rises, check the situation. There's snow on the mountain, and it's easy to have an avalanche. Shout a few times first. Baigu put his hands behind his back and strolled to the place where his car was parked. Hao Lingquan stood up and watched Baigu leave. When Baigu got in the car and left, he exhaled a long breath and felt much less pressure. He was afraid that Baigu would tell Li Yi more about the court. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please return to Chidian to subscribe. Thank you. In addition, please vote for me. Chapter 760. General Hao, sit down and take a rest. When your things arrive, we'll celebrate with you in Zhuangzi tonight. Don't eat now. Li Yi, who succeeded in getting Baigu to pay for him, was in a good mood. He found that Baigu was like a squirrel, always bringing food home. Compared to squirrels who would forget where they hid their food, Baigu would never forget where he put his money. Bai Zaifu is very easygoing. Hao Lingquan sat down and thought for a while before saying, he's easygoing if you don't talk about money with him. Li Yi smiled. Li Dongzhu, I saw the wing knights in Zhuangzi using hot air balloons outside Zhuangzi. I wonder if you can send 2 to the Dao army? Hao Lingquan was promoted and might not return to the Dao army in the future. He was still thinking about the Dao army. General Hao, you can learn in Zhuangzi. You can arrange for the brothers who came with you from the Dao army to learn together. After the new year, you'll be familiar with the situation in your original place. If you want to go back, I'll arrange it for you. At that time, you can take a few hot air balloons and more gasoline to be on guard. Li Yi began to consider sending Hao Lingquan back. Hao Lingquan was familiar with the Dao army, but he was not used to Tubo. Hao Lingquan nodded repeatedly. He understood that Li Yi could arrange for the general to go there, but he didn't understand why. Was it because the Li family Zhuangzi was too rich? Using money to buy connections? Who did he buy it from? Her Majesty? Tomorrow, I'll go to the barracks to see how many people can live in the courtyard. We have 30 people. Hao Lingquan wanted to arrange for the people he brought from the Dao army. There were more than 1,000 people when they came. After sending the people and the heads, the others went back with many rewards from the imperial court and things given by the Li family Zhuangzi. There were exchange coupons among the things given by the Li family Zhuangzi, which could be circulated in the Dao army. All the merchants who had been to Chang and knew that there were exchange coupons everywhere they went. Those who had come into contact with the merchants had seen them before. Merchants would take out their exchange coupons for others to see, and it was obvious that the coupons were difficult to imitate. The merchant's goal was to let the locals accept the exchange coupons so that it would be easier to do business in the future. The remaining 30 people were low-ranking officers. They were receiving training and learning in the barracks. 1212. Orderly shouts and footsteps could be heard. Hao Lingquan looked over. He was familiar enough to know that the 16th Guard had changed shifts. There were winged knights in Zhuangzi, and there were 16 guards outside. It was said that there were a lot of military secrets. Now it seemed like that wasn't the case. There were things even more mysterious than military secrets. The person who changed shifts took over with the original person. After the handover, they drank soup together. The person who was replaced left after drinking a bowl of soup, and the new person took his place after drinking the soup. It was just a free soup, but they actually made it feel like a ritual. At this time, the things that Hao Lingquan had left in the inn were brought back. There was a set of armor, a crossbow, a bow, and a saber. There were cloth and copper coins in the package, which were used as money. The price of cloth in Chang'an was low, so it wasn't worth it for outsiders to use cloth. If not for the imperial court's rigid rules, No one in the capital would be willing to use cloth as money, and the shops wouldn't accept cloth to buy goods. Everyone entered Zhuangzi together, and someone led Hao Lingquan to the courtyard that had been arranged for him. There were 3 rooms in the courtyard. The small courtyard wasn't very big, with the front yard being around 50 square meters and the backyard being around 30 square meters. There was furniture and bedding in the room. The heater was turned on, and the room slowly began to heat up. Hao Lingquan didn't have anything to pack, so he put down his things. The servant measured his measurements and told him that the new clothes would be placed in the resting room of the bath when he bathed. Hao Lingquan still wasn't completely used to it. He stood at the door and muttered as he looked at the situation in the room. So I'm a lower class rank 3 general now? That's right. Congratulations, General Hao. A voice suddenly came from behind him, giving him a fright. He really jumped. He jumped forward while lowering his head, bending his waist, turning around, pulling back his fists, and bending his legs slightly. Good, you're vigilant enough. Your response is reasonable. A figure appeared at the door. Why are you? King Song. Hao Lingquan was just about to ask why he didn't inform him in advance when he recognized this person. He had brought ahead to Chong, and to meet Li Chengqi. Shoo. Li Chengqi put his index finger in front of his mouth and shushed him. My name is Li De. From the 6th Li village in the west of the city. I'm a relative of the emperor. Hello, General Hao. Li Chengqi walked up to Hao Lingquan and introduced himself. Hello, Song Li De. What's going on? Hao Lingquan realized that he had encountered many supernatural incidents today. Brother Yi asked my 3rd brother for the position of general for you. You should do your best. If there's anything you're lacking in, take this opportunity to learn. You live in Zhuangzi, so if you see my 3rd brother, don't be surprised. His name is Li San. Li Chengqi told him about the matter first so that he wouldn't expose himself. 3rd brother? Ah, Your Majesty? How should I address you? Hao Lingquan's eyes widened. We have titles. County Duke is lower class rank too. Actually, as long as you don't say it out loud like an idiot, you don't have to worry about anything else. I'm the County Duke of Huaiyan, and my 3rd brother is the County Duke of Fangchu. You can call me that when you need to. Li Chengqi casually arranged an identity for himself and Li Longji. Okay, Your Majesty will come to Zhuangzi? Hao Lingquan swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. Brother Yi is in Zhuangzi, so of course my 3rd brother will come. Brother Yi is my 3rd brother's brother. If there's any trouble in the imperial court, my 3rd brother will come to ask Brother Yi. Li Chengqi said to Hao Lingquan as if it was natural. Hao Lingquan felt numb all over. In an instant he understood many things. He understood that some things couldn't be said, let alone asked. Just treat it as the truth. Oh my God, there's actually such a person in the Tang dynasty. I know. Hao Lingquan's face turned pale. Obviously, it was caused by insufficient blood supply. If there's nothing else, just focus on being a general. Don't worry too much about Song Jing. Li Chengqi said again and turned to leave. Hao Lingquan sat on the chair and took deep breaths. After a while, he felt that he could control his body again. He picked up the thermos, poured himself half a glass of water, and drank it down. After a short rest, he was ready to take a bath and soak in it. He left the yard and didn't lock the door. He walked toward the bathing pool in Zhuangzi. As he was walking, he heard a woman's voice. Jian don't be in a hurry. Don't fall. Wait a minute. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a child running with his 2 little legs. Then he saw a woman he had seen once. There was a man behind the woman. He had seen this man before. He stood still and didn't dare to move. His head was lowered. The little fellow ran to him and looked up curiously at this person who felt different from the others in Zhuangzi. Jian quick, hold his hand. Empress Wang caught up and reached out. The little fellow raised his hand and let her hold it. Empress Wang glanced at Hao Lingquan and took the child away. Li Longji came from behind. When he saw Hao Lingquan, he thought for a moment and reached out to pat Hao Lingquan on the shoulder. Don't worry. The people of the Tang dynasty count on you to protect them. After that, Li Longji also left. Hao Lingquan's face turned pale again. His calf seemed to be cramping. Chapter 761. It was comfortable for a tired body to soak in the hot water pool, but Hao Lingquan could only sit there and take a shower. The farmer in charge of the pool didn't allow him to get into the pool, saying that his physical and mental state were not good, and he was afraid that he would fall into the pool. After adjusting the hot and cold water, Hao Lingquan took a shower with no expression on his face and his eyes fixed. At this moment he figured it out, but he was still in a state of shock and disbelief. Li Yi King Song and His Majesty called each other brothers, and Empress Wang brought the child to play. It was said that in the Empress Palace of Xingqing Palace, the future crown prince was always surrounded by dozens of people, and it was impossible for the child to run around alone. However, in Li family Zhuangzi, His Majesty, Empress Wang, and the little fellow strolled around as a family of 3, and the little fellow could run around as much as he wanted. It meant that His Majesty felt that Zhuangzi was safer than the palace. God! He was worried that Songjing would take revenge, but it turned out that he thought too much. No wonder Bai Zaifu treated Li Yi like that. Yes, it's not wrong to ask Li Dongzhu to pay for the army. With his position, it's normal to spend money to support the army. Why should he care about public and private matters? Hao Lingquan, who had been worried that Songjing would take action, was completely relieved now. He was not afraid. No, I shouldn't ask Li Dongzhu to pay for the army. The imperial court is rich, and Li Dongzhu's money should be spent privately, such as training powerful soldiers and winged knights. Hao Lingquan overturned his idea again. He wanted to know how Li Yi should spend his money, and he was very worried. He stood up, moved the stool aside, turned off the water, used soap and washed his hair. Songjing is not in a good mood. He just doesn't want to promote Hao Lingquan. Li Longji was talking to Li Yi. The little fellow was sitting on a high stool beside him, eating diced fruits with a spoon. He looked at whoever spoke, looking very serious. Songjing has certain limitations when it comes to considering problems, but he's willing to analyze what happened after the incident. He has his own political intentions. He's more tolerant towards scholars, but he's more cautious towards martial artists. Li Yi analyzed the situation based on the information and his contact with Songjing. Li Yi discovered that the prime ministers all liked to monopolize power. Zhang Shua, Yaochong, Songjing, and a few others later on. The advantage of having absolute power was that if things were done right, the Tang dynasty would be in the limelight. If the strategy was wrong, the Tang dynasty would be in trouble. What about Hao Lingquan? Li Longji changed the topic to Hao Lingquan. He is brave and resourceful. He needs to learn. He has a sense of honor as a martial artist, and is willing to risk his life for recognition. When facing outsiders, he had a strong psychological quality, but when facing the people of the Tang dynasty, he had a weak heart. Such a person, no matter how much power he has, will not betray the Tang dynasty. He's afraid of the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi gave another evaluation of Hao Lingquan. Li Longji nodded. First, he'll go to school in Zhuangzi. When he's done, where's the right place to put him? Go back to the Dao army. He's familiar with the geography and environment of the Dao army. The Turks rule a large area with a small population and a bad environment. Many people don't work in agriculture. As long as the Dao army is strong enough, it can push forward from the position of the Dao army. The Turks can't resist. When the Yellow River opens in spring, we can put all kinds of things there. The army will play a great role in the position of several. As Li Yi spoke, he took the map and unfolded it on the table. The little fellow looked at his position and stretched out his small hand to move the plate out. Then the plate fell to the ground and broke. The little fellow was stunned. His eyes were wide open, as if he didn't understand how he became so strong. He had to go down. The food was on the ground. He had to pick it up to eat. The palace maid hurriedly went to fetch a new plate. The eunuch moved a new table and placed it on the plate. The little fellow ignored the plate on the ground and continued to eat the fruit with the spoon. The baby doesn't know how to control his strength now. Seems that he plays a lot and grows quickly. Li Yi reached out and pinched the little fellow's arm. The little fellow turned to look at him and chuckled. 7 fruits, 7. Okay, you can eat. Li Yi smiled. Li Longji stood up and pointed at the position of the Northern Protectorate headquarters. Here. Yes. Due to strategic suppression and the influence of the supply transportation, the Northern Protectorate headquarters moved to the surrendered city in the west. The supplies couldn't keep up, so they had to move to the surrendered city in the middle. The supplies usually go up the east side of the Yellow River, to the Protectorate headquarters. There are several deserts. The problem of the deserts can be solved by raising camels. We don't have the manpower to manage the deserts now. We can wait for the future. Li Yi pointed to two large deserts, the Wuxia Desert and the Kabuki Desert. The large desert, especially the Kabuki Desert, spanned from the west to the east, blocking the Yellow River. There were more small deserts along the way. Even if they weren't deserts, they were still grasslands with little grass. One of the places was called the Dongshang District back when Li Yi was still alive. The primary industry of the Dongshang District was agriculture and animal husbandry. The value of the industry accounted for 1/1000th of the total industry. The industry was more impressive. It was more than 500 times that of agriculture and animal husbandry. Tourism was also more than 200 times that of the industry. Li Yi was helpless to develop such a place. If he had the money, he could invest it in other areas and earn more. The Northern Protectorate headquarters was located close to Baotou. It was more advantageous to develop there than the surrendered city in the west. The surrendered city in the west was closer to Wuyuan County. The development of Wuyuan County couldn't be compared to the Dongshang District. The only good thing was that the agriculture there was much better than the Dongshang District. Brother Yi knows how to manage the desert? Li Longji was more interested in this matter. We need manpower, a lot of manpower. It's tiring. We also need to plant grass and fight against shag. Usually we use straw. If we have the money and manpower, we might as well raise camels. In the future, when we fight against others, we can use the camels. Li Yi nodded and then shook his head. He said that he wanted to fight against the Abbasid Caliphate in India. From there, he could reach the sea directly. Otherwise, he would take a detour. The Suez Canal had not been opened yet. Africa and Eurasia were connected. Africa had good soil. Just by throwing some seeds in, he would be able to reap great benefits. How many years do we need to fight our way through? Li Longji wanted to fight and expand the territory of the Tang dynasty. After fighting the Turks in Tubo, we will have complete control over the Bohai Sea. Only then can we continue to expand to the north, northeast, northwest and southwest. Li Yi wasn't in a hurry to conquer. The war wasn't over yet. The lives of the people in the Tang dynasty's capital office were better, but the other places were still the same. When it came to fighting the Tuboan Turks, if you don't fight them, they will fight you. It was impossible to reconcile. As long as the other party didn't start a war with the Bohai Sea, there was no need to fight. They could slowly take over the Bohai Sea. The population of the Bohai Sea was small, and it still occupied the 3 provinces in the northeast. It still lacked a unified government. During the exchange, the people of the Tang dynasty would slowly become like Li Yi's era. There were several ethnic groups living together in harmony. There were people who opposed the Manchus in other places, but there was no such thing in the northeast. They even respected the Manchus' habits and didn't invite them to eat dog meat. The most interesting thing was that there were also Koreans there. Korean dog meat was delicious. With the addition of Muslim meat, there was no problem. Chapter 762. Li Longji rolled up the map again. He didn't need to look at it anymore. The importance of the Northern Protectorate manor lay in the fact that as long as the baggage of the army followed, the Turks wouldn't dare to attack the Great Wu army. If the Turks ran to the Great Wu army, the Northern Protectorate manor would send troops to cut off the Turks' path of retreat. In the past, they focused on defense and built a city. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to supply the baggage. The local population was small and resources were scarce. Farming was barely enough for them to survive. If it wasn't for the war, the imperial court wouldn't send supplies to the Northern Protectorate manor. The soldiers of the Northern Protectorate manor could deal with the Turks on their own. Similarly, the Turks didn't have enough supplies, and a single attack would deplete a lot of their national strength. Li Longji couldn't wait to go to the Yellow River and open the river. He had witnessed the power of capital from Li Yi. With money one could do anything. Wasn't it just logistics? Send it over, spend a huge sum of money, and after sending it over, Brother E, do you have a rough estimate of the cost of transporting military supplies to the Northern Protectorate Manor? Li Longji wasn't sure how much money it would cost. Li Yi shook his head, I haven't sent it before. Third brother, we don't need to send a boat full of things. We can send half a boat full of military supplies and half a boat full of other things. Sell the remaining half of the boat? Unload half of it at the Northwestern Protectorate Manor, load it with local specialties and continue upstream. When we reach a place upstream, we can carry whatever the locals lack on the boat. Buy it from the locals and continue upstream? Li Longji wasn't a fool anymore. He immediately understood Li Yi's motive. As long as there were enough boats, the Yellow River could be transported to the sea. What the upstream lacked or had, they would know by making a trip there. Not only would the commoners along the way not reduce their wealth by buying things, they would even increase their income by selling things that weren't valuable locally. That's right. Li Yi nodded his head. This was what he was thinking as well. What the Yellow River needed was the government's investment. Preparedness meant success. Thinking about it this way, I feel delighted. The inspection at Huku Waterfall has already been completed. We can travel on the tracks and on land. Li Longji clenched his fists. He liked Zhuangzi and the Li family. Whenever they encountered a problem, Li Yi would give them a practical solution. It gave people hope and something to look forward to. As long as they followed it, they would definitely succeed. Empress Wang suddenly said, It's a pity that traveling in the desert is too tiring. Even with camels, people will die in special weather. Li Yi laughed, sister-in-law, as long as you're willing to spend money, it's easy to cross the desert. You don't have to cross the Wuxia desert directly. If you want to cross the desert by force, you have to dig a well and build a pond with cement. You have to pour the well water into the pond and cover it. In the area where the Shatua clan was located, there were underground canals and wells, and there were open canals outside. The area between the Wuxia desert and the Kubuki desert is similar to the soil. It can be dug out to store water for a long period of time. Empress Wang thought for a moment. Dig a well for each section of the road? Plant trees around the area and send people to guard the area. Then the team would travel through the same route. Won't they go astray and not be able to find the place? Li Longji continued. Use cement to build pillars. Bury a section in the sand, and watch the pillars as they walk. Later, we'll find elder brother and ask the workers' union to fix it. Li Longji arranged work for Li Chengqi's workers' union. Regardless of whether it was the new year or not, they would work as if it was the new year and get 5 times the pay. Third brother, we can hire the locals. Even if it's just to help push the windmill. Give them more benefits. Li Yi mentioned the matter of hiring local workers. Yes, that should be the case. Li Longji reacted. The locals were familiar with the situation and gave them benefits. Only then would they do their best to help. When the wells were dug, they would pave the way. The locals would use the path and naturally maintain it. Perhaps the locals would move to a place with a lot of well water, saving the manpower needed to look after the place. That way we can build a city next to the wells. Empress Wang added, there are many wild beasts, especially wolf. Selling newspapers, the workers' union is recruiting workers. From today onwards, you'll get 3 times the pay for digging wells in the desert. If you don't come back after the new year, you'll get 5 times the pay. Selling newspapers, la la la. Well, digging workers in the workers' union will have 4 meals a day. There will be meat for each meal and 1 tail of wine at night. The next morning, the paperboys began to shout. They would get 3 times the pay before the new year. The new year would usually start from the little new year and continue until the 10th day of the first lunar month. The imperial court's annual leave was 10 days. Those who worked would get 7 days more. The young and strong people, such as those who worked at the docks when the Yellow River was still passable, were more attentive. They had the strength and knew how to dig wells. They just had to push them around. They didn't need to worry about their skills. After 3 months of work, the Yellow River's Huku waterfall would be completely open. Then they would return to the docks and earn at least 10 more months' pay. In the Political Affairs Hall of Xingqing Palace, Song Jing flipped through the newspaper and shook his head when he saw the description of crossing the desert to build water points. It's a waste of manpower and money. There's already a way to cross the Huku waterway of the Yellow River. Why do we still need to go by land? If we take the land route to the east bank of the Yellow River and repair the road there, wouldn't it be easier than crossing the desert? Song Jing found the root of the problem. He didn't submit a memorial and went straight to look for Li Longji. Li Longji went through the memorials. The main reason was that the local government wanted to build irrigation works, appease the people living at the border, and request to strengthen the defense at the border. When Song Jing arrived, Li Longji finished another one. He put down his pen and said, "Official Song, you've worked hard. Take a seat." Song Jing sat down and stood up before saying, "Your Majesty, I heard that you want to open up the desert road to the Protectorate of the Northwest? I'll pay for it," Li Longji replied. He directly talked about the matter of the money. If they didn't go through the Ministry of Revenue, it had nothing to do with them. Song Jing gulped and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I feel that it's better to build a road by the Yellow River than to build a desert road. We've already gone to the east bank of the Yellow River. The Protectorate of the North is on the other bank of the Yellow River." He wanted Li Longji to use his own money to build the roads according to his ideas. Build it. The roads on the east and west banks of the Yellow River will be rebuilt. The roads that aren't in good condition will be repaired using new technology. Li Longji nodded his head. "You're right. Build it. I have the money." Song Jing. He thought for a while. "Your Majesty, since that's the case, why build a bridge? The Pujin Bridge is too troublesome to transport troops." "Official Song, don't you know that the Pujin Bridge is being repaired? It can be repaired before the Yellow River reopens next year. Who knows, it might even be completed after the new year." Li Longji was astonished. "You, the Prime Minister, don't know about the actions of the Imperial Court? The new bridge would be a floating bridge made of metal cables. It could be opened and a boat could be placed across. Then the two sides of the bridge would be filled with large cement blocks to secure the cables. When more iron was added, more iron could be used to make a huge iron bull. The concrete would be damaged easily after a long time. Your Majesty, with the money, why don't you build the roads above the capital?" Song Jing asked. "The money came from the Li family Zhuangzi. The men in the family are strong and fit, and are suitable to help in the construction of the floating bridge in winter. Official Bai will be in charge of the roads above the capital in spring. He's already discussed it with Official Wei," Li Longji patiently explained to Song Jing. Song Jing took a deep breath. "I understand." Chapter 763. Song Jing returned to the political affairs hall expressionlessly. He did not enter his office but sat down in the hall outside. He found some tea leaves and placed them in a pot. He then poured some water from a thermos bottle. He pulled out a drawer with pine nuts, pliers and a plate of pine nuts. He then pinched the pine nuts. "Guangping, what are you doing?" Bai Gu heard the commotion and came out to see Song Jing. Sui also came out with a curious look on his face. "The pontoon bridge at Pujin Bridge has started construction, but we did not know about it," Song Jing said softly. "Guangping, you did not know?" Bai Gu was surprised and looked at Sui. Sui replied, "It's been repaired. The people are saying that it will be more convenient for people to cross the bridge next year. It's dangerous for people to cross the bridge." Song Jing was stunned. "Both of you knew about it? Even the people knew about it? Only I don't know about it? How did you know?" Song Jing was even more depressed. "It was written in the newspapers." Bai Gu and Sui replied together. Song Jing finally understood why Li Longji had such an expression. It was in the newspapers. "Guangping, don't always think that the stories in the newspapers are fabricated. You have to read the newspapers from the beginning. Read it carefully. Read it twice." Bai Gu patiently told Song Jing that one should not read 10 lines at a glance. "I did not see it. I read the newspapers very carefully." Song Jing felt that he was wronged. He did not like reading stories, but he was willing to study the daily life facts. He was more interested in reading about the Li family Zhuangzi. For example, chili noodles, kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, tea leaves, glycerin, including the supply of vegetables in the greenhouse during winter. As the Prime Minister, he placed great importance on the newspapers. There was no mention of the pontoon bridge. Baigu turned around and went into his house. After a while, he took out a set of newspapers and said, "Guangping, look. It's on this page. This one here." Songjing looked at the place where Baigu was pointing. Indeed, there was one. It even brought a simple map of what it would look like after construction. He got up and went into his room. After a while, he returned with 4 papers in his hand. "Who can take out one of my newspapers?" Songjing gritted his teeth and said, "Guangping, next time you have to look at the pages. Now there are 5 newspapers. They say it's after the new year." Sui said to Songjing while holding back his laughter. "This old man knows that after the new year, it might be expanded to 10 copies each, and it's still 3 coins. 3 of the copies have the contents of dictionaries printed on them. Cut it yourself, cut it according to the dotted lines, drill the holes with an awl, and thread it through. When you have enough, you can make a dictionary. Then there are 3 double-sided prints." Songjing was still angry. He felt that Her Majesty was dissatisfied with him, and did not even read the newspaper. That's right. Princess Jingxian only printed 10,000 copies in the first batch. She gave them to the temple, monastery, and aristocratic families. Shaoyi only thought of printing them herself. Baigu's words faintly expressed his dissatisfaction with Princess Jingxian. She should have given them to the people of the capital government first. Ordinary people with children in school should have given them first. Their children could learn by themselves. Sui spoke up for Princess Jingxian. The temple, monastery, and aristocratic families gave Princess Jingxian the money for printing, the money for the paper, and the ink was given by Li Yi. Right now, Her Majesty and Li Yi do things freely. They can do whatever they want. Songjing did not care about the printing of dictionaries. He mentioned that the political affairs hall's power had decreased. Baigu laughed. "Guangping, it's Her Majesty's own money. Shaoyi will also take out the money to build infrastructure." "Has the Ministry of Work started to build roads?" Songjing mentioned the situation of the roads in the capital government. This could not be Her Majesty and Li Yi's money, right? The Ministry of Revenue has money. Shaoyi sells chili powder. She sells chili powder and pays 700 yuan per caddy. While the people of the capital government do not have much work in the winter, they will build the roads that are easy to repair. The difficult ones can be repaired after the winter thaws. Baigu explained. After all, Songjing was the Prime Minister, but he could not control the money. If the Minister of Revenue was not the Prime Minister, he would need to tell the Prime Minister when he needed money. Since he was the Prime Minister, he could do it. "Drink tea." Songjing did not want to say any more. He could not say anything. Baigu was 13 years older than him. Oh, Li family Zhuangzi and Hao Lingquan were also drinking tea. They drank tea and asked Guozi for advice. Guozi was young, but he knew a lot. He was very sensitive to military matters. Guozi was a 6th-rank official, and was in charge of 30,000 winged knights. Hao Lingquan was a 3rd-rank general, and was in charge of 30 people. The 30 people came out of the barracks and were arranged by Hao Lingquan to live in a house in front of the settlement. If you want to win a battle, you have to train strong soldiers first. You can't be afraid when you are outnumbered. Li Dongzhu said that the strongest soldiers can fight to the last man. I don't know if the winged knights can do it. I believe that the 3,000 winged knights can do it. They were personally trained by Li Dongzhu. Guozi slowly explained to Hao Lingquan. Li Yi told him about the Mandarin Duck Formation. The Mandarin Duck Formation could be formed randomly, which meant that they were trained well. When Guozi trained the winged knights, he divided them into many steps and positions. Every soldier had to adapt to all positions. How can you make everyone not afraid of death? Hao Lingquan himself was not afraid of death. He thought that there were very few people who were not. Power, money, and faith. It is an honor for General Hao to be a general. When the Tang dynasty won too many battles, it was impossible for everyone to be made an official. Like the former Qin, there were no titles and no rewards, so you had to give money, Guozi had learned the method from Li Yi, which was to pay. When soldiers killed enemies in battle, they had to be given merit points. Merit points represented land. What if there was not enough land? Use money to exchange for it. Faith. General Hao, look at the Wing Knights after training and you will know. We fight for His Majesty and the people of the Tang dynasty. We are the strongest soldiers. The moment we move out is the moment the war ends. His Majesty is watching us. The people of the Tang dynasty are counting on us. Our families are honored because of us. As Guozi spoke, he sat up straight with a serious face. Hao Lingquan nodded his head vigorously. His blood was boiling after hearing those words. He admitted that the Wing Knights were strong, but he didn't expect the Wing Knights to learn like this. It was a good idea. When he had an army in the future, he would do the same. General Hao, be prepared. In the future, the government soldiers will be disbanded and turned into recruits. His Majesty and the Imperial Court will pay for it. Guozi revealed to Hao Lingquan. I understand after listening to Bai Zaifu and Li Dongzhu. Hao Lingquan expressed that he understood. He also knew the disadvantages and advantages of the recruitment system. The disadvantage was money. As long as there was no money, the recruitment system would be useless. The advantage was that the people who wanted to be recruited must be strong or have their own specialties. When the overall level of the army improved, the combat effectiveness would also rise. Other people who couldn't fight could be farmers. I heard from Li Dongzhu that when the Iron Chain Pontoon Bridge is built, the road from there to the Dao army will be built and then sent to you. Guozi mentioned another thing. He told Hao Lingquan the importance of the Dao army. Why don't you give the money to the south? The south needs to be connected. Hao Lingquan was happy and puzzled. It's being built. According to Li Dongzhu, the Dao army will be of great use in the future, Guozi guessed. Chapter 764. In the blink of an eye, it was the 12th lunar month. Nothing major happened in the 11th month. The commoners were all busy. The greenhouses increased the price of the imperial government's cloth. Fresh vegetables were delivered to the east and west every day. It was impossible to sell them at such a high price like last year. Normally, the price was maintained at 4 to 5 times the normal harvest season. Vegetables with slightly worse quality were sold at 4 times the normal price. Vegetables with good quality were sold at 5 times the normal price. There were also specially selected vegetables that were sold at 8 times the normal price. The Li family Zhuangzi's vegetables were not sold. They were all handled internally, including gifts. Li Longji was rich. The gold mine and salt mines provided him with a large amount of money. He looked energetic all day. Li Yi also had nothing to do. He only lectured. He lectured to 220 students. After the new year, 220 students went to the village to find work. They replaced the students who did not pass the imperial examinations and became village officials. Baigu directed the Ministry of Revenue to investigate who was evading taxes. Yao Chong and the others were collecting evidence. They were preparing to take down the 6 provincial governors in one go. Song Jing was the busiest. He had just received the position of Minister of Personnel and Minister of Justice. Li Longji saw that he had too little power and gave him this position. Once something happened, Li Yi's words were the most effective. Who wouldn't feel sad to be the Prime Minister? Cui Riyong was sent to Hunan Prefecture. He cooperated with Zhang Shua to deal with the land clearing and road construction. Song Jing proposed that although the college entrance examination was deep, those who were not talented should not be promoted. It was not based on seniority. Whoever wanted to be promoted needed to be talented. This conflicted with Baigu's suggestion to limit the promotion of exiled officials. Baigu said that exiled officials should not be promoted casually. They had to work for a certain period of time. Song Jing was in charge of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel, so he was in a difficult position. He found out what kind of official was good. The Li family Zhuangzi had 42 students. 41 of them were officials in the various counties. The remaining one was in charge of collecting and handling the overall affairs. They were all talented people. But should he really promote all of them? They were branded with the Li family Zhuangzi's brand. In addition, the students who went to the village also learned some skills. What he didn't know in the past, after learning and adapting to his identity as a village official, he helped to coordinate and come up with ideas. These students were not bad, but they were not officials who had passed the imperial examinations. Should he promote them? In addition, the officials in the 22 counties of the capital were not bad. Even though they were afraid, the officials of Lantian County would still report to the county every once in a while. Seeing how the officials looked like they had nothing to live for but did not dare to die, one could imagine how the officials felt. The performance of Chang and County and Wanyan County was particularly outstanding. These two counties were in charge of the entire city of Chang, and, right under the emperor's nose, Li Longji tried his best to give them benefits by offering them a high salary. The bailiffs took the initiative to work overtime all day long. Those who wanted to do bad things had all gone to work in a proper business to earn money. Song Jing realized that there were too many people he could use, and the space was limited. He took the information and looked at it personally one by one. Sui helped him with some small matters, such as evaluating which official was better. The emperor gave more money and things, and the officials are indeed grateful. Sui flipped through the evaluation records and sighed sincerely. They are not working hard because of the things given. They are afraid that if they don't work hard enough, they will be punished. Song Jing had his own understanding of this. The officials who lived outside the city had new houses, coal, and money. They worked hard in order to continue to have such treatment. The officials who lived in the city were afraid of being squeezed out and worked hard as well. If they took the money and continued to be greedy and take bribes, they would die. If it really doesn't work, send them out and find a place near the capital, Sui suggested. If the officials worked hard and handled things well, it was time for them to be promoted. Send them further away like exile and find a state capital nearby. For example, a county captain was sent to a county deputy or a registrar, or directly promoted to a county magistrate. The registrar, county deputy, and county magistrate were sent to the state capital to join the army. The hardest to arrange are the students who did not pass the imperial examinations. Let me ask the emperor. Song Jing had the hardest time for a large group of students. If he didn't arrange them, others were already doing very well. There were no positions for those who passed the imperial examinations. Although he said that he would not accept those who were not talented in the imperial examinations, he had dug a hole for himself. There are still 220 students from the Li family Zhuangzi who are preparing to replace the current students after the new year. It will be more troublesome then. Sui was distressed for Song Jing. 220 students were now officials, and all of them were first in the imperial examinations. They were directly at the 9th rank. When they had experience in the local areas, they would be promoted. The salary was a small matter, but the position was a big matter. Song Jing didn't want to mention the people who came out of the Li family Zhuangzi. There were many of them and they were learning from Li Yi. If he asked them to write books, they would definitely not do it. They wanted to be officials with real power. Li Yi was not worried at all about the things that Song Jing was worried about. He continued to give a lecture to the 220 students today. He connected the speakers and set up a water screen. He used the equipment in the hospital to make a slideshow of the resting villagers, the Wing Knights, Hao Lingxuan's team, Yang Huanjin, Huang Xianrong, and the rest. Of course, Zhang Xiao from the Zhang family village and Wang Xing from the imperial plantation also came. It is actually very simple to be a village official in the village. How many people are there in a village? He went from house to house to house, asking questions and memorizing them. What do they have? What do they need? Just these 2 points. Solve them well, and the people will have a good life. What do they have, including labor, skills, and family background? There are 5 people in a family, 3 children and 2 adults, and they only have 500 yuan in savings. At this time, it is not realistic to want to build a 2-mu greenhouse. Planting cucumbers, eggplants, cowpeas, cabbage, and rape. It is not easy to manage too many varieties. They only have 500 yuan. Who can invest more money? Li Yi went straight to the point and gave an example. Everyone sat upright and thought together. What should they do? 2 adults and 3 children, and they only have 500 yuan. They want to plant a greenhouse. If I am a village official, I will look at the local situation. I will take the initiative to look for the rich people who do not have land. I will help the people. Plant 1 mu of land and let the rich people invest money to build a greenhouse. I will use the people's land. I will provide the technology, and my technology will be given to the people for free. I will teach you the specific planting methods for the greenhouse. You will also know how to plant different vegetables. I will teach you more in the future. Let's discuss how to distribute the money earned. Even if the people only get 20% of the profits next year, you can get more investment. You can invest the money you earned. Don't expect the people to become rich within a year, unless you can provide technology that others do not have. Li continued to talk about how to deal with the situation. Dong, a student raised his hand. Please speak. Li looked at him. There is only one person in the village, and she is a widow. What should we do? The student asked. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed. Then you will be in trouble. You need to organize more widows. You cannot interact with them alone. This is a matter of principle. Don't tell me that you all went to the village to create trouble. Protect your position and don't give any political opponents a chance. Li did not laugh. Instead, he was very serious. Chapter 765. When everyone heard this, they stopped talking. During this process, Wang Xing did not laugh, the Shu Salt Gang did not laugh, Guizi did not laugh, and the villagers did not laugh. The villagers saw how Dongzhu dealt with the issue of men and women in Zhuangzi. This was not funny. Wang Xing had experienced countless struggles in the palace, so he could not laugh. The Shu Salt Gang knew too well what was going on. Some officials were tricked by people using the excuse of personal morality. Guizi thought that it was not easy for a widow to live alone, and as a man, he should take care of her. You know what you are learning, and so do others. Your bodies are branded with a brand that can never be removed. Many people do not want the Li family Zhuangzi to exist, but they have no choice. They can't deal with the Li family Zhuangzi, but can't they deal with you? Li was still serious and explained the situation to the students. Don't be silly and think that everything is fine after passing the exam. Life is long. When you reach the place first, you are not allowed to drink. No matter what reason or excuse the other party uses, you are not allowed to drink. You would rather refuse someone's invitation and offend them. Second, you are not allowed to look for women outside. Even if you say that you are not allowed to drink, you are not allowed to go to a party. If you go, you will not be able to explain yourself. After a year or so, there might be a woman with a newborn child who will come to you. Third, when you reach the place, if someone kneels in front of you and cries for justice, do not listen to one side of the story. However, you must arrange for the person to cry for justice. Write a letter to Zhuangzi, and I will send someone to deal with it. Li began to talk about the various things that the 220 students would encounter in the future. Every matter could be a trap for the students. Of course, it was not a big deal to be tricked. They just had to pay a price. Later on, they would be tricked again. The students took out their small notebooks and began to write. It was so dangerous. It turned out that becoming an official was scarier than going to the battlefield. Come back, let's talk about the widows. When you reach the village, remember to meet the village chief first and then the elders. Ask a few old women in the village to stay by your side, and then contact the women in the village, especially the widows. You are not allowed to meet any woman alone. It is the same for the old women. You have to invite more than 3 at a time. Organize the women to work, and if the widow is shrewish, that is even better, let her be in charge. As for accommodation, you must stay at the village chief's house. If there is a problem at the village chief's house, I will look for the village chief. Li hated that he couldn't impart all of his life struggles to the students. The losses he had suffered were more than the salt the students had eaten. The students' fear increased. They realized that they weren't going to a village, but a tiger's den. Now I'll tell you how to deal with things in the village. After you survive in the village, I'll tell you how to deal with things in the county. It's much different from the village. Next, I'll talk about how to promote the welfare of the elderly in the village, how to distribute the poultry in the village, and how to coordinate the management. Li Yi changed the topic again and talked about the specific situation and the measures the village had taken to deal with it. Alright, that's all for today. We have a medical class in the afternoon. After a long class, it was almost noon. Li Yi put down his things and turned to leave. Others helped to clean up. The speakers were too far away, and the water curtain equipment was put away. There were 90 people in the afternoon class, so they didn't need these things. The salt merchants of Shu smiled, not surprised at all. This was Li Dongzhu's ability. He obviously didn't have a real official position, but he supported almost half of the people in the capital. Hundreds of thousands of people followed him to eat. His every move was related to the people's livelihood. Wang Xing smiled and took people back. He decided to find a village above the emperor and see if he could help the other party make more money. What he pursued was not to return to the palace for power, but to realize his self-worth in life. Zhang Xiao, the village chief of Zhang family village, was very helpless. It was as if he didn't hear it. Zhang family village had been arranged by Li Dongzhu, and his village was just how Lingquan pulled Guozi. Li Dongzhu knows everything? If he goes to the Dao army, the people there will be blessed. How can Li Dongzhu go out? If he goes out, where can the imperial court find him for important matters? Guozi despised Hao Lingquan. You only think about your Dao army. You don't know who will ask about politics? Your general position, other than Li Dongzhu. Who can stop Song Jing from getting it for you? Yes, Li Dongzhu must stay on Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu has worked hard. Hao Lingquan realized that His Majesty and Li Dongzhu would come here. He didn't know what His Majesty and His Majesty were talking about. In the past 10 days, His Majesty came here 4 times. And King Song, who came and went like a ghost, what was he busy with every day? A large group of people. Is it time for class? A vigorous old man's voice sounded. Hao Lingquan was startled, but he didn't jump out this time. He turned his head and saw 2 people coming. He hurriedly bowed and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. I'm Mu Changxi and this is my wife Lady Mu. Li Dan introduced himself. He had also met Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan brought the enemy's head here, and everyone wanted to see it. Old Mr. Mu, Lady Mu. Hao Lingquan's voice trembled. Yes. Li Dan and noble consort Lu answered together. Hao Lingquan, you have to learn more. Jumping from a general to a general, you'll be in charge of more soldiers. If you don't command well, you'll get the soldiers killed. Li Dan carefully looked at Hao Lingquan, who had almost been stripped of his benefits, and said earnestly. Hao Lingquan responded as fast as he could. Yes, I'm learning from Officer Gua. Old Mr. Mu, come here. My son knows. This is not something you should think about. It's cold. Check your body and stay for a few days. It's comfortable to live in Zhuangzi. Li Dan seemed to be very easy to talk to. He even explained to Hao Lingquan. Others thought that his movements were restricted, but in fact they weren't. Check my body? Hao Lingquan didn't understand and asked casually. Ask a doctor to see if I'm sick. Don't you know that Xiao Yi's medical skills are unparalleled? I'm old. I didn't care about life and death before. Now I want to live for a few more years and see the Tang dynasty. With Xiao Yi, the Tang dynasty will definitely become strong soon. I don't have to worry about getting sick. Li Dan said what was in his heart. He didn't care, and he knew that Hao Lingquan was clear about the situation. Noble consort Lu said, Xiao Yi is really reassuring. You should learn more from him while you're living in Zhuangzi. Let's go and find Xiao Yi. Li Dan reached out and took noble consort Lu's hand to leave. Hao Lingquan quickly lowered his head. He didn't see anything and didn't know anything. The retired emperor and noble consort Lu kept calling her Xiao Yi. The retired emperor even took noble consort Lu's hand. If Song Zaifu makes things difficult for me, will he be finished? Hao Lingquan muttered inexplicably. When the sound came out, he quickly covered his mouth. Guozi heard it and nodded. Yes, General Hao, you're right. If all the civil and military officials leave, we can find another group of people to replace them. If the Li family Zhuangzi is gone, you won't be able to find the same place again. It's fate that you can think of asking Li Dongzhu for help. What about you? How did you meet Li Dongzhu? Hao Lingquan also felt that he was lucky. Me? I'm taking the martial arts exam and then Guozi told Hao Lingquan about how Li Yi singled him out. Chapter 766. Hao Lingquan was disappointed. He thought that Guozi had followed the winged knights here under Her Majesty's arrangement. However, that was not the case. Li Dongzhu had to leave to deal with the locust plague when the students in Zhuangzi were taking the imperial examinations. Before he left, he specifically asked about Guozi's situation. He said that he had taken a liking to him, but they had not met before settling down. Guozi was also impressive. No wonder he was Li Dongzhu's key person. How could he be different in the imperial examinations? Are you respectful to Li Dongzhu because he recognized your worth? Hao Lingquan felt that he had found the reason. Guozi shook his head. There's no such thing. I'm just afraid of Li Dongzhu. Afraid of what? Does he know how to fight? Hao Lingquan wanted to know more. Yes, he knows how to train soldiers, give commands, calculate, teach drawing, and even research weapons. However, he likes to be in charge of logistics. He knows what the soldiers need. He says he's afraid of death and won't charge. When Guozi talked about Li Yi, his face was full of admiration. Afraid of death? If the winged knights were not afraid of death, why would they listen to him? Hao Lingquan thought that was impossible. Soldiers admired those who dared to fight. Because they were afraid of him playing with them. That would be worse than death. Guozi shook his head. He had received one-on-one training with Li Yi for 3 days. His physique was good, so the training content increased accordingly. He did not sleep at all during the 32 hours of high-intensity training. Li Yi, on the other hand, slept. He could sleep and wake up at any time. He did not know how he trained. What about the specifics? Hao Lingquan wanted to know more. Guozi shook his head. The past is unbearable, but it's nothing. Li Dongzhu said that there was a team that could complete 32 hours of training in the desert. They threw people into the desert. They had a mission target and were only allowed to bring a wet towel and a tactical military knife. 32 hours to complete a series of missions and survive. I'll try it when I have the chance. If others can do it, I can do it too. Guozi was proud. He wanted to try the 72 hours of desert survival training. Hao Lingquan kept blinking her eyes, wondering how they could survive in the desert for 3 days. He thought it was impossible. A knife and a wet towel. What a joke. Officer Guo, I can't. There's no water. Hao Lingquan shook her head. Yes, isn't there a tactical military knife? Li Dongzhu knows how to use a military knife to fetch water, and how to bury himself. If he's lucky, he can find insects and grass to eat. Guozi was confident that it would work. Hao Lingquan still didn't understand how to get water with a knife. He smiled and said, Li Dongzhu is a talented commander. He can't fight with his life on the line, but he can command and teach, right? Guozi kept looking at Hao Lingquan with that kind of gaze. Hao Lingquan was almost scared out of her wits. Only then did she say with a smile, on the battlefield, you and your 30 subordinates were enemies with Li Dongzhu. I advise you to take your men and run. Run as fast as you can and run as far as you can. No, they had to split up and not run together. It depended on luck and Li Dongzhu's mood. If he really wants to kill all of you, there's no point in running. If you're lucky and Li Dongzhu doesn't want to chase you all over the place, some of you might be able to survive. Guozi thought about the scene of Li Yi flying back and forth on his flying device and that sniper rifle. He had used it before. It was hundreds of steps away, and he could kill anyone he wanted. He had killed so many people in Songzhou and captured so many people. The sniper was the most important contribution. If it weren't for the fact that many of the winged knights had never seen life and death, and that Tubo's soldiers were too tenacious, dozens of his brothers wouldn't have died. It wouldn't happen again. His brothers knew how to fight, and the sniper rifle was even more effective. Hao Lingquan didn't know about the flying device and the sniper rifle. He wasn't convinced. Officer Guo, you're saying that I can't beat Li Dongzhu alone with 30 people? You brought 3,000 people. He can kill you all if he wants. Otherwise, why do you think His Majesty the Empress and Little Ro didn't bring their personal guards? Guizi didn't want to talk about the specifics. If Hao Lingquan didn't know, then so be it. Hao Lingquan suddenly found that he couldn't refute. That's right. His Majesty's family of 3 came. As long as Li Dongzhu was with them, they didn't need any guards. Officer Gua, who's more powerful, you or Li Dongzhu? Fight. Hao Lingquan wanted to compare. At close range, we'll see who makes the first move. If I make the first move and shoot flying daggers, I win. If Li Dongzhu makes the first move, I'll die. At long range, I'll die. There's no chance. Guizi was very honest. His bow couldn't reach the sniper rifle. Hao Lingquan had fought Guizi before, but only once. That time they had fought 20 rounds, and he had lost 20 rounds in a row. He was about to kneel down to Guizi. As expected of a martial arts expert, he was unreasonably strong. Such an existence had to make the first move when facing Li Dongzhu at close range? And it had to be flying daggers? Officer Gua, when you fought with me, you were 5 steps away. In the blink of an eye, you were in front of me. Why do you need to use flying daggers? Because Li Dongzhu's reaction speed is fast. He also trains frequently. Look at him, he looks like a scholar. He has a lot of meat on his body. He knows how to train. Can I beat him in a fight? In a spar, he might not be able to beat you. In a life and death battle, you'll definitely die. The two of them chatted. Guizi was speaking the truth, but Hao Lingquan felt that it was more and more a myth. Shaoyi, I have a relative. She's a direct descendant and also has the surname Mu. She wants to marry a young man she thinks is good, but the other party also has the surname Mu. They can't get married because they have the same surname. What can you do? Li Dan found Li Yi. She was being checked while chatting with Li Yi. Actually, there's no problem beyond the 5 generations. Why do you have to emphasize this law? It's simple, just change it. If you have the ability to change the law, change the law. If you don't, change the surname. Li Yi answered casually. Even the constitution could be changed. What was the point of the law? The law was always changing. How could there be a law that didn't change? Good idea. Is my body okay? Li Dan realized that things were so simple. It was just a change. Yes, it's about the same as last time. Mrs. Mu, you have to exercise properly. In winter, many people want to stay indoors. No. Li Yi checked the data and said to the two with a smile. Shaoyi, she's been feeling dizzy in the morning recently. Noble Consort Lu said. It's snowing heavily. The air pressure is low, and there's a lot of moisture in the air. When someone turns on the stove, the smoke will settle. Stay in Zhuangzi for a few days. If smoke wafts over, breathe in oxygen and close the doors and windows. Actually, there's no problem in Zhuangzi. The smoke from Chang and city has mostly dissipated. Zhuangzi has its own stove with a tall chimney. Li Yi's tone was gentle. This was his attitude towards people who came for checkups. It was a habit to not provoke people, otherwise it would worsen the conflict. A doctor's heart was like that of a parent. A doctor should not lecture a patient like a child. Shaoyi, it's snowing? Noble Consort Lu looked at Li Yi and liked him. This child was good. I don't know. The old people in Zhuangzi said that they know how to look at the sky. It's not a problem in the capital. The houses of the people in the village have been specially built. If there's trouble outside, I'll let the winged knights run around more. The winged knights are His Majesty's soldiers and are close to the people. As long as people don't die, it's easy to solve the problem of houses collapsing due to heavy snow. They can help build new ones. Li Yi took down the inspection equipment and said that there were people in Zhuangzi who knew how to look at the weather. Chapter 767. The heavy snow covered the country, and the carriages and boats were anchored in several places. The winged cavalry galloped through the fertile fields, stirring the hearts of the commoners. The dense fog enshrouds the ice, the thick soup muddied the wine. Today's love is like an illusion, floating and intoxicating in the Tang Empire. Having an elder at home was like having a treasure. The old men and women in Zhuangzi said that it was going to snow heavily, and the snow really did fall. It was clearly daytime, but snowflakes were drifting in the air. The sky was so gloomy that it was no different from evening. Li Yi taught the nurses a lesson in the afternoon. The wind started to blow outside and snow flew everywhere. Li Yi remained unmoved and continued his lecture. He allowed the snow to stick to the glass and a few kerosene lamps to hang in the classroom. That's all for today's class. Go back and think about it. If you don't understand, talk to each other. If you still don't understand, come and ask me. In the middle of the night, Li Yi finished a big class. The sky outside was completely dark. It was about 16 o'clock now. Winter days were short, and the sky was already dark at this time. With the dark clouds and heavy snow, it was just like night time. The kerosene lamps of the Li family Zhuangzi were hung one by one with 2 ropes tied to the bottom. When the wind blew, they still swayed. Li Dan and noble consort Lu didn't leave. They would stay for a few days and then go to the hot springs in Mount Li in the east. Mount Li was now in Wang Xing's hands and was under his jurisdiction. Hao Lingquan, who had learned a lot from Guozi in the afternoon, was worried. The snow is so heavy, and it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon. How many places are going to be affected? The capital's office should be fine. The bad houses in the village have been repaired, but the vegetable greenhouse has suffered. Guozi looked through the window of the cafeteria and saw the small area of snow illuminated by the kerosene lamp outside. Hao Lingquan was also watching. The kerosene lamp was swaying from side to side from the wind. Fortunately, there was a rope tied to the bottom. Otherwise, it would have flipped over. Huala huala quang quang quang, quang quang quang. The sound of cooking in the kitchen of the cafeteria kept ringing out. The dishes seemed to be enough. Why are you still cooking? After listening for a while, Hao Lingquan finally reacted. The background music had been playing for too long. Something's going to happen. I'm not drinking anymore. Guozi moved the unfinished wine to the side and lowered his head to eat. Hurry up and eat. Don't eat too much. After you're done, hurry up and get to work. A group of villagers who were supposed to be resting rushed into the canteen, picked up their plates and began to serve the food. Previously, when the villagers ate, they would chew slowly. Now they were wolfing down their food. Guozi put down his chopsticks and ran out. Assemble, winged knights. He shouted, and the winged knights, regardless of what they were doing, quickly gathered together. Hao Lingquan followed him out in a daze, not understanding what was going on. What he saw were farmers running around and more kerosene lamps being hung up. Half an hour later, a yellow door arrived at Zhuangzi. His Majesty has ordered the winged knights to dispatch 20,000 men to Fengzhou, Qizhou, Shang, Puzhou, Huazhou, Tongzhou, and Fengzhou. There are fewer men in Huazhou and Tongzhou. When you reach the place, you will be in charge of saving the people. Officer Guo will stay behind. The Li family Zhuangzi will immediately provide the necessary supplies without delay. Along with the order, the Li family Zhuangzi prepared packages and sleighs. The freshly cooked dishes were placed in large barrels and sealed tightly. The alcohol burners were loaded onto the carts, and buckets of alcohol and kerosene lamps were brought out. The carts were harnessed, and each sleigh had 2 horses. Another 2 horses followed beside it. The sleighs were sent out of Zhuangzi. The winged knights outside brought their things onto the sleighs and split into different directions. They picked up the kerosene lamps and rushed into the wind and snow. In Chang'an City, the 16 guards worked hard to clear the snow under the illumination of the ice lanterns. The commoners in Fengzhou got up to help. The snow was too heavy. If they didn't clear it out quickly, the doors wouldn't be able to open the next night. The winged knights who didn't go to other provinces split into 2,000 men. Each man rode 2 horses and 2 men rode a sleigh. They carried their things and kerosene lamps to the capital's 20 counties. An hour later, the chaos from before disappeared. The villagers were still busy, and the kitchen staff continued to prepare food. The workshops were working overtime, and the people in the settlement hurried over to help clear the snow in Zhuangzi. The villagers didn't have time. Li Longji's family of 3 arrived soon after. A large number of soldiers had been sent out. The snow clearing in the city was a mess, and the defense was clearly insufficient. The 3 of them were safer in Zhuangzi than anywhere else. Hao Lingquan stood there unable to help. This was the first time he had experienced something like this, and he felt busier than fighting a war. General Hao, let's go back and eat. Guozi was left behind and called Hao Lingquan back to the dining hall. Officer Gua, if only we could go to war with this speed. Hao Lingquan sat there unable to eat for a while. If the Turks attack the Great Wu army, shouldn't the Great Wu army be faster? Guozi said. The winged knights weren't fast today, and they had wasted time preparing the sleighs. Otherwise, they would have gathered in a few dozen breaths, brought their tactical backpacks, and mounted their horses in batches, charging out in batches. In half an hour, at least 3,000 cavalry would be ready to charge. If they needed to be faster, they wouldn't need to mount and would be used as infantry. Hao Lingquan nodded, then shook his head. I said bring the supplies and mobilize the troops, not rush to fight in the face of a sudden surprise attack. It's the same. Guozi took back the wine and took a sip. It's not the same. If the Li family Zhuangzi were to be transferred to the Great Wu army and provide the current logistics, the soldiers of the Great Wu army would be overjoyed. Hao Lingquan was still thinking about what had just happened. The Li family Zhuangzi was moving too fast. The sleighs carried all kinds of supplies, and in half an hour, the 20,000 winged knights and countless people had everything ready. Don't think about it. The Li family Zhuangzi exists to provide logistical support for the winged knights. The Zhuangzi also has a complete set of weapons. In the vicinity of the capital, the winged knights are invincible. No matter how they fight, no matter how many enemies come. Guozi revealed a smile. The winged knights' greatest reliance was the Li family Zhuangzi. In the middle of the night, the people of Xinfeng County were called out and ran to the greenhouse. The snow was almost up to their calves. The people planting the greenhouse were working hard to clear the snow, and each of them looked like snowmen. The people who rushed over replaced these people and helped to sweep the snow. The officials of the county were no longer sleeping. They were called out to spread out and go to places that might be dangerous. The bailiffs opened the doors of the people and checked whether the stoves in the houses were pouring out smoke. If snow fell into the chimney, it might block the vent. If there was still fire in the stoves, the people in the houses would be poisoned by the soot. The people who were awakened by the knocking on their doors were not angry. Instead, they thanked the bailiffs, even if there was nothing wrong in their houses and the stoves were extinguished. They came out to pick up lanterns, look at the snow on the houses, look for tools to sweep, and push the snow at the door. County Magistrate Ban Zhao wiped the snow on his face and stood in front of the county yamen, waiting for the people to come back and report. He was most worried about the villages in the county. The county had good facilities, but what if the houses in the villages were not sturdy enough? Or if the pigsty or chicken coop was crushed by the snow, and the pigs and chickens froze to death? How would the people celebrate the new year? Right now, the 20 counties outside the capital were competing with each other. They were competing in everything. If the people's livestock and poultry died, they would not be able to compete with the other counties. How would they be promoted? Just as he was worrying, a patch of light faintly appeared in the snow, accompanied by rustling sounds and creaking sounds. Soon the light neared. It was a kerosene lamp, a horse, and the carriage behind it was the kind of board used for carriage wheels. Chapter 768. Winged Knights. Ban Zhao shouted. Shoo! The sleigh team stopped, and a sleigh stopped in front of Ban Zhao. There was only one servant beside Ban Zhao. The others had all gone out. The servant looked curiously at the sleigh that didn't even need wheels installed. The entire team consisted of 100 people, 200 horses and 50 sleighs. Midway they changed the horses that pulled the sleigh. The horses were in good condition now. It was better to be cold than hot, as the horses' body temperature dropped quickly. The horses snorted and breathed out hot air, lowering their heads to lick the snow. You are here to help? Ban Zhao patted the snow off his body to make his official uniform more conspicuous, and to show his identity. I am Wang Tingli, the commander of a battalion of winged knights. You are the county magistrate Ban Zhao? The leader of the winged knights came down from a sleigh. "That's me." Banzhao didn't dare to speak in an official tone. "How's the situation in the county?" Wang Tingli asked. "There's nothing wrong in the county for now. There are bailiffs who went to the villages to investigate. The greenhouses in the county might be in trouble. The latest news is that the people went to help." Banzhao told the truth. This was all he knew. He was in charge of the yamen. 13 villages send 3 sleighs each. "Let's go." Wang Tingli turned and shouted. 39 sleighs adjusted their direction and disappeared into the darkness. They were familiar with the situation and would ride their horses if there was nothing to do. "I will stay. The other sleighs will go around the county to provide food for the people," Wang Tingli ordered. 10 sleighs spread out and went around the county. The sleighs carried meatball soup and deep-fried dough cakes. The dough cakes didn't need to be made and could be baked directly. Xinfeng County belonged to the imperial government. The people didn't need tents. They probably didn't have time to cook when they were working. Eating something would make them feel less cold. Wang Tingli opened the quilt wrapped around a large wooden bucket and peeled off the sealed oil paper. He took a bamboo bowl from the side and scooped out 4 bowls of meatball soup. He handed it to Banzhao and the servant. His own brother helped him hold it and he sealed the bucket again. He then took out 4 deep-fried dough cakes. "Eat. It's warm. There are pickles in the deep-fried dough cakes. The conditions are tough, so make do with it." "Commander Wang, is this food from the Li family Zhuangzi?" Banzhao held a bowl in one hand and a cake in the other. He first asked where the food came from. "That's right. Otherwise, who would have the ability to provide so many things at night?" Wang Tingli circled the horse and looked at its condition. This was a military horse used to pull a sleigh. Fragrant, as expected of the dishes of the Li family Zhuangzi. Banzhao hurriedly drank a mouthful of the soup and praised loudly despite the fact that it was hot. The waiter nodded vigorously to express his agreement. He took a sip and found that it was indeed very comfortable. After he swallowed the soup, the manservant looked as if he was floating and asked, "Why is it so delicious?" "It's because you've been standing outside for a long time. You'll feel better after drinking some hot soup." Wang Tingli knew the situation. No matter how good the Li family Zhuangzi's meatball soup was, it still depended on the situation. The biscuits are also delicious. The manservant took another bite of the biscuit and praised while chewing. Wang Tingli and the winged knights who stayed behind with her quickly finished their food. They opened a box and took out a folded feed trough. Then he took out a mixture of cooked bean powder, oats, semi-dried alfalfa, and green fodder to make horse feed. He put the feed into the trough and placed it on the ground to unload the sleigh. The 4 horses squeezed together to eat. They had already eaten a meal at night and were now considered a midnight snack. After running so far, they were hungry. "The winged knights are here. There's meatball soup. Everyone come and eat." At the same time, the people in the county also ate the hot meatball soup and biscuits while working. In the heavy snow at night, the winged knight's sleigh and the lights on it were like Santa Claus' sleigh. "Put bells on the horses." The shopkeeper of a shop in the county that specialized in horse gear drank 2 mouthfuls of soup and took out a pile of bells. Military horses never wore bells. After putting on the bells, the horses continuously shook their necks and listened to the sound of the bells. They seemed to find it very interesting. The winged knights who came to Xinfeng County didn't bring many things and didn't have many people. However, for the people, the number of people didn't matter. As long as the winged knights were here, they would feel at ease. The food seller quickly started a fire and put the meatball soup that the winged knights brought into a big pot. He also added some dried vegetables, water, and salt. This way more people could drink it. The sky gradually brightened and the heavy snow turned into light snow. "Everyone come to my shop to eat. It's free. Drink some warm wine. It's free. Those who help to sweep the snow at night, let's eat together. It's my treat." The county suddenly came to life. The people who sold snacks and wine all shouted that it was free. The people who grew vegetables in the greenhouse and those who didn't invite help. More people got up to clear the snow on the road. That night, the snow was almost 2 feet deep. The younger children went in and disappeared. In the past, when there was such heavy snow, many houses would have collapsed and some people would have to beg for food. As for the people who froze to death after the heavy snow, there were even more. Especially after the heavy snow and when the snow started to melt, some people didn't wake up the next morning. This time, not a single house collapsed. Everyone burned their kong beds and didn't care if the weather was cold or not. Everyone was clearing the snow and chatting about the heavy snow. The people in the prefectures and counties around the capital also didn't sleep well last night. In the middle of the night, they gathered people to check the situation in the prefectures and counties. Ever since Hua Prefecture was impeached by Li Yi, a group of people went down. The other prefectures were afraid. One by one, the counties and villages were assigned to specific people in charge. Before the heavy snow collapsed the houses, the people were evacuated first. I don't know how many families were affected. The winged knights didn't have enough time to go there. During breakfast, Li Longji left by himself. Empress Wang and the children stayed. Li Dan looked at the falling snow and thought of the heavy snow yesterday. His face was full of worry. When he was the emperor, he never considered the damage that heavy rain and snow would cause to the people. It was a natural disaster and the emperor thought that no one could resist it. Only when there was a flood in a place did the imperial court have to take care of it. Usually they would reduce the rent. That was all the imperial court could do. As for disaster relief, the local prefectures were responsible. If the situation was too serious, they would have to liquidate their positions. But now it was different. They couldn't take care of distant places. When the people in the capital were in trouble, the winged knights could take action. This time, the Feather Forest Flying Cavalry also went to the state capital nearby. Li Dan still felt that it was too late. The winged knights were still on their way to other prefectures. The main problem is the funding. The local government needs to have a special fund and a special team. When the other prefectures start collecting taxes, the money left by the local government can be used in this area. Li Yi knew the reason. Chong and City had a special firefighting team. The prefectures and counties also had their own departments. But those were only part-time jobs for the yamen runners. There were not many yamen runners. If they wanted to organize manpower, they needed money. At that time, he had a special department. The personnel were not specialized, but they could be put together with the firefighting team. Chapter 769. I hope the other prefectures are fine. It doesn't matter if the houses are damaged, as long as no one dies. Empress Wang looked at the little fellow eating the wonton slowly with a calm expression. She was different from before. She had money and a stable position. When the houses of the people in other prefectures were damaged, she was prepared to personally send money to repair them. The empress sent money to the people, and the people got practical benefits, and the empress got reputation. As for the other concubines, if they wanted money, one was given by the palace, one was given extra by the emperor, and one was helped by someone outside to do business. Empress Wang's money was given a dividend by Li Yi. If one business was not profitable, she would change to another business. She didn't need her money to raise soldiers, so she saved it all up. Now she was ready to spend it. She didn't need money. She had food and necessities in the palace, and she took good things from the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Dan glanced at Empress Wang and nodded. It's right to help the people, but where do the local people come from? Zhechongfu. In the future, the Zhechongfu will be abolished. The strong people inside will be recruited. They will be responsible for fighting fires, house collapses, floods, snowstorms, and droughts. They will get a fixed salary. They need special training and training to adapt to all kinds of situations. They have good tools. Li Yi talked about the firemen in his time. Firemen could do anything. If the door couldn't be opened, the fireman would help to unlock it. If the person was trapped somewhere and couldn't get out, the fireman would rescue him. If the child's hand was stuck somewhere, the fireman would break it. If the bicycle was lost, the fireman wouldn't care. Go to the police. Of course, it was useless to go to the police unless you were a foreigner. However, the Tang dynasty was different. If the people of the Tang dynasty lost something and reported it to the officials, the county magistrate would take care of it. So, the increase is the number of Yamen runners? But those people are not responsible for arresting people. Li Dan was very tempted, even if he was no longer the emperor. Li Yi swallowed the wonton in his mouth. Yes, their roles are different. If the people need something, they can go to them, including repairing houses. Xiaoyi, noble consort Lu said, if the county has special funds to manage the repairs of the houses, wouldn't they be able to use the repair of the houses as an excuse to spend the money? What imperial concubine Dolu was thinking about was corruption. When the county had money and needed to spend extra money, they would only do it in name only. You can be greedy in any way you want, unless you have no money. Even if the people in the county were greedy for money, they still had to do what they should do for the people. Who was the person who built the house, how much was spent, what materials were used, and the people's fingerprints. The county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, and registrar are supposed to keep each other in check. Unless they are all greedy and their subordinates can also benefit from it, otherwise they will definitely be able to find out. Li Yi couldn't do anything about this. There were many ways to earn money in the local area. It was the same for him at that time. When he wrote invoices, shovels, raincoats, and assault boats, it was one price to buy them individually, and another price to buy them in bulk. Buying in winter is one price, selling in summer is another price. When he wrote the invoices, he wrote the retail price, but in reality he paid the wholesale price and kept the money. If he bought an assault boat in summer, he would not be able to buy it after the bill was paid. When the price was reduced in winter, the merchant would pay him according to the winter price. There were also cases where his relatives bought cars. For example, the Tang dynasty built houses for the people, which was part of the civil affairs. If wood was needed to build houses, the county could set up a lumber factory, but it would not use the county's name. When the wood was needed, they could buy it from the lumber factory and transfer the bill. This kind of thing could never be stopped. The key was whether the people's houses were repaired or not, and whether the county's special department would help them when they encountered difficulties. The purpose was not to prevent corruption, but to improve the quality of life of the people. Noble consort Lu smiled. Xiaoyi, this tax is good. Leaving a portion of the money for the local area is just right. Take from the people and use for the people. Li Yi nodded. Baigu and Wei Zhigu had the same idea as Li Yi. Wei Zhigu was not dead, and was in charge of the Ministry of Works. He wanted to set up a department. Baigu felt that the Tang dynasty needed a special fund for disaster relief. They could not just reduce the rent of a place that suffered a disaster. During today's court meeting, the two of them did not communicate with each other, but they both said it out loud. Your Majesty, I want to set up a local Ministry of Works in the name of the Ministry of Works. The Tang dynasty's local Ministry of Works will be directly in charge. Wei Zhigu wanted to be directly in charge. Anything that involved the Ministry of Works would fall from the imperial court to the county. The other officials looked at Wei Zhigu in surprise. Your Ministry of Works wants power? Baigu stood up. Your Majesty, please use the Ministry of Revenue's local funds to do things that benefit the people. Just give me the Ministry of Works. Wei Zhigu did not agree with Baigu's idea. Local matters are not related to the Ministry of Works. It's a matter of money. Baigu retorted. The Ministry of Works is just a department. Do you want to be in charge of everything? Your Majesty, please use the Palace Secretary and the Ministry of Appointments to do things that benefit the people. Song Jing saw that both of them wanted to have such a good thing in their hands, so he also stood up. This matter was different from the previous ones, and it was even more different from Chongping Song. It directly involved the people. When the imperial court had money, a portion of the taxes collected by the local governments would be left behind. It would be possible to build houses for the people, and the people's gratitude would naturally depend on who was responsible. When it came to leaving one's name, who would be in charge? The people would get a good deal, and it would be recorded in the history books. Li Longji looked at this and that and did not say anything. He also realized that when there was money in the future, the local government would do things for the people. Then, everyone, let's talk about the heavy snow first. Li Longji did not think clearly for a while, so he changed the topic. When the court meeting ended, He threw the memorial to Gao Lisher and ran off to the Li family Zhuangzi. Father! When the little boy saw his father, he opened his arms and shouted. Li Longji picked up his son. Are you cold? No. The little boy twisted his body, looking very happy. He can't eat lunch. After eating wontons in the morning, his mouth has not been idle. He eats dried fruits and fruits one after another. He is not big, but his appetite is not small. Empress Wang spoke to Li Longji like an ordinary woman. After the little boy finished his breakfast, he played for a while and ate snacks. The key was that Li Yi supported him and let the child eat. The little boy was growing fast now, and he needed a lot of protein and vitamins. Moreover, he was not fat. As long as he did not get sick of it, it meant that he had a need for dried fruits and fruits. Usually, he would not lack food and would not eat everything he saw. Where is Brother Yi? Li Longji kissed his son and looked for Li Yi in the midst of the little boy's laughter. In class, he talked to 220 students about the way of being an official. He talked about some things that an official needs to slowly ponder, including the relationship with colleagues and superiors, the reasons for doing things and making mistakes, and the correction and justification after administrative mistakes. How to persuade others to believe in his administrative policies and pull more people to the war chariot. Empress Wang talked about Li Yi's matters. Li Yi taught more and more, and brought out all the things in the officialdom. He used to sell medical equipment. What was the most corrupt part? He knew too much. Chapter 770. Brother Yi is the one who truly understands the way of an official. Li Longji sighed with emotion as he held his son. In the past 2 years of contact, he found that Li Yi was flexible in doing things. Except for the bottom line of serving the people, he accepted everything else. Officials were a little greedy and took bribes, but in Li Yi's eyes it was not a problem. The premise was that the matter was done well. There was nothing wrong with the job, so the money was a small matter. Even if he personally bribed the officials, there was no official in the capital who did not receive benefits from the Li family Zhuangzi. However, the purpose of bribery was different. The Li family Zhuangzi bribed the officials to give extra subsidies and help in life. They did not ask the officials to give any benefits to the Li family Zhuangzi. Even if you can be an official, you can't let uncle be an official, right, baby? Empress Wang opened her arms and said to the little boy. The little boy looked at his mother, turned his head and continued to stay in his father's arms. Seeing that it was noon, Li Yi finished his class and came back to eat. He continued to teach in the afternoon and copied books in the evening. Brother Yi, today in the imperial court, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and the province of Ziwei all want to establish a new department for the welfare of the people. Li Longji ate a mouthful of fried mutton giblets and said that he came back specially for the matters in the imperial court. The little boy was eating red braised pork. He ate so many dried fruits, but he could still eat and loved to eat. Jianer needs to increase the amount of exercise recently and run more. He doesn't need to wear such thick clothes. He has a good physique and is growing. Not excessive exercise is good for bone development. Li Yi observed the little boy and watched him eat red braised pork. He started to talk about the child's growth needs. Exercise would not increase fat. Now that he could eat, it meant that the child's body had needs. It belonged to the first growth stage. The second growth stage was between 6 and 7 years old. The third growth stage was around 12 years old. If each stage was controlled well, the child's bone development would be good. Generally, the average height of people who practice martial arts from a young age was short, which was the result of excessive training. Li Longji turned to look at his son and picked up a napkin to help wipe his mouth. Stay in Zhuangzi for the next few days. You can arrange it. The newly established department will be directly under His Majesty's jurisdiction. It's related to reputation and honor. The more training they receive, the more skills they will have. In the future, he could become the military's baggage logistics staff, including equipment maintenance and material transportation. I'm going to let them learn some first aid medical skills. They are all-round soldiers, and they will promote His Majesty and contribute to the stability of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi did not want to give any benefits to any department. This was different from the armed police at that time. At that time, the military was very powerful. The armed police were second in command, and then the fire department was separated. Change was only possible when society needed it. Now, the House of Subjugation was going to disband and recruit soldiers. The new recruits were a type of recruitment. They would focus on nurturing them, and normally they would be responsible for handling miscellaneous matters. If there was a need, they would be responsible for baggage during a war. Clearly, they were more powerful than ordinary civilians. Under the direct jurisdiction of Her Majesty, Li Longji's interest was piqued. That's right, I'll be in charge. Let the eunuchs handle it. Send it to the provincial government and let the provincial government issue the order. Li Yi drank 2 mouthfuls of soup and pushed the eunuchs out. Eunuchs were also human. Most of the time, eunuchs were more meticulous than ordinary officials. It was not that eunuchs were bad in historical records. Those were historical records written by literati. No matter how bad eunuchs were, when was the fall of a country because of eunuchs? In the Ming Dynasty, how many eunuchs had harmed the people in the East and West workshops? They had always been there to balance the officialdom and punish the officials. Eunuchs had a principle. No matter what the process was, they had to do it well for Her Majesty. Li Longji thought for a while. How do the eunuchs go to the provincial government to coordinate the county's affairs? The local taxes are given to the eunuchs according to the ratio. The first inspection team of the Tang dynasty will supervise. As long as the eunuchs are transferred diligently, the people in the inspection team will not have any problems. Li Yi did not care if the eunuchs were greedy or not. The right thing to do was to get things done and the people get benefits. Li Longji thought differently. Won't the people in the inspection team receive benefits when they go there? They are sent out once every half a month. Many people who are taking the imperial examination are waiting to be assigned an official position. Let them go there in batches. Receive benefits. The local government can't even afford to give benefits. Li Yi had a way. Send more people. He could send out a team whenever he wanted. If any greedy people wanted to bribe them, he would have to spend money again and again. The money spent would be more than the greedy people. If he gave them less money, they would not accept it. In fact, there was no such thing as corruption that could not be cured. It was just that it could not be cured completely. Corruption was too serious. If it was cleaned up from top to bottom, the government's operations would be interrupted. Good idea. Li Longji did not need Li Yi to say more. He had thought of the key point. Send more people. Send more people. How can the corruption of officials be stopped? Li Longji asked another unrealistic question. Stop corruption? Third brother, why don't you ask me how to get rid of Tubo quickly? I have a way. I can even personally kill all of their politicians. Li Yi shook his head. Stop joking. Which country could stop corruption? In his time, the country with the most honest government in the world still had officials who were being punished. With benefits in front of them, who would supervise? Who would supervise the people who were supervising? Everything depended on people to deal with it. People had desires. Generally, places with a small population, high social welfare, and high-level education would naturally have less corruption. There was no need for corruption. They could get whatever they wanted. If it was a big country, the standard of living was low, the gap between the rich and the poor was huge, and the officials were not corrupt. How can corruption be alleviated? Li Longji changed his question. Of course, it is to give them money. The income of the officials must be higher than others. The lower the rank of the officials, the more money they need. They need to feed their families and have to entertain their clients. When they see other businessmen earning a lot, it is hard for them to even eat meat. If someone gives them money, their will become weak. Another thing is punishment. Our Tang dynasty's requirement for the military is to kill them if they lose a battle and humiliate the imperial court. Officials are rarely killed. Usually they are exiled. If they should be killed, they will be killed. If they are released outside, they will continue to be officials. The cost of committing crimes is too low. Li Yi thought of Zhang Jiyun in history. Normally he would be dead by now. But he was still alive and living a good life. The surrenders were settled in Huazhou and Tongzhou. Naturally they would not rebel. Zhang Jiyun asked the surrenders to hand over their weapons and live a normal life. Imperial censor Jiang Hui went. The surrenders complained to him that they did not have weapons and that they could not kill wolves. Jiang Hui was awesome. On behalf of the imperial court, he returned the weapons to the surrenders. Then the surrenders rebelled. They captured Zhang Jiyun and wanted to send him to the Turks. Zhang Jiyun was rescued. The imperial court felt that he had humiliated the country and killed him. They were so strict with martial artists. On the contrary, the civil officials were demoted. The cost of committing crimes was low. Of course they dared to take action. What about the report? Li Longji still did not want to kill the civil officials. A few are enough. Kill the rest. Li Yi waved his hand. The cost of committing crimes was low. Chapter 771. Kill. Li Longji was still hesitant, especially when it came to the ministers in the imperial court. He always met them and he felt that he could not kill them. Usually, through frequent transfers and torment, the other party would not be able to withstand it and die. In this way, he felt that it was the other party's problem. If they transferred you, you would die. It had nothing to do with him. Kill. If we don't kill, we won't be able to quell the anger of the people. Li Yi insisted. He knew the problems of the officials too well. He had bribed and helped the officials deal with their political opponents. Those methods could be said to be unscrupulous. There were more suicides in the medical system than in other systems. For example, when someone jumped off a building, he said, "I don't want to, but I don't dare not." There were people who analyzed this. In fact, the other party said, "I don't want to, but I don't dare not to." Why did people say I want to and not jump? Haha, it was just killing people. Li Yi was used to it. According to the law, he was shot 3 to 5 times in the past. It was not wrong at all. In this life, he decided to be a good person. Then, the problem of whether to kill the officials or not was simple. He did not have any psychological burden when killing people. He could do it himself. After all, local officials are not easy to kill. They can be recruited. Li Longji talked about another problem. Local officials should report to the imperial court for recruitment. Then, the imperial court will provide money to support them. The local officials should not support them with their own identity. Li Yi talked about the local officials of the Tang dynasty, especially in the border areas. There were provincial governors, judushi, and military governors. They found people to work for them. As for the money, it was paid by the local government. The people who were recruited only cared about the good of the officials and did not put the imperial court first. In history, Du Fu was recruited to help deal with things. When Du Fu worked, he hoped that the environment would cooperate with him and not that he had to adapt and change the environment. People formed cliques and factions. If he did not join, he was ostracized. After some time, he did not want to work anymore and wanted to resign. In the end, they had no choice but to let him go home. However, they still gave him benefits. When that person died, no one appreciated Du Fu. His life was bitter. It gave people the feeling that Du Fu's life was a bitter life. The imperial examination did not go well. Li Linfu cancelled all the results of that imperial examination. After that, Ganye didn't go well either. He spent all day in Chang and without any connections. His child died at home. It was impossible to say that he died of starvation. He died of illness. No matter how hungry they were, they could still survive by drinking rice soup. Adults had a mouthful of rice to eat, but children couldn't? There were many people like Du Fu. They couldn't pass the imperial examinations, so they worked for other officials. Then, he would be appointed as a foreign official. There were no major ones, as all the major ones were appointed by the imperial court. It was equivalent to some local people not being organized by the country. Auxiliary police, sanitation, and so on could be recruited by the local government. But it's not right that the secretaries of the municipal government and the municipal party committee are not authorized. Who are they working for? Li Yi emphasized on this matter. The officials had to work for whom they ate and who they worked for. Now that the imperial court had money, they could not allow local officials to privately recruit directors. Li Longji lowered his head and ate, calculating in his heart. After a while he said, "If you're not in charge, will the Imperial Court's Ministry of Personnel be included in the assessment? The state government is in charge. The Ministry of Personnel doesn't have the energy to deal with local officials." Li Yi shook his head. He didn't agree with the Ministry of Personnel's decision. The state government was usually in charge of departments such as public security, taxation, statistics, and so on. Li Longji nodded his head to show that he understood. That's how it should be done. Listening to Brother Yi was right. After dinner, Li Longji went to look for Li Dan. This year's winter is better than last year. Xiao Yi, that child, has put in a lot of effort. Noble consort Lu praised Li Yi whenever she talked about him. She personally felt how good the Li family's Zhuangzi's operation was. He was able to lead the entire government to work together. Next year will be even better. With the implementation of taxation and the establishment of specialized teams, the people won't have to be afraid of disasters. Li Longji was ambitious. He was not worried at all. Li Yi would take his time to push for something. He would not do it immediately. He was much more capable than the ministers in the imperial court. The moment the ministers opened their mouths, they would get what they wanted. Uncle's Zhuangzi should be bigger. The land at the front is planted to help the people in the settlement. The land at the back is planted with beans. If you want to raise land, continue to buy land to the east. Empress Wang hugged her sleeping son and said that the Li family's Zhuangzi area was small. Now the Li family's Zhuangzi area was very big. It added up to 5 square kilometers, which was 2 kilometers by 2.5 kilometers. It would take 2 hours to circle around Zhuangzi and the Zhang family's village. There was also the imperial plantation above, so they had to continue circling. The area was not small. If they continued to head east, it would be other people's land. Further east was Mount Li, the imperial family's land. In the future, we can start from the capital government. We can promote it in Hunan province. We can build cement roads and nail paws for livestock. Li Dan was thinking about transportation. He realized that the speed of the sleigh in winter was very fast. As long as there was snow, the horses pulling the sleigh felt more relaxed than the wheels of a carriage. However, the horses were hot. Once they started running, they would not be able to expel the heat in time. In winter, the horses were like dogs. When they ran on the snow, they were very happy. Li Dan had been the emperor several times. He had some understanding of the world's affairs. He hoped that the roads would be more normal. Building cement roads. When it rained or snowed, it would not be muddy. What it took was iron hooves, but what it gained was time. Cows also needed to be hammered. Otherwise, they would be worn out. Moreover, their hooves would need to be repaired. Cows were the most interesting animals. When you wanted to kill them, they would know and cry. When they were being hammered, they would feel at ease when they saw other cows hammered. If they always went to a hammered shop, the cows and horses would not need to be tied up with ropes. They knew the people who hammered the nails and knew what they were used for. The workers could lift the hooves of the cows and horses with a lift of their hands. They could remove the worn-out nails, repair the hooves, and nail the new nails by simply hanging a rope. Let's talk about it next year. Li Longji was not sure what to do for the time being. He needed to see what the officials thought. More importantly, he needed to ask Li Yi. Another day passed. The winged knights arrived at the various provinces. When they arrived, they first found the villages and people affected by the disaster and then gave them food. Tents were set up. Inside the tents there was a stove burning honeycomb coal. They placed the people whose houses had collapsed inside the tents. The winged knights and the Li family Zhuangzi had been in contact for a long time. Their way of thinking had changed. They used to think that houses were important. Now they knew that people were the most important. If houses collapsed, then so be it. Money could solve the problem. When people died, nothing could save them. Everyone, don't worry. It's just a matter of houses. If your houses were crushed, it means that your houses were not good. We will build new houses for you. You can live in tents during the winter. We will build new houses after the ground melts. The winged knights shouted to the people living in tents. They were not sure who would repair the houses, but they knew that someone would take care of it. The people who lost their houses would need many years to recover. If they built new houses for them, Their energy would not be focused on the houses. People were the most important. Even if a person was a farmer, they would still have a lot of food. Chapter 772. The people who were affected by the disaster were very sad before. But when they saw the winged knights, they all smiled. After eating the food provided by the Li family Zhuangzi, they were not afraid at all. The people were not stupid. They knew that if they met the winged knights, the Li family Zhuangzi would take action. Once the Li family Zhuangzi took action, more help would come soon. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi's Li Dongzhu had been doing business with Her Majesty. Not only could his Zhuangzi make money, but he also helped Her Majesty make money. The houses in the capital government were all repaired by the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue did not care about the houses in the prefectures. Presumably, Li Dongzhu would pay for it. Li Dongzhu was a good person and wanted to live a long life. Therefore, there was nothing else in the tent. The people first placed the memorial tablets for Her Majesty and Li Dongzhu. Those who had incense offered it, and those who did not kneeled down and kowtowed. In the long run, the people will believe in the Li family Zhuangzi and not the court. Song Jing got up early in the morning to go to work. On the way, he saw that the ground was cleaned and there was only a circle of snow around the ice lantern. He felt that Li Yi was raising the prestige and making a move in terms of money, giving benefits to the people and gaining their support. But what he did not understand was that Li Yi did not want to be an official and did not care about the position. He usually did not interfere with the court. Seemed that there were only 3 times. One was in Lantian County, one was in Huazhou, and the last time was Hao Lingxuan's matter. Like the heavy snow now, it did not count. The Li family Zhuangzi sent things and the winged knights went out. It was far away from the court. When they arrived at Xingqing Palace and the court meeting started, Song Jing stood up. Your Majesty, the Li family Zhuangzi has won the people's hearts. We must guard against him. For the sake of the country and the people. Song Jing requested that the Li family Zhuangzi be restricted. He could not let the Li family Zhuangzi be in the limelight anymore. This subject agrees. Bai Gu said. This subject agrees. Sui stood up as well. This subject agrees. The other ministers said in unison, including Wei Zhigu. They all knew about the Li family Zhuangzi's situation. They had too much influence, so they had to put some restrictions on him. Li Longji's expression turned ugly. He admitted that the officials were doing this for the sake of the Tang dynasty, but how could he restrict the Li family Zhuangzi? Not allowing Brother Yi to sell his things? Brother Yi is not allowed to spend money on the military? Brother Yi is not allowed to provide help to the victims? You have good intentions, but do you understand my Brother Yi? Brother Yi didn't want to be the emperor, so he stayed in Zhuangzi and raised animals. It snowed heavily the day before yesterday and yesterday. Everyone, please find out more about the situation and see where you need help. I have the money. Li Longji did not reply. There was nothing to say about Li Yi. It was impossible to restrict him. Whenever Brother Yi did something, he would first mention His Majesty. The Li family Zhuangzi's free soup always said that His Majesty cherished the people, and ordered the Li family Zhuangzi to give him free soup. The winged knights who went to the disaster relief this time represented His Majesty's authority. Song Jing's expression turned regretful, but it disappeared in a flash. He returned to his normal state and began to talk about the snow. In fact, there was not much to talk about. The news that could be sent back was from the 20 counties outside the capital. There were no problems in the counties. Not a single house was damaged. The people even ran out to help sweep the snow. There were no cases of soot poisoning either. The newspapers repeatedly said that soot poisoning was the result of soot poisoning. The people were obedient and followed the instructions. They would rather it be colder in the latter half of the night than press the stove. The advantage of pressing the stove was that it was convenient to wake up the next morning. The stove would catch fire as soon as it was lit. There was no need to put in soft firewood, hard firewood, or coal. If the weather conditions were good, the people who pressed the stove would wake up in the morning and the stove would be lit up in a few breaths. The house would immediately be warm. When it was snowing heavily, one could not press the stove. It would cause suffocation, and soot poisoning. When he said to put a basin of water on the stove, he did not mean to use the water to absorb the carbon monoxide. After the water was put in, the water vapor would circulate and carry the carbon monoxide out. The house was not dry, so the carbon monoxide absorption was relatively low. Songjing had nothing to say about the capital's matters. They had already done it. Each and every county listened to the Li family Zhuangzi's arrangements. 41 students were in the county. This subject requests to check the freezing of the water net and the situation of the livestock. Songjing casually found a matter to talk about. The water net had turned into an ice net. There was snow on it so the sledges could be used. The livestock were well palmed so that they would not slip on the snow and ice. Moreover, the ice was flat and relatively undulating. Livestock were most willing to walk on this path just like humans. Songjing's intention was to check how many livestock the Li family Zhuangzi had, and whether they needed to pay taxes. So when he spoke, he looked at Baigu. Baigu instantly lowered his head. "Don't look at me. I can't have any ideas about Xiaoyi's livestock. He sells chili noodles because they grow well. Xiaoyi will definitely be angry if I look for trouble with his livestock. This is because the livestock are subsidized for the commoners in the summer. There were also terrace fields. They looked like they were plowed this year and planted next year. There were some things that could be done to bully Xiaoyi, but there were some things that could not be done. One of his teeth was loose. He did not know what the problem was. He would ask Xiaoyi tomorrow to see if it could be plucked out and fixed or if it could be cured directly. This subject agrees. Sui expressed his support for Songjing. The other officials were silent. They were not prime ministers. Their families lacked food. One was a reward from the emperor when he remembered, and the other was a reward from the Li family Zhuangzi. Different ranks would receive different things. There were also differences in the number of items. If he targeted Li Yi, would the Li family Zhuangzi give him anything? That was despicable. Everyone had officials of the same rank. Only one person did not receive anything because he targeted Li Yi. Was he honored? When facing others, it was strength of character. The strength of character of an official would be recorded in the annals of history. When facing the Li family Zhuangzi, the commoners would not admit that he had strength of character. The commoners would think that he had done something wrong. That was why the Li Dongzhu did not give him anything. Official Baigu, how do we investigate the livestock? Li Longji asked Baigu. Baigu, I didn't say anything. What does Songjing say have anything to do with me? Do I need to investigate? I can just ask Xiaoyi directly. Baigu was full of resentment. This subject will go to the Li family Zhuangzi in the afternoon to ask. However, this subject does not think that taxes can be collected. The taxes on chili noodles are already quite high. Baigu directly said it. It was just a small matter. How big of a fuss was it? Can't I go once? Is there anything else? Li Longji did not care about the Li family Zhuangzi's question at all. He believed that if anyone crossed the line, Brother Yi would take action. He did not need to do anything. No one was perfect. Wasn't it easy to find trouble with others? After the court meeting, Baigu did not even return to the political affairs hall. He just strolled alone. Walking out of Xingqing Palace, there were barracks all along the way. He walked along the barracks and arrived at the Ba River Bridge. By Zaifu, you didn't take a carriage? Someone from the Qianyo guards who stayed at the bridge all year round asked with a smile. He did not want to check. Baigu was the prime minister. It would be humiliating if he continued to check. Even if he met the emperor, no one would check. I walked a few more steps. It was noon when I arrived. I can eat more food. What are you having for lunch? Baigu put his hands behind his back and looked around. Chapter 773. You're running again. There's no snow now. It'll hurt if you fall. Baigu had just crossed the bridge when he met Empress Wang and Shonger. Shonger was so happy all day. Ever since he could walk on his own, he wanted to run. His legs were not tired. He was not like many children at Li Yi's time who insisted on being carried by adults after walking a few steps. The little guy was not like that. He was willing to find fun things by himself. There were many fun things in Li family Zhuangzi. Even the trash cans were cartoon characters. Minister Bai, Empress Wang, who was taking care of the children, greeted Bai Gu when she saw him. I'm looking for Xiaoyi to ask about something. They want to collect the livestock rental fee first. Isn't the water network frozen now? I'll see what Xiaoyi has to say. I don't agree with collecting money. Bai Gu did not hide anything from Empress Wang. He told her the reason was about money. He disliked others who wanted to take money from Li family Zhuangzi. He had to see the situation when he wanted to take money. When he asked Xiaoyi for money, he asked Xiaoyi if she would give him money. If Xiaoyi was willing to give him money, then that was the best. If Xiaoyi was not willing to give him money, then she had a special purpose. The special purpose of the money did not conflict with the imperial court. It was guaranteed that the money would be thrown out and not kept. It's almost noon. There's less than half an hour before the class starts. Empress Wang held her son's hand. I'll go take a look. Bai Gu nodded and went to find Li Yi. Li Yi turned on the water curtain again and spoke with the sound system. What are the rules of the officialdom? Be with the light and dust. Officials hide from each other. This is actually the way of survival. For other officials it's right. But I'm telling you, you're from Li family Zhuangzi. Don't play this game with me. If an official's actions hurt the people, write back and I'll deal with it. We're standing at different heights. You have to learn more. As long as you're capable, I'll promote you. If any of you get mixed up with the local officials and get involved in something you shouldn't do, don't let me know. The so-called shallow rules were the result of you not having the ability to resist. We are not. We don't need to follow other people's rules. We are the rules. Li Yi was instilling ideas into the students. He didn't want the students to listen to others after leaving Zhuangzi. It was just like Hangzhou, which collected salt taxes during the Qing dynasty. Every time an official was sent, another official would be removed. Even if some officials managed to survive this ordeal, what about that official? It was over. What's the use of tidying up once? The local style was still the same and repeated. It was just like Shangxi at that time. There were no good cases from the province to the localities. The first time he checked, it was the same. After taking care of a group of people, when he turned around, he found that it was still the same. Because the Jin merchants were too awesome and rich. It was similar to Kaiyun Zenan. The Jin merchants used money while Kaiyun Zenan used its people to cause trouble. Li Yi knew that the Northeast was the least xenophobic place. The Northeast accepted everything, including food habits and outsiders. Many people from other places would think of fighting when they talked about the Northeast. Actually, the Northeasterners were quite honest in the Northeast. Of course, other people were just as honest in the Northeast. For example, the people who sold cupcakes had to buy them. There were also people who sold mutton skewers and naans. In the Northeast, they were all honest and didn't cause trouble. The Northeast was very peaceful. If anyone dared to cause trouble, they would definitely destroy them. Therefore, many schools in the border region were placed in the Northeast. The students went there to study, mainly to learn skills. When they went out, they didn't have any problems. They talked and laughed. However, no one dared to use their identity as an ethnic group to take out a knife. Because the country dared to place schools there, it proved that the local people were not afraid of outsiders. What the local people needed was law. As long as others made the first move, there was no problem. Do it. Bai Gu came. He listened to Li Yi's lecture and felt helpless. There were many things that could only be understood and not explained in words, but Li Yi actually said all of them. Many of the knowledge were secret manuals of officialdom. In the Li family Zhuangzi, it was common knowledge. When Li Yi saw Bai Gu, he nodded and continued, rules are set by people. Why do you add the word hidden to the so-called shallow rules? Because they are not presentable. When you come to the place, you don't have to follow anyone's rules. You are only responsible for Her Majesty. Today, I am honored that Bai Zaifu of the current dynasty is here. Please say a few words to Bai Zaifu. Then we will go eat. In the afternoon, I will teach the doctors. Li Yi cupped his fist at Bai Gu. Come on, old Bai Gu, say a few words. Bai Gu regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have come and taught. The problem was that they were used to Li Yi's merciless analysis of officialdom. Would they care about what he said? Bai Gu went on stage with a stomach full of dissatisfaction and resentment. He began his lecture mainly talking about fairness and fairness. The other 220 people were actually officials who passed the imperial examinations. When dealing with them, he couldn't deal with them according to the methods of the other students. The difference was too big. He went up and talked a lot, but there was nothing practical. Then, he looked at Li Yi with resentment. Li Yi smiled and nodded. "'Kay, no problem. What Bai Gu said was not important. What was important was that Bai Gu was the prime minister. When he came over to give a lecture to the students felt something different. Did you see that? Zhuangzi had casually found a minister or prime minister to teach him. Wasn't that awesome? The students were actually used to it. If someone of a lower rank came over, they would feel that there was a problem. Xiaoyi, don't torture me like this in the future. I came here to discuss something with you. Look at what you've done. The class ended. Bai Gu was very unhappy. I'm the prime minister, and I came here to teach you a lesson? Why is your class so valuable? Old Bai, I'm just letting you show your face. You have to know that the positions of these people in the future are 220 people. Think about it carefully. Li Yi said with a smile. The students were learning from him now, and these people would be specially arranged to be in special positions in the future. They were different from other people. The knowledge they learned was very complex. In the future, the Tang dynasty would be moved because of them. They would also teach other people. This was a huge power. When the time came, even if the Li family Zhuangzi was not there, they would still gather together. The Confucian ideology would be broken, and it would become a debate of 100 schools of thought again. This was Li Yi's idea. At the same time, it was also something he pushed forward. Bai Gu took a deep breath. Xiaoyi, it's a good idea for you to stay in Zhuangzi. You can't go out. You've offended too many people. No, old Bai, you're wrong. It doesn't matter who I offend. What's important is that no one dares to show up. If they do, I'll take care of them. I'm not going out because I'm thinking about them. If anyone dares to assassinate me, their family will be uprooted by me. Li Yi still looked indifferent. Xiaoyi, they're now saying that they want to take away your power. What do you think? Bai Gu finally told her about what happened in the imperial court. Give? Who's taking it? Give it to him and let you be responsible. Li Yi was still smiling. Chapter 774. I'll give you a pair of braces. Wear them when you sleep at night for 10 days to half a month. We'll see how it goes first. Before dinner, Li Yi checked Bai Gu's loosened tooth. There was no big problem. He just needed to fix it when he slept at night. I don't wear it during the day? Bai Gu was happy when he heard that he didn't need to pull out his tooth. It's transparent. You can wear it during the day. Take it off when you eat. Wash it often. Li Yi nodded. We've collected all the rent this year. It's about 9.6 million yuan in cash. The main reason is that the price of food has decreased. Bai Gu got the braces. On the way to the cafeteria, he told Li Yi about the income of the imperial court. The income from rent and transfer added up to 9.6 million yuan, slightly more than last year. Due to the decrease in the price of food, it didn't seem like a lot. The tax should be more. Li Yi thought about how much money he contributed to the Ministry of Revenue in Zhuangzi. The business tax adds up to 13 million yuan. There are still a few days before the new year. The price of vegetables in greenhouses is high during the new year. It's estimated that we can collect 11 million yuan. Speaking of the business tax, Bai Gu looked very happy. The business tax of the imperial court was actually higher than the rent of the entire Tang dynasty. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Bai Gu carried his own tray to choose the dishes. Li Yi asked the kitchen to make a portion of fried noodles. He added a pile of meat and vegetables, added more aged vinegar and chili oil, and added a bowl of soup. Next year, the Hunan Prefectural Court will be in good condition. If we add in the business tax, do you think it will exceed 20 million yuan? Baigo took a bite of the fried bean worm and calculated the taxes for next year. He loved to eat worms, especially fried ones. Li Yi glanced at the worm. There's a lot of food now. The imperial court should store more. Also, encourage the people to plant and raise medicine. The toad's crackers can be used to anesthetize. Baigu ate the entire worm. If you can eat, you want to live a better life. You really need to improve your medical skills. The Imperial Medical Department needs to continue recruiting people. And the local students. Baigu stopped talking about the students. He wanted the students to study medicine well. The local government specialized in medical classes, and the students did not like to study, unless it was to take the imperial medical exam. Bonus points. The medical books have already been distributed. If students do well in the medical exams, they will be given preferential treatment when they take the imperial examinations in Chang and, for example, if he answered 3 questions incorrectly, he would not be able to get into B grade. However, if he did well in the medical exam, he would be able to get into B grade. If he answered a question incorrectly, he wouldn't be able to enter the A grade. If he was good at medicine, he would be able to enter the A grade. Using another subject to exchange for a position in the imperial examination. Li Yi came up with an idea. There were too few doctors in the Tang dynasty. Outside of the imperial physician department, most of the doctors were taught by their families, taught by themselves, or looked for a master. It was the hardest to find a master. A master would make all kinds of tests and nurture them from young. The imperial medical department was better, and the local government academies also gave him a chance. However, those who could enter government schools would consider becoming government officials instead of doctors. They thought that if they became government officials, they would be able to help more people, and if they became doctors, they would not be able to treat many people. The thinking of a great doctor was to treat the country. I think that many doctors will be able to come out from the Jing governor's office. They are literate, but it will take many years. Baigu thought about the number of years it would take to train a doctor, and he felt helpless. The fastest is 3 years. Shorten the time to 2 years. For the time being, I can see the common symptoms, the obvious ones, and then prescribe medicine. Li Yi did not have a good idea about this. Relying on looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse to treat patients was too demanding. Under normal circumstances, it was just a cold or a fever. He would take a look and then prescribe medicine. As long as he did not use toxic medicine, he would not die from taking medicine. The Ministry of Revenue will pay for the collapsed houses in the other provinces because of the snow disaster? If there are floods and droughts in other places, it will not be easy for the Ministry of Revenue to check. Baigu ate a few more mouthfuls of food and talked about the snow disaster. The Ministry of Revenue had money. He wanted to give it to the people, but he was worried that it would not be easy to check after the disaster in distant places. The imperial court will buy the materials to repair the houses and lend a sum of money to the people. There will be no interest and the money will be repaid over years. The people will use the borrowed money to find people to build houses. It will not be possible this year. They will continue to live in tents. The imperial court will provide coal. It will be easier to build houses when the snow melts next year. If it is just to repair the houses, the imperial court will pay for it. It will not cost much. Li Yi came up with the idea to take care of all the houses in the Jing governor's office. This was because the people in the Jing governor's office had to bear the price of goods after taxes. He also abolished the mediocrity. This was considered a contribution to the tax collection. The provinces outside had not started to collect taxes, so the people had to think of their own ways. If there were beams in the collapsed houses, they could be cleaned up and used for new houses. If the houses were made of mud and grass, they could be rebuilt if they collapsed. The people outside still live in shacks. If they collapse, they can live in tents. It is better than shacks. Baigu began to feel sorry for the people again. In Chang'an City, the houses that were not in good condition had been rebuilt. Then there was the situation in the counties. He had not been there before, but it should be good. But there were some places where the people used grass curtains to build shacks and lived in them. It did not matter in summer, but people would freeze to death in winter. Li Yi lowered his head and ate his fried noodles. He was thinking about what to do. At that time, not everyone had their own house. There were many families who did not have a house and rented a house. The key was that they could rent a house. The people who lived in shacks did not have the money to rent other people's houses. It was useless to build low-rent houses for them. They did not have the money. They could only provide subsistence allowances. Subsistence allowances were the same as giving out food. In theory, the local government would give them subsistence allowances. But in reality, it was not clear whether they would give them subsistence allowances. There were also charity warehouses, which were different from Chongping warehouse. Those who were rich would usually provide food for those who did not have enough to eat. When the taxes are collected, we can use the tax money to help. The main problem is job opportunities. The people who live in the inhabited areas have jobs. They do not have to pay anything if they do not have land. The people in other areas have lost their land. If they do not pay, they will be considered as runaways. Also, if they fall sick for many years, their families will be dragged down. Li Yi could not think of a good solution at the moment. He could not use his own money to support everyone. This winter, many people came to live outside the inhabited areas. They lived next to the captives. Because their identities were not clear, they were not allowed to cross the bridge for the time being. When these people arrived, they first re-registered. Some of them brought their household registration. They directly explained the situation. They lost their land and came to find a way to make a living. In the past, if they were caught, they would be punished. They would be beaten with a plank or exiled, unless they brought a public inspection. But when they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, it was fine. He quickly went through the procedures. In the future, he could live there for a long time. He would also be assigned a job. You Zhuangzi have too much power. You should restrain yourself. I also support you to take back your power. Baigu was also waiting for the tax collection to be carried out. Then, the entire Tang dynasty would be cleared of land. When they were almost done eating and ready to leave, he advised Li Yi. Li Yi shrugged. How do I collect it? Don't let me pass a note to Her Majesty? Move the workshop away and send someone to take care of it? You can ask for permission from the imperial court before you do anything. You can only do it after the imperial court approves. Baigu thought of a solution. Sir, I want to drink water. Li Yi blinked. Chapter 775. Can I ask Xiao Yi if we have to pay the court for the rental of Zhuangzi's livestock? Baigu asked as he prepared to leave. Li Yi lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, There's no need to pay for the rental of a single animal. There are too many cows and horses in Zhuangzi, so it's considered a large-scale rental business. We have to pay taxes. You're willing to pay? Baigu thought that Li Yi was going to refuse. Li Yi shook his head. But this rental business is a form of repayment to society. Other than the feed, there's also a small fee for the use of the animals. According to the rental fees, if the cows and horses are old and can't be used anymore, I'll be able to earn back the money used to buy them. If I have to pay taxes, I'll definitely pass the fees to the renters and they'll have to spend more money. The court is actually collecting money from the commoners, not me. If the court collects it, I'll raise the price. Li Yi pushed the question back. It didn't matter if they collected it or not. He wasn't the one paying. Do you think we should collect it? Baigu found this to be a difficult problem. Yes, 30% of the tax is 1%. Then I'll raise the price by 5%. This way I can still earn 66% more. They use it for transportation so they earn money. It's not like farming, where I rent it to the commoners at a cheaper price. The commoners can farm, so the yield is not high. Li Yi chose to raise the price. The renters were doing business, not agriculture, so they shouldn't be given so many subsidies. When do we start? Baigu thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. After the new year. There are only a few days left before the new year. Let's inform them in advance. Li Yi set the time. I'm going back. Bai Gu took the box of braces and strolled back. Minister Bai, come here. Empress Wang pulled her son's hand to the side. The little boy's face was red because of the cold weather. The court did not react to the snowstorm this time. The winged knights were mobilized, and the Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of supplies. They felt that they were being passive and wanted to give me a warning. Li shook his head, guessing what these people were thinking. Just as it had been at a certain time in his life, when the people were in trouble, the local officials were not happy which group moved first. There were also people who wanted to donate things. They had to get the land in their hands. With so many things, how could they not know how to control them? Others donated large amounts of bread and mineral water, and the officials took over. The reason was that the officials had strong organizational skills and needed to be unified. In fact, the corporation's ability to operate was better than the government. Later, with the development of the internet, the same situation changed. Whoever donated something would be officially announced and acknowledged as the person who donated it. Furthermore, the person who donated it had put in a lot of effort. One was the environmental factor, and the other was the overall level of knowledge of the officials. When he was in the Tang dynasty, there was a large-scale snowstorm. He didn't care about the imperial court and directly took action. How should he settle this matter? How was it recorded in the history books? In comparison, the officials were clearly incompetent. Empress Wang pursed her lips. Do you think they can organize it in the middle of the night? Now the people whose houses have collapsed need to eat, shelter and coal. Tell them to get busy. That's how it should be. Li Yi agreed. Zhuangzi didn't need to spend any money. Aren't you all capable? I'll give you a chance. Bai Gu returned to the political affairs hall. He brushed his teeth first, washed his braces and put them on. He felt awkward and his voice changed. Bai Gu found Songjing and Sui and said, after the Lunar New Year, pay the money. Shall we raise the price? 30% tax and 1% tax. What else did he say? Songjing wanted to ask if Li Yi would give in. After collecting taxes, give subsidies to the poor people. The imperial court will handle it. After collecting taxes, the people in the area will enjoy happiness. Bai Gu didn't mention that Li Yi didn't agree to submit a report. He didn't mention what to do with the people who didn't have a house to live in. The two of them understood that they didn't reach an agreement. Li Yi wasn't someone who was willing to listen to others. The next morning, when everyone was reading the newspaper, they suddenly found out that Li family Zhuangzi said that the rent of cattle and horses would increase after the Lunar New Year. Price increase? After the Lunar New Year, it will increase by 5%. 5% isn't expensive. It's snowing heavily. Li family Zhuangzi took out a lot of money to help. He said that he has to pay taxes. The problem with taxes, Li family Zhuangzi should be exempt from taxes. Zhuangzi always pays. The imperial court is too much. How can they take Li Dongzhu's money? I didn't see you angry when they took it in the past. I rent the horses. If the imperial court doesn't take Li Dongzhu's taxes, I can earn more. Yes, it's all the imperial court's fault. The people in the imperial court were busy now. Li Yi had let go and no longer sent new supplies to the other prefectures. Songjing arranged to hire people to help deliver and transfer goods. He bought instant noodles from Li family Zhuangzi, transported coal to the coal mine, and rented cars from Li family Zhuangzi. He sent supplies to the people affected by the disaster. He found that he had to rely on Li family Zhuangzi's power to spend money. The imperial court should have its own emergency team. Recruit people. During lunch, Songjing gathered a large group of people to discuss some matters. Chang'an City had people to clean, put out fires, remove feces, and transport slag. However, there was no transportation team that could support the local areas at any time. If there was a war, there would be 16 guards. Then they would hire temporary people to help transport. Now they could see that it wasn't working. They needed more supplies, livestock, and manpower to raise them. In the past, they didn't have money and couldn't afford to raise them. Now that they had money, they didn't want Li family Zhuangzi to be in the limelight. They could only do it themselves. Recruit. Wei Zhigu agreed. Otherwise, they should set up a team. The others nodded. They would recruit now and confirm the quota before the Lunar New Year. The structure and details would be perfect. They would start after the Lunar New Year. They passed a note to Li Yi and advertised in the newspaper. Li Chengqi helped to pass the note. He also sent over frozen seafood. It's good to set up an emergency rescue and disaster relief team. The wing knights won't always be on the front line. Their roles and responsibilities will be clear. Li Yi commented. Otherwise, they would have to wait until next year. It seemed that the group of people was anxious. The imperial court has money. We can spend more money. Li Chengqi mentioned the situation of funds. We need to recruit 5,000 people. The population of the imperial court is not enough. Gradually, the number of people coming to the counties will increase. The farmland will still be the same. More people will prefer manual labor and service industries. The demand for roads to the outside will increase. More goods will be transported in for consumption. When Li Yi asked someone to do the typesetting, he analyzed the future of the imperial court. They had to make arrangements in advance. Otherwise, it would cause bad planning and messy situations. Just like when he was young, no one expected the city to develop so fast. The streets were narrow and there were few places to park. The cars were all parked on the roads. It was too late to think about planning. Now, there were still few people coming to the imperial court. They had to make plans quickly. Drainage ditches, underground canals, public toilets, warehouses, road expansion, housing planning. They have set up a team. It's still unclear how much money they will spend and how to manage it. Li Chengqi was thinking about the various details of the new department. It's simple. Organize a few acts like a firefighting team. In fact, it's better to incorporate them into the firefighting team. Li Yi didn't feel that it was difficult to manage an emergency rescue and disaster relief team. Moreover, they didn't have to lose money. Chapter 776. How do they practice? Specifically find houses to collapse? Li Chengqi was now thinking about the snow disaster. A good rescue team must be a good construction team. They can build and demolish. They have a complete set of tools and are very professional. In addition to training their physical fitness and learning relevant rescue knowledge, they also need to build more houses. For example, there are many places in the capital that are under the control of the government, such as hillsides, hills, and yellow land. When they build houses, the number of foreigners increases. Arrange for them to live in the houses and the rent can be cheaper. If they are new and have no jobs, they will pay the rent late. Li Yi talked about building houses and collecting rent. The houses he built by the river were sold to foreigners, and the students were free of charge. Make money. A new team to make money? In Li Chengqi's mind, the rescue team was the same as the 16 guards, paid by the imperial court. Otherwise, it will be difficult to raise a team of 5,000 people. Building houses is training in itself and they take turns to build houses. Part of the money earned is used to buy equipment, and the other part is used to pay for daily expenses. Li Yi didn't think that so many people would train every day and then relax and play football. Of course, in the early stage, they didn't need to build houses to learn professional rescue knowledge. After spring, when they ate so much good food, their physical reserves would be up, and they would build houses. Li Chengqi pondered for a moment. In that case, won't the imperial court find people to work in rescue? The 16 guards can do it too. The 16 guards can't do it. They are soldiers and they have to risk their lives when needed. The rescue team is dangerous but not dangerous. Does the 16 guards need to know how to build houses? If you want to learn, you can help the people now. You can be more professional and be an engineer. If there is a war in the future, you can use them. Li Yi found work for the 16 guards. He felt that the 16 guards should play a bigger role. Chang'an wasn't a war. The next day, the imperial court's recruitment advertisement was released, and the people were stunned. They needed more manpower, but they were all working and couldn't find time. Especially since the recruits weren't temporary, they needed to be trained for a long time. During the early stage of training, they couldn't go home every day. They could only go home once every 10 days. In the future, Those who lived near their homes and weren't on duty were allowed to go home every day. After the imperial court's people finished reading, those who had land at home naturally didn't consider it. Many of those who didn't have land at home and worked at the docks went to the desert to dig wells and build roads. The rest were hesitating. Would there be any danger? Was it more tiring than working at the docks? Was the food good? Would they be bullied? You want to go there now? Can't it wait until after the new year? One day had passed. It would take at least 2 or 3 days for the people from the governor's office to go to Chang and to register. The people in Chang'an were all busy. They were chiseling ice, preparing for the Li family Zhuangzi's work, and preparing for the new year. At night, the number of people who had signed up came out. There were 101 people, which was far from the number of 5,000 people. Songjing and the others didn't leave. They waited and felt weak all over. Why did they only recruit so few people? Initially, he wanted to hire them to help transport the goods, but now there were 101 of them. Should he arrange for them? Li Longji didn't stay with them. He went to the Li family Zhuangzi early. I heard that there will only be a few dozen people today. I don't think there will be more than 100. Li Longji originally wanted to set up his direct management team. Songjing and the others were from the imperial court. If they couldn't recruit people, how could they organize the team? After the new year, there will be more people. The newspapers will be sent far away. There are many people in the local families, but they don't have land. Those who have been doing other jobs will be tempted. Especially those young people who have many children at home, can't study, and are not married. The salary is high, 30 renminbi a day. The price of rice is low, and they are provided with food and accommodation. If they work here, they can save money. We must put an end to gambling. We can't gamble away our salary. The internal management will be militarized. Li Yi knew that he couldn't recruit people now. He had to advertise and send out newspapers. If he didn't consider the time, some newspapers would appear in Hangzhou and other places. Since we can only recruit people after the new year, what should we do with the people who are recruited now? Li Longji had to think for the imperial court. They should be the people in Chang'an. The people who are recruited should help to transport the goods. They should eat good food and take care of their bodies. Professional rescue knowledge doesn't need to be taught immediately. Let them go home during the new year. Their salary will be given as usual. Li Yi gave an idea. They couldn't let the people go back. Before the new year, they should transport supplies to other provinces. Professional knowledge had to be organized, such as what to do when it snowed, how to deal with emergencies in heavy rain, where to build canals in drought, and so on. This included building bridges and temporary tents. Find craftsmen to teach? Li Longji was more worried about the professional aspects of the emergency team. Find ferrymen, boatmen, dock workers, firefighters, people who build houses, build camps, repair cars, and people who raise horses, cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks to teach. They are required to adapt to all environments and be familiar with the habits of animals. When there is a flood in the future, if they can help the people move things, they will do so. I will also find time to write some theoretical guidance and send it over to see if it can be used. Li Yi knew that the professional rescue personnel knew everything, but they could divide the work. They didn't need to be good at everything. It was the same for firefighters. They knew more things so that they could help others. As Li Yi spoke, he went into the house and took out a simple map. On the map of Fangzhou, there is an open-pit coal mine. Dig directly from there. Don't transport from other places. The coal here is easy to burn. Li Longji wasn't surprised at all. Low sulfur, low ash, low phosphorus, and high calorific value. There are many coal mines in this place, so some need to be dug down. For example, in Fengzhou, there is a coal mine buried more than 70 feet deep. It's not worth digging at the moment. Li Yi mentioned the coal mines in Changgu. There were many of them there. There were many coal mines in the western region. If you went north, you would reach a place where the calorific value of the coal mines there was high. More than 7,000 calories, good. Li Longji said good twice. There was coal there. Dig directly. Li Yi took out the coal mine and enjoyed the treatment of free coal. It belonged to him. At morning court the next day, Li Longji threw out the new coal mine. Order the local people to organize coal mining. The people in the surrounding areas will have better days in winter. As for the rescue team, he repeated Li Yi's words and told the prime ministers not to worry. There would be people. The ministers at the small court meeting looked at each other. They wanted to avoid Li Yi and do their own thing, but in the end it was Li Yi who helped them come up with ideas. In order to solve the problem of coal transportation, he even took out a new coal mine. Bai Gu seemed very happy. According to the rules, the people could take any amount of coal they wanted, but they had to pay for coal. Generally, coal was bought from blacksmiths and kilns. The people only needed coal slurry. Your Majesty, do you want to arrange for people to wash coal in Fangzhou's coal mine? Bai Gu knew that the Li family Zhuangzi had high requirements for coal. There were people washing coal in other places. It was very hard, but they also earned a lot. There were also labor protection supplies. This winter the people can use it first. It doesn't matter whether it's coal or coal. We'll see how things go next year. Li Longji didn't plan to arrange for people to wash coal in the new mine in winter. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.